Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Hello?
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
It's showtime!
Groovy.
Yo, what is going on, everybody? My name is Anthony, and this is my channel, Child of the Corn. It's probably been like 5 months since our last stream, so we got everything kind of lined up, and felt like tonight was a good night to do a little stream. Got 3 guests with me tonight. We're not technically going to have a topic. We're just going to kind of wing it a little bit, see maybe what you guys might want to talk about, or just kind of talk about maybe what we've been watching of late. So we'll just kind of have a good conversation regardless. So I'll bring everybody in. First, we got my man, the Hellmaster, Helvington. What's up, dude?
What's going on, Child of the Corn, and what's going on, all my Hellions and Hellcats? How the hell are you?
Good, man. Good, no doubt.
Oh, wow.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude. The background's been looking great, dude. Like, dude, it's just getting better and better every time, dude.
Man, it keeps getting more expensive every time. What are you talking about?
Dude, that's no lie, dude. That is no.
I appreciate it, though,
lie,
man. But hey, you have come a long way. I remember when you first had your setup, and I remember you first started putting like your wallpapers up, and then now look at you. You are fucking decked out,
dude.
Brother.
It was literally just like a little thing in the fucking corner, and now, yeah.
That was it.
Yep, I remember. All right, so we'll bring my other man from Missouri in, Mr. Downey. What's up, dude?
Is that how I sound? Like,
dude, I watch too much of We Watch a Movie, and so they always do like their different like accents and shit, and I'm just like, I get into it, dude, like too much. It's
the thing
hilarious.
that makes me laugh here is we were just talking about this. It's not pronounced W here; it's W here. So
W.
Call Ticketmaster, like, yeah, the WWE is here, and I'm like, who? Like, but yeah, Donatello. I got the purple on. It all goes together.
Nice.
I like it.
And then lastly, we have a first timer on the channel, my man Marcus from I Shot Him 6 Times. What's going on, dude?
What's going on, fellas? Thank you for inviting me, Anthony. I greatly appreciate it, bro. Yeah. It's been a while since we've been on a live stream together. I think the last one was on Brandon's on that I Like Scaries channel. So
it actually probably might have been. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. So I appreciate the invite, man. This is definitely going to be a fun time. Whatever we talk about, I'm down. I'm game.
Nice. Yeah. Shit, we were just like having a great conversation in backstage. So yeah, no doubt. So wait, okay, so you're from Pennsylvania, right?
Yes, sir.
Nice. So what about you, Donnie and Helvington? Like, did you guys get like a cold front this week?
Oh, for sure.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was nuts. It went from like 77 to like fucking 17 degrees outside. I was like, dude, the government is definitely controlling the weather, man, or something.
that's what I'm telling you. That's what triggered me, man. Like it let's see. It's Thursday, so Tuesday it was 80 degrees. The next day, Wednesday morning, it was 26.
Yeah, that's how it was here. It was like 70, and then it was like 40 something.
It was like I guess they said it was snowing like a little bit and shit.
Yeah, it did snow. Like it was thunderstorming. Like it was snowing with thunder, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like,
weird.
Dude, yeah, that shit's crazy. I swear to God. Well, I think we got one of Helvington's fans in here, Miss Joanne. How's it going? Thank you for joining us tonight.
Love her. She's amazing. I love her.
Nice. Well, okay. So to start out, I guess we'll just go around. So Helvington, I seen you've been working on. I saw you had a post on Curse of Michael Myers today, and then I think you had another one on what was on your story. You had Jeepers Creepers 3 and Final Destination 3.
Yeah, we're pumping out the reviews, as they say, in the Hell Zone. And shout out to Joanna, Covenant Screams. I told her I would plug it every time I'm on any stream. We have a horror convention in Kentucky this summer. I believe it's this summer / fall. I forget the date. Joanna, drop it in the comments. But yeah, we're gonna be having a really fun time out in Kentucky, hanging out, doing some podcasts.
Wait. You guys are gonna be there?
Yeah, I'll be there. Sledgehammer Horror will be there. A couple other content creators. So it's gonna be a fun time. So always got to represent GhoulieCon. But yeah, we've been doing reviews lately. July 19th and 20th. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you.
Cool.
But yeah, we've been pushing out the reviews like crazy. And I do want to talk a little bit of Halloween Sticks real quick. I want to, slide in there.
First I gotta ask you, dude, are you gonna go to Scarefest this year, or are you gonna probably hit up?
Of course.
Dude, the fucking lineup is looking stupid good. And like,
dude, it's looking crazy. And I know that they're probably saving Ned for last.
Dude, I hope so, man. I'm thinking okay, last year we went and I spent probably like it was probably like $300-400. Actually, it was probably only around like $3 on like autographs. It was like Scout and Danielle. And who else did I get? Doug Bradley and stuff. Like it was, but dude, the lineup is like Lillard, Skeet. They're talking about
Nev's coming.
Jamie Kennedy, like dude.
Tyler Main's gonna be there too.
CJ Graham, like dude, like David Mears or Derek Mears, freaking
This is the best Scarefest it's had.
It has to be, dude. Like look at this line.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, I'll be there. Right now, on my list, of course, I got to meet Matthew Lillard again. Like, if that's that, I mean, if Nev's coming, you already know I got to meet the Queen for the third time in a row.
Yeah, so you said that'll be the third time?
Yeah, that'll be the third time. I met her twice. I met her. My first time was what was the first time? Horror Hound, 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago, and then I met her back in Atlanta this last year. I met her in Atlanta. So Kentucky, and I haven't been to Scarefest. This will be my first Scarefest. I was supposed to go last year, but the timing with Horror Nights, like right there. So, but we're going to Horror Nights earlier this year. We're not going in October like last year. So, just for the sake of this convention, I told my wife, I said, like, I have missed out on Scarefest too many times. Matthew Lillard's coming, and Jamie Kennedy and Ski Ulrich. Like, I got to finish out the cast, right? So yeah, Scarefest.
Dude, we're talking
the corn, of course.
Yeah, dude, we're talking. Dude, it was so much fun last year. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, for the first time going, like, they have it in Rupp Arena, which is awesome. It's like the perfect venue to have that. And then like the downtown atmosphere is like really cool and shit. And it's just, I don't know.
Was it spaced out well?
Oh, dude, spaced out so well, dude. Like, okay. I was thinking, I'm like, dude, these fucking lines. Oh, I mean, I bet that these lines will be crazy this year. I mean, they really weren't that bad. Like, we went in the second day, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna have to wait hours for Scout and Danielle, and then we go out to the thing, and I'm just like, wait, is this the line? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, dude, how lucky are we fucking getting right now? Like, we had to wait a little bit for Arquette, which was fine. And he was cool.
Oh, dude. Yeah, can you tell me about that experience? Because like he lives in Tennessee, he lives in Nashville.
Before you say that, I gotta ask: is it really meeting them if you've met them already?
I mean, yeah.
Yes. Like you said like 5 minutes ago, I'm still stuck on that part.
To me, it is. It's like, when you meet somebody for the first time, it's like, you're still. It's almost all right. It's like if you're dating a girl, right? Just because you met her one time, do you really know her, right? That's how I feel like with Nev. Like.
Dun dun dun. Yeah.
No, Anthony, you're gonna have to coach him with the hand placement thing. Like, that's what's about to happen.
They say, I don't even know, man. Yeah, I don't
know. When you're 7 foot tall, your hand can't go any.
Yeah, I was just all like, where do I put my hand? I was like, okay.
That's what I was saying. We're gonna have to like go.
And then
see when I meet Neb, right? When I met Neb, I was just holding her rib cage. Like I was just like, I was just squeezing her so tight. Like my wife was on the other side, so she was probably breathing on that side of her body. But like when I tell you Nev Campbell has like a 6-pack on top of a 6-pack,
Oh, I bet, dude.
She is fit as hell.
That dude was copping the field for real.
Oh God. And I smelled her hair. I ain't afraid of it. I'm not afraid. I ain't no shame my game.
Danielle Harris. I'm standing next to Danielle Harris, and like my hand's like on the middle of her back because she's just like so short. And I'm just
you got bagged? Yeah. My brother got bagged. What's up?
Like I was just man, she was so nice though. Talk about so chill and just so fucking cool. Like I gave her the 89 Halloween 5 VHS, and dude, she was like, "This is so fucking dope," and like. She fucking signed it in like orange Sharpie, and it looks so fucking sharp.
You should have kept that VHS because I've recently seen on a post that like VHSs are going like for fucking stupid amount right now. Like,
oh yeah, dude, like, I'm on eBay all the time, and IGS that grades them and shit like that. Dude, like a copy of Jaws will go for like 50 G's.
Jeez.
Yeah. What's his name? Pete Davidson. Like he even talks
about yeah. That's what I was saying.
Like,
and you guys saw that post I put on Instagram. I found like my box with like the old Harry Potters in there and Star Wars, Spider-Man. Like, what's up, Brittany? Like, why me? Like, what did I do?
Dude, I think it's so cool that like I've been watching like I've been on a big action kicker of late, and so like I've been watching this thing where they talk about like all the action heroes and stuff of like you know, the 80s and stuff like that, and how it kind of like started like the nerdum that we all kind of like are in like right now, like you know, superheroes. Like I think it was kind of like Batman 89 to be honest, but I don't know. I love it, dude. I love how like we are into like collecting like all the stuff that we grew up like watching and shit.
And it's funny to me how that used to be like frowned up on, you know. Like it was
bad. Oh, dude, when I liked Dragon Ball Z when I was in middle school, I thought all my friends would laugh at me and shit because they were like,
it was the same for me with Yu-Gi-Oh because they was talking about Pokemon and Digimon and shit. I was like, no, like Exodia, bitch. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, that's how I felt with doing horror movie content on YouTube. Because I ain't gonna lie, I never like really paid attention on YouTube like to see if there was really people like us out there that really delves into this shit.
Dude.
You know what I mean? So when I ran across Steven, Craving Something Scary's channel, and start watching him, boom, it was on. I was like, all right, let's go.
That's what happened to me when I met Brandon, because I was like, there are other black people that watch horror? Like,
horror movies.
Like I thought it was just me. So I was like, okay, I don't feel so alone now. Like,
well, I remember watching who was it? You just said their name, Anthony. They were the guys in Kentucky, Jay and Mike.
Yeah, we watched the movie, man. Yeah,
I watched them when they literally had like 3,000 subscribers, like 6 years ago.
That's crazy, dude.
Yes, and right before, you know, when they were doing their skits, they weren't even doing any podcasting. They were just doing skits,
dude. Yeah.
Just hilarious Dr. Loomis skits, and then when I watched them, I was like, you know what? Let me try it out. I like horror movies. I never really talked about it, but like I was like, let me turn the camera on, and it went from there. It was crazy.
Yep. God damn you, Michael! Like, yeah, that shit is so.
That's why I give Jay and Mike a lot of credit, because a lot of the content that you see on what's happening today, as far as the Michael skits, you know, the guy, I forget what their name is on Instagram, but it's like those guys who dress up and dance as Michael and Freddie and all that. Mike and Jay were like the first ones doing Michael Myers.
I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah. Larry Werner sends me shit.
Those guys. Yeah. Shout out to those guys. But Mike and Jay were just in the fields in Kentucky, just in the morning, two guys. And I remember just following their whole story of like their personal lives, because they put their personal lives out there. Yep. But like, they started a lot of that Michael Myers and Dr. Loomis skit stuff. It's just so funny.
Hilarious.
I feel like horror was like the water cooler talk. Like, you remember like how it wasn't cool to be like a pro wrestling fan. Like you would have to it'd be quiet. Like you would hear some other people talking like, yo, The Rock hit Stone Cold with the stunner last night. You'd be like, yo, I saw it too. Like, and then you would just like jump in. Like,
hey, Val, what's going on?
What's going on? Like, yeah, no, dude, Donnie, I totally agree, dude. Like, yeah, that was kind of how it was with like DBZ. Like, a lot of my buddies were like into, not like a lot, but like some of my buddies were into like horror films, like the Chuckies and the Halloweens and stuff like that. But
very surface level.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, Craven's channel was the first one I came across. I had just like had a weekend where I watched the new 2022 Scream, And then I went home and on HBO Max, I was like, dude, Urban Legends on here, Cursed. I was like watching all these ones. And then I looked up to see if there was like a review. I saw that there was. And then all of a sudden Craven's channel popped up and I was like, oh, dude, that's dope. Start watching that. And dude, like Mike and Jay's channel popped up like right after. And I was like, dude, these motherfuckers are hilarious, dude. Like
they're so fucking
no
real,
filter,
dude.
just don't give a fuck, dude.
They don't care if they get canceled. Like they are fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
dude.
hilarious, dude.
What are you guys' origin of like just being a fan of horror? Because like I can think of like what it was that made me a fan.
Great question.
You know, like it made it one of my. Of course, I love the superhero thing. I love the fan. Like nothing is ever going to replace Harry Potter. You know, but you know, horror is right there. You know, like, but like in my case, I just remember my mom would always tell me about her like. Basically, she doesn't like horror movies today, but when she was a teenager, she would sneak in to go see these movies. You know what I mean? Like she snuck in to go see The Exorcist before she was 17. You know what I mean? And she was messed up from it, like you know, for days afterwards, or whatever. But the point is, she would always tell me that Jaws, all these different like you know classic horror movies that it came out and stuff. And I remember at one point getting into it, like, what's the thing? AMC every year they show 30 days of
like basically scare fest is what they call it.
Yeah.
Stuff like
so a few years ago, my aunt Wanda and I we were watching you know, just the Halloweens were on, whatever, sat there, watched pretty much all 6 of them with her, watched a couple of them with my mom, and then from that point on, I just started watching every year. And then I got to I got into Freddy, Jason, all Chucky, you know, all the stuff. And my mom traumatized me with Chucky when I was a kid, but I'll tell you that later.
Dude. That was terrifying.
But when I asked my mom when I was like 16, 17, I was really starting to get into it. And I was like, Mom, why is there no black slashers? I was like, have you ever seen a movie where there was a black killer? Like it's always been universally white. And she's like, no, there's the Candyman. I remember she was standing in the bathroom brushing her hair. She's like, there's Candyman. I was like, the fuck is that? A movie about Sammy Davis? And she was like, and she was like, no. She was like, he was like a ghost, but he had like a hook for a hand. She's like, he opened his mouth and all these motherfucking bees came out. And I was like, what? And
such good practicals, dude. Such good practicals, man.
She's like, oh, yeah. She's like, oh, you say his name in the mirror a bunch of times and he appears. And I was like, oh, go ahead and do it. She was like, shit, no. Like, that made me go look it up. And then I saw that, like, I had to watch that movie the daytime, bro. Like, I couldn't get through it like that night. Waited till the next day, watched it, and then that's really what like where I just dove into like, I gotta watch all this shit, man.
I remember this girl that I had a crush on when I was like, dude, I'm talking I was young, probably like fucking 3rd, 4th grade or some shit. And we went over to her house after school and her brother was watching that shit and scared the shit out of me about it. Like he was like telling me like the whole storyline of like you know, and I was just like, dude, this is scaring the shit out of me. Like it was crazy, dude. He like went into the bathroom, said the name like, 5 times. Is it 5 times? Yeah, 5 times. It's five, and so then he all starts shaking the door and is all like screaming and shit. And I'm just like, dude, what is happening?
You guys remember the marketing for the 2021 movie where they were like, oh yeah, like, go to like the website and they were like, say Candyman 5 times into your phone to get like this special version of the trailer. And I was like, I don't need to see it that bad. Like, I'm good. Like, no, y'all tripping. Like,
true. Actually, this movie I haven't seen in a while, but my mom used to talk to me about this movie too. Dude, Cujo's way underrated movie. That movie is fucking It's like it's almost like TCM original where you're sitting there. It's not like overly scary, but it's just like you're just grinding your teeth. It's just a very like shit. Like, damn, this is way intense. They're all sweating it out in the car and shit, and you're just like, dude, what is like? This is a ride, man. Like,
it's a solid film for like. I like when a film can like, it's something simple.
It can survive on just that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's something simple. It doesn't need effects. It's just a solid story. The budget was more than what, $20,000, if that.
Oh, dude, yeah, 100%. And like Dee Wallace, like, come on, she is fucking just killing it back in the day, and she's fucking total babe too, man. Like. Yeah. I just watched the Monster Squad for the first time in forever. Dude, Monster Squad is like to me, it's above the Goonies. I'm serious. I liked it more than the
Oh,
I know
for
Goonies.
sure.
Goonies is so classic, but dude, like Monster Squad was so much fun. They're all like cussing and shit. I'm like, yeah, dude, like this is. And then the whole like Universal Monster aspect was cool as shit, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. But man, she was in a lot of movies, man. A lot.
Yeah, D, and that's what I liked about Cujo. It's kind of like her. It was like a solo film for her, really. Like there wasn't really a male lead in it. It was just her and the kid and Cujo, and that was it. And a lot, and like you said, the car scene when she's in the car, like that was anxiety.
The little kid is just like pale as shit, and you're just like, dude, are they gonna get out of this?
They gonna fucking make it right now, bro.
Yeah. But it's crazy because like, you know, like okay, so like me as just like a dude that's like, you know, pretty good sized dude or what, you know, a dog, you're thinking, oh, like I could fight off a dog. No, a dog that size, dude, total different story, man.
Yeah,
and he's possessed.
Like sometimes I think I can fight a gorilla, but then I actually see what a gorilla looks like, and I'm like, ain't no way I'm about to fight this gorilla. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's an animal for a reason that they really want to kill. Like me, I'm just trying to fight you just to prove that man can beat beast. That beast is trying to eat me. You know what I'm saying?
Same thing with Jaws.
Yeah. Oh, and like Nope, dude. When the chimp in Nope like tears everybody up on the stage,
that's
like,
what I'm
dude,
saying.
A chimp could just fuck everybody up, dude.
That's like, what I loved about that. He was talking about the spectacle, and everybody wants to like make something into maybe what it's not. Like, oh, I can't believe like my snake bit me. What the fuck? It's in his nature. That's what he does. It's a snake.
Yep.
Like, you know, I just don't get it. Like, you know,
I do like those people on Instagram, like the Tarzan dude and like the other people that like show you that
it's different if you're a zoologist though.
Yeah.
Like,
like if you know what you're doing, but that's not your friend, buddy. That's not your pal. This isn't, you know. What is this?
Dude, he was on Ridiculousness one time holding a Komodo dragon. I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, he was on there. I forgot about that. Yeah, no doubt. Nice.
Yo, what's up, Oliver?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's going on, Oliver?
Hope you're having a good night, buddy.
One thing I wanted to show Donnie that Brittany had said, oh, it's up here a ways. Oh no, I lost it.
Oh, they're gonna get at it early. I already know how they do.
I can look through the chat.
I'll find it.
No, right here. I just saw this because I'm big. I follow this guy, Boba Talks, and he talks all DC stuff. Dude, they did just drop, I think, the new Superman. Yeah, I was gonna watch it, but it was like 17 minutes, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta get ready for the stream. But yeah, I guess they dropped it, I guess the new title card today. So
I seen this on something I was like watching the other day. I think I was just reading, you know, something. I was trying to see like if Randy Orton was really hurt from the Elimination Chamber, and it like was like a article next to it about, you know, it was that though. But I do have I mean, I want you guys to go like what the origin of the horror thing is, but because the Cujo thing got brought up, have you guys ever read like a novelization of a horror or what became, you know, a horror film and like compared the two? Like, you guys done that?
No, that's
that's for intellectuals, dude. I don't.
That's like Jazzy and Brittany kind of thing. Like,
no,
the guys don't do that.
Yeah, I wish I read more, dude. But like I've heard from like from some friends and like even coworkers, like some of the ladies I work with, like they love to fucking read, man. And
yeah,
they'll talk about how like the Exorcist book is like way different and how scary it was. Yeah. And like, you know, I've heard that it was like way, you know, more intense than like
it's 1,000 pages though. Like,
yeah, it's like a freaking I remember that thing. We got it from the library and we had it for a while. It was just a brick, man. Yeah.
But the reason I brought that up though is because one of my favorite movies, I guess it's considered a horror movie, is Misery. And something about watching that movie drove me crazy. I was like, I need to read the book. Like, I have to compare this. Like, just like most times the book is better. Goblet of Fire, but we won't go there.
But I still liked it. Sorry, Donnie.
No, I'm not saying the movie's bad. I'm just saying compared to the book. But
I thought Goblet of Fire was a piece of shit. I thought it was terrible. Just because I haven't read the book. But I've heard that in the book it's like 1,000 times better. So, and then I look at the behind the scenes to the Goblet of Fire. So I'm like, what could have been, but I guess it was decent.
Yeah, if I ever see Mike Newell in the streets, it's on site, bro.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you see what I'm saying?
like-
Like, give us what we want, man. Like,
no, in the like, you guys know the iconic what's it called? It's hobbling, I think. When she broke.
Oh yeah, I think that's actually what it's called. I think so. Yeah,
I think it's called hobbling. Like they used to do that. She was talking about how they used to do it to like people in the diamond mines, so they couldn't like leave, or if they stole diamonds, that's what they would do. They would do that to them so they couldn't. They could just work, but then they couldn't leave and all that stuff. But in the book, that actually doesn't happen. That doesn't happen at all. And I don't know if they just thought it was too graphic, and that's why they changed it to that. But like, she cut his whole fucking foot off. Like,
dude.
She cut his thumb off on his right hand and cut his left foot completely off and then like cauterized it like right there while he was laying on the bed.
Dude, that's Saw before Saw, dude. Damn.
Oh God.
And actually, real quick, if you ever seen it from Rennie Harlan, Mindhunters. It's got LL Cool J. It's got Val Kilmer in it. It's got a few.
This sounds familiar as shit.
And I'm gonna say this much: if you really pay attention to a lot of the traps that's in that movie, mind you, this came out around the same time the original Saw did.
Look at this shit.
But Rennie had this already made. It was supposed to go to theaters, and then they had a hiccup, and then it went straight to DVD. So it was basically already made before Saw was made. So
wow, dude, I didn't know anything about
this. What
film.
year does it say, Anthony?
2004. Yeah.
Okay, that's the year the Saw came out, I think.
Banger of a movie. Check it out. Banger.
The LL Cool J's acting skills aren't bangers, but I definitely check it. No, y'all know that scene at the end where like finally, like, he had like rewritten the book the way that Annie wanted it, and then he set it on fire, and they get into the fight and stuff. At the end his legs were still messed up, and he like tripped her and she fell and hit her head on the typewriter, and it knocked her out, but he ended up picking it up and like hitting her, and that's what killed her. In the book, she had he had thought that he had knocked her out in the bedroom there when she had fell and hit the typewriter. He crawled into like the living room area, and then he didn't hear anything, so he went back to check. He crawled back into the check, and the bedroom window was open, and she was gone. And then she had made it all the way to the barn, and she was coming back with like I want to say she was coming back with a chainsaw.
Damn.
Or that's what she went to go get. And then these other cops had came because the one sheriff that she kills, obviously he never came back. So then other cops got called. They kicked the door in, found him laying there, and then they went out. He was like, I don't know where she is. And they went and checked the barn, and she was laying there. She started hemorrhaging blood there, and so she had like passed out right there when she like grabbed the chainsaw. She had, was hemorrhaging blood, lost blood, and all that stuff. So then she had died right there. But then that's how he gets out, and you know what I mean. The movie is completely. They have the fight. He hits her with the typewriter, and it kills her in the movie. You know what I mean? So it, like stuff like that is what I'm saying.
Nice.
In Cujo, I know there's a lot of things like that in that as well.
Dude, yeah, Misery is an excellent movie, man. Like Kathy Bates, like, dude, I would almost say her performance is. I almost like kind of compared it to like Nicholson as Jack Torrance in The Shining, dude. Like that's some god tier stuff. But dude, Kathy Bates is way good, man. Like way good.
I keep it honest with you, and I love me some brutal movies. I love brutality a little bit. I can't watch that breaking ankle scene.
Yeah, dude, that part is way intense.
The practical effects that they used for that is really mind blowing because it really looks like his shit just bends.
Yeah, and like you see his legs after and everything. It looks so real, dude. Like it's the makeup and shit is just
And the fact that she did both, but they only showed the one. You know what I mean? They only show the one like foot turning, because your mind force perspective makes you think you saw the other one. You know what I mean?
Oh, nice. Yeah. So she did win an Oscar. Yeah, totally valid, man. Like that's what I'm talking about. If did Jodie Foster win something from Silence of the Lambs, or was that
she did?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think they all won something like that year, like probably Anthony Hopkins and shit too. But yeah.
She was in I forget, Jazzy and Joanna know, but she was in a season of American Horror Story. I think it was Roanoke. And she did amazing in that whole season. She played like a psychotic backwood cult thing, and like you could definitely see Misery vibes in her performance. It was done really well.
Wait, what year was Silence of the Lambs?
I think
91.
it's 91. So Misery came out the
Misery
year
came out in
before.
90.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But I want to say he wrote the book in 89 or 88.
Nice.
Somewhere around
Oh, she
there.
was in Coven too. Yeah, she killed in Coven. Yeah, she's just a great yeah, she's in a few things. That's how good she is. Like they brought her American Horror Story with her in it. She's really good.
I think her best film was probably Waterboy, honestly. She was excellent in that too, dude. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. Like there's Kathy Bates. I mean, she's
and she
a lifetime kind of actress.
And she helped my man Jack in Titanic too.
Would she say, "That's nonsense. I created electricity."
Devil, yeah. Can y'all be quiet? Mama's trying to sleep.
Mama's trying to sleep.
No, Curtis Sanders, you're wrong. Mama's right.
Dude, oh man, Sandler's such a beast, dude.
Hell yes.
Waterboy 2? Question mark?
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean? They want to remake everything and they want to reboot everything. Why not?
Oh, nice.
I mean, since you brought up the remake, I'm kind of surprised that, especially with her performance in Night Country, Jodie Foster hasn't been approached about A Silence of the Lambs.
Dude, I still have two episodes left, or I don't know. Did it finish up, or is there still one more?
I think there's still one more. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, nice. So this weekend I'll finish that up. But dude, I've been liking it so far. I was expecting dude, you know what's a good movie is Stallone's I See You. I know it's not a very like him kind of movie. It's like, dude, it almost has like urban legend kind of vibes. It's like this guy that's killing people, but they're out in like Alaska or some shit, or there's somewhere like a winter setting. But literally I thought it was gonna be like an Alaskan slasher, and then it's got all these like The Thing vibes and shit, and I'm like, dude, this is crazy. Like I wasn't expecting that, but dude, I've been liking it so far, man. And she's good, man. Like she's good in that fucking show, dude.
Yeah, one thing I will say, because I'm a big fan of the True Detective series. I thought season 2 was okay, but they took it to the city, and we've seen so many like shows or movies like that that's always based in the city. I think a show like that is meant to be in the backwoods, in the country, in the middle of fucking nowhere, because it just captures the ambiance that they are trying to do. You know what they're trying to do.
Something about nowhere to run.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Makes it even creepier. Yeah,
yes. Like that first season with McConaughey and Harrelson.
I've heard nothing but good things, dude. Yeah,
bro. If you haven't watched it, Anthony, check it out. It's in my opinion, it's amazing. It has everything. It kind of reminds me a little bit of an elevated Twin Peaks, just without so much, I want to say, without a little bit less supernaturalness to it.
Nice.
But, you know, the location, the feel, how there's, you know, multiple things going on and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely check it out. They both knock it out the park.
My wife has watched, she watched Twin Peaks and she loved it. She binged that like super fast.
Twin Peaks is fire.
Is that the one with the Skarsgård?
It had it has Ray Weiss in it.
Oh, that's who it is.
Cheryl Lee, Kyle McCackland, or however you say his last name, or whatever. They have a lot of good names in there. Piper Laurie, the mom from Carrie.
Oh,
yeah, they got a lot of names in there. It's a banger. Twin Peaks, especially season 1. Season 2, it's good, but you can see that David Lynch was kind of like they started switching like creators in between episodes. It wasn't fully David Lynch. The first season, though, classic in my opinion. It was great.
Banger.
And they kill me with that when they start changing the writers, and you can start to see the difference. You can start to see it going down or dissipating, or when the writers change and then they start adding like more filler, like it's an hour episode, so there's a bunch of other shit that's not even like relative to the story at that point, you know.
Right. Like
I can't stand that. That's the problem I have with streaming. Like, I mean, binge watching on full like series, because I don't know like obviously haven't never seen it before, which episodes are the filler episodes? You know what I mean?
Right.
Or how much of this is just useless stuff that just to fill out the the time.
Yeah.
Dude, Oliver brings up a good one right here. I remember I went over to hang out with the chick one night, and she put this shit on, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this movie is insanely intense. And like, dude, Woody Harrelson, I can't think of the chick's name. Damn. She's in
Kim Basinger?
Is that her name from
Or was it Vera Savino?
Yeah.
Kim
I can
Basinger
see
is
her
the chick
face.
from
She was
Batman.
young in From Dusk to Dawn.
But Kim Basinger played in a film that sounds like that. It may be a different film, but she played in an action film or something that was like that. I think it might be Vera Savino.
It's Juliette Lewis.
Juliette Lewis. There we go. Okay.
Yeah. That movie's way intense, man. Like, that movie is like, it's almost gritty. It's almost kind of like a fucking like a Rob Zombie film before Rob Zombie. It's pretty intense.
Nice.
That's the
Damn,
interesting thing too.
Jazzy's all fucking give me, a movie with Jennifer Love Hewitt and Alexandra Daddario, dude. Daddario, she's not bad, man. She's like been in some good films, but I mean, I'd probably much rather Jennifer Love Hewitt. But
I mean, let's talk about it real quick. I mean, first off, we are here on Child of Corn, and we just had Child of Corn do a review on, I Know What You Did Last Summer too. So I want to get everyone's thoughts on the table. Should they bring her back in some aspect?
Dude, it just better be done right, man. Like, I don't like. Okay, so I don't know who. Okay, my bad. I don't know who like the writer or the director lady is. I think she did like some. I think she did some Marvel stuff. I think I could be wrong.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, I think she did some Marvel stuff. I mean, dude, if they could do what Eli Roth did and like go back and get that kind of style and that flavor of like slasher film, from back in the day, dude, there was just like that certain like filter or something that they had on those films that just they had that dark just like feel to them and shit.
Yeah,
and
they just pulled the color out without making it black and white.
It still had a vibrancy even though it was dark. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And the crazy thing is, in Thanksgiving, there was many I Know What You Did Last Summer vibes
all over the place. I was literally freaking
the parade. As soon as we got to that part, I was just like, oh.
It felt like the parade. Yeah. Like,
I was just like,
yeah, man.
Like inside, I was like, I felt like a little kid again because I was like, oh man, I've seen this before. Like this, dude. And I'm telling you right now, the actress that was the final girl in that, Nell, her
Nell
Verloc. Yeah, dude, she's awesome, man. Like, the second time around watching that, I was like, man, she killed this, man. Like, dude, I can't wait to see what other like things she like gets into, man. Hopefully some more horror stuff, but I mean, obviously she'll probably be in the second film, obviously, but very interested to see what they're gonna do for that second film, like what the storyline is gonna be and shit. It'll be interesting.
I want to go back and rewatch it. I was actually going to do like a spoiler review on it like later tonight and stuff, but I actually kind of want to go rewatch it because I kind of want to see if my theory originally that I had kind of still holds true. I want to see if I feel the same way about it, as if there could be another killer, like a second killer that wasn't revealed.
Yeah, it's the boyfriend, dude. That's who it's. They're teamed up, dude. I'm telling you, 100%, dude. Yeah, 100%. They're teamed up. Like, I feel like when that motherfucker came into the diner and was like, "Yo, I got Steeler and Patriots tickets," I'm like, well, the Steelers are going to win that game, but
I knew you put that in there.
No, but when he comes in and then all of a sudden, then she sees, the dude out there, Dempsey, that's, Carver out there in the Carver mask or whatever. And I'm just like, dude, they're definitely like in this together.
In on this shit together, yeah.
Please tell me all you guys have seen this movie so far, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's it streaming on? Because I need to go back and watch it.
It's on Netflix. I think it might be one of the top films right now.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, word. Okay.
So when he walks in and he's like, "Oh, I made this myself," or whatever, the lady, I turned to Brooke and I was like, "He's the killer." I was like, I know it's him, because in the trailer they were showing how Carver was like, doing all the dressings and all like the shit and I was like, oh dude, it's him, man, like 100%. But dude, I didn't care. Like, I was like, it still had me, dude. They did such a good job on the red herrings throughout that film. I was just like, man, maybe it is somebody else. Like,
I just went into that movie knowing it was going to be Patrick. Like,
dude,
I guess
he did such a good
Scream
job,
3,
man. Yeah,
because of Scream 3, I'm just like, they're going to pull the trigger. He's going to be the one.
So that doesn't bother you guys, like when you call it like at the beginning, and
it's part of the fun. It's part of the fun.
I feel like this.
No, I'm saying you still feel like
it can be a bother if it's not a good movie. If you know it and it turns out not to.
Dude. Amen. Like, I can dig that. Yeah.
If it turns out to be a good movie and like Anthony said, they did a great job with the red herrings. If they still keep you guessing, even though you kind of guessed who it was at the beginning, if they still created that reasonable doubt, cool.
Yeah, like even though Patrick Dempsey was just a man in a mask. No, I'm wrecking on Halloween ends. No, even though he was just a man in a mask, I still dug it. Like,
I thought that was a Scooby-Doo reference because you said red herring. Like, I remember like the dude on the pup named Scooby-Doo. When they were like really little kids, and red herring, like Freddie would always be like, "Oh, it's red herring," and he like they would always be like, "Freddie, like he wasn't even in this episode," or like whatever.
Dude, man, those were some classic days of not going to school and turned on Cartoon Network and that shit would be on, man. Some classic stuff, dude. I'm telling you, man,
Cartoon
straight
Network
up, that's why I love slasher films so much, is because of Scooby-Doo, dude. I'm telling you, it straight up is. Like, it just,
me and Helvington was just talking about that.
Yeah, like it's
just the other day.
Dude, I used to watch so much Scooby-Doo, and like all of them, like the ones with Scrappy-Doo and like all of them. Like when I was a little kid, like, that was my go-to, man.
So what we were talking about, this is funny because I can't remember. Helvington, was Anthony on that stream that we were talking when we did the Scream thing, and we were talking about like should there be different color masks, or how influential was the
no. That was the morning stream. He came on the night stream.
Okay,
because you were there for both.
Okay, so when we were talking about the there's the episode. You guys remember the episode of Scooby-Doo? Where are you? I'm talking about the from 1969. There was the one episode. I think it's called a Night of Fright is No Delight. And that's the one where there was the two green ghosts with like the rattling chain.
Ooh, good one. Yeah. I
think
I do remember this.
It was like the green, but I was watching it the other day because Scooby-Doo were always my all-time favorite cartoon. Like, and I could sit and watch those episodes, just because I just think back to being a kid and like getting home from school and watching it, you know what I mean? And asking my dad, could I stay up to watch it again later that night? And one thing I noticed though was like the way the face was made of those green ghosts, it looks just like the Scream mask. It's black and it's got like the orange like highlights for the mouth and the eyes and stuff. But I took a picture of that or video, whatever, and I sent it to Helvington, and he was saying how he remembered that episode and stuff. We started talking about how pretty much all of our first introduction to horror as children was Scooby-Doo, because it was supposed to be for kids, but it had this horror element too. The Black Knight episode fucked me up for years. Like, you know what I mean? Full Moon, no sir. Like, and but we were just talking about, like, was there influence from that as well on the Scream mask and how it looks? Because I'm saying the way those the two green ghosts look, I mean, it's not verbatim, obviously, but for it to be that far ahead of time, 1969 to 96, the influence is there.
Absolutely killed it, dude. Even in the 80s, they were even killing it with like the whole like little Daphne series where it was just like Shaggy and Daphne and Scooby and shit. Good stuff, man.
Oh, the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo.
Yep.
That had Vincent Price in it.
Yep. They had like some cameos on that. That was good shit.
And then y'all remember the new Scooby-Doo movies where like every week they were meeting like a celebrity? They met like the Addams Family. They met Batman and Robin. They met the Three Stooges. They met the Harlem Globetrotters. Like, oh, that's on Tubi right now.
Goated Tubi, no doubt. Okay, we'll go back to all right, Helvington. Let's have you answer Donnie's question. What was your first introduction to horror? I think this is a good question.
Okay, but real quick, I got to get back on that legacy just real quick. So,
okay, my bad.
I had a supporter comment back on the video that you did actually when you had brought up.
They said it sucked.
No. They actually commented back on when you said in the video.
They tagged Jennifer Love Hewitt.
All right, okay. They had commented back and said, okay, with it being called Legacy, would it not be a good idea to bring Jennifer Love Hewitt back as like a mother and have her have like a daughter and have that be the legacy? And you're basically paying, you know how they say you pay for your father's sins? What if you pay for your mother's sins? And that's what do you guys think about that, having her come back and play like a mother role? You don't like that?
100% I like that. Yeah. I mean, because then if you don't have Freddie Prinze Jr. in it, maybe they had this daughter or son, I guess preferably daughter or something, and then maybe he might not like that. I don't know. Dude, he is a cool ass dude, like in real life. Like I follow his stuff, like he's big into horror films, but like I guess, if he doesn't want to do the project, I mean, I understand. I mean, I get it, but so maybe that's a way
that that, or do you think they just haven't approached him with it?
Well, hopefully they do, and they give him a little bit of some money, and stuff like that. I feel like if they're going to bring back anybody, obviously they should bring back the two. Hopefully, I mean, yeah, dude, a daughter would be a cool thing. I mean, even people are talking about it with like Scream 7, and stuff. If they bring back Nev, that they have like some daughters. Like I've heard Killjoy Jake talk about it, like have some kids and kind of bring that aspect into like, well, that's why she kind of like has to fight off Ghostface again or something, because he, involves the family or her,
and there's a lot of young actresses out here that could play, Jennifer Love Hewitt, a lot of, well unknown actresses, like not, and I see Jazzy's comment with Jenna Ortega, and I'm not talking like Jenna Ortega, I'm talking about like one of these, young actresses, maybe somebody from, the Thanksgiving film, or the girl from the Fear Street. There's a lot of girls from Fear Street, Stranger Things.
Dude, what about the chick from the new Frankenstein film? She was in Freaky.
Oh yeah.
Dude, she's a good actress, man. She is awesome. I can't think of her name, but we just went and saw Lisa Frankenstein, and like, yeah, the movie wasn't quite the best. I mean, it was kind of just for like teenagers and shit, but it was entertaining. She was good. Like, she's a good actress, man.
Yeah. And I think it'll play on that. That's why I think if you look into the title of I Know What You Did Last Summer, the Legacy sequel or prequel, whatever they want to call it, whatever they're doing with it, I think there's something with that legacy. It's not. I don't think it's going to be a prequel. I think it's a continuation.
No, they've already confirmed that it's going to be a sequel after I Still Know What You Did Last Summer.
So it's like with the legacy aspect, with that title, I think you can do a lot with that. Bring her back as a mother, and then have her dealing. Maybe there was a secret love child. I don't know. They can bring it.
First off, what fucking sucks so much about that fucking franchise, and it's such a travesty, dude, is that
I'll always know what you did last time.
Yeah, but it's the fact that that's such a good title. I'll always know, such a good title. Like that's such a, like that could have been the last one, like this newest sequel. Like that would have been such a good title. And they just fucking
they gave us some trash in a gold trash bag.
Jesus, dude, it was so bad, man. It actually wasn't bad until the reveal. I was like, okay, well, who the fuck is it? Like, who's gonna be the fucking killer? And then it's like fucking Jeepers Creepers from the grave, dude. And you're like, what the fuck is happening right now? Like, what just happened?
Wait, so in this sequel, I need them to explain how Brandy fell through the greenhouse joint and she didn't have nothing broken. But he said that he said you did like the review or whatever of it. Did you go in on what the hell was up with that fat white Jamaican kid? Did you go in on
that? Dude, I like Jack Black in that movie. I thought,
hell yeah.
See,
I like it. It's interesting. Like, but just the scary movie shit always makes me laugh. Like,
man, I want to kill that motherfucker. Yeah, or whatever.
It makes me laugh every time you say it.
Every time, yeah. Dude, I thought that movie did such a good job of being entertaining, having a little bit of comedy, but yet still being dark, had such a cool fucking setting for the time. Because, like, if you think about it, I really only know, like, Club Dread, which the dudes from Broken Lizard, dude, those motherfuckers killed that film. Like, that's, like, my favorite horror comedy, dude. Like, Club Dread is hilarious, dude.
I actually like I Still Know better.
Over Tucker and Dale.
Tucker and Dale. Oh, Tucker and Dale is good. Oh, dude, I could think of like what is
That's
another?
goated, man. That's
It is really good. Shaun of the Dead's really good when it comes to horror comedies. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. I mean, technically, they almost claim that like Lost Boys is like a horror comedy, but Fright Night's good. Fright Night's real good. But
Helvinson, were you talking to me or were you talking to him? Because what I meant was I still know what you did. I like it better than the first one. Is what I meant.
Yeah, he was talking about the horror comedy, but yeah, dude. No. Dude, okay, so it is kind of how it is. Me wearing the fucking Child's Play 2 fucking sweater. Dude, I Know What You Did Last Summer is exactly like Child's Play. That has like that original mystique to it, the original idea, concept, but Child's Play 2 is just a little more entertaining than the first one, but there's still all that mystique that the first film had, you know what I mean? And for me, I kind of, I don't know. It's just I like the original idea of the film. I like Kevin Williamson, dude, I think the film, it's just a beautiful film. I swear to God, I Know What You Did Last Summer might be like the best looking film on 4K Blu-ray. Like every time I watch it, I'm just like, God, this looks so fucking good, man. It just
that intro with that guitar,
dude. Can we just, dude? It has to be one of the best. And then the shoreline, the fucking wave crashing, and you, dude, so awesome, man. Dude, it just, man, so fucking 90s, and I just eat that shit up, dude. It's so fucking good. And dude,
Oh, go ahead.
I love that about those like films during that time, and even some of like the remakes during the 2000s, where they would take old school songs like that and do like a cover on them and use them in the film. Awesome, dude. I love that concept. Cool.
Which shit. I think to that point is kind of cool, like how Jordan Peele was like remixing the songs or just like using them for the moments, and you know what I'm saying. Like even the whole like in Get Out, just the whole stay woke thing of like Red, but like that song ain't even. It's not really necessarily about that, but just him isolating the song and using that part of the hook. You know what I mean, for foreshadowing like what would become in the plot of Get Out, or the Loonies, the I Got 5 on it thing, like what I mean. Everybody took that one crazy,
so
like
fucking good in Us, man. Yeah, when that shit hits,
and it's so interesting to me because I never thought of it as like creepy. You know what I mean? Like just the beat just sounded cool because there's.
Amen, Donnie. Now every time you hear that, you're just like, ooh,
like
ooh, dude, like no doubt.
If you go. Right. There's a song called Rumors by Timex Social Club. That's the original song. The Loonies went to their producer and was like remake this beat for us. And so that's how they ended up with, like the updated version, because the original Rumors song came out like in the 80s. So then you got the, I Got 5 on it, came out, 95, something like that. And then the way they edited it down, even when the Loonies were talking about it after the trailer came out for us, they were like, we never thought of it as being creepy. But then when he slowed it down, it became real eerie and fucking creepy. They were like, it's real different how it when you hear it, especially if you've seen that movie, like you don't just think like, oh, it's classic hip hop, like you think of that movie now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude, I think of them standing in the front of the driveway or whatever, just like standing there, and you're just like, then the kids like crawl off to the left or whatever, and you're just oh shit, dude. Yeah.
There's a family in your driveway.
What's his new movie gonna be called?
I think it's called The Goat.
You're right, dude. I feel like I've asked you that like 50 times. Nice. I wonder what is there any idea of like what it's gonna be about, or just still?
I can't.
Wait a minute. I feel like I've heard this.
Yeah, I feel like Monkey Paw had said something about it. I'm not entirely sure when it's like slated to be made though.
Yeah, Jazzy, Ghost Ship does have a good intro. That is a really good intro. My man Conrad, dude, he fucking loves that movie, man. That is a good movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Ghost Ship.
Yeah, I can't. Let me look it up real quick.
It was made in 2016.
What?
Goat. From what I'm seeing, it says horror drama. An hour and 36 minutes.
No, I think it's called Monkey Paw, ain't it?
No, that's the one he's producing. That looks like a good movie. That movie's coming out.
I thought it was called The Goat. And you see, but at least at the time, that's what the working title was around the time Nope had came out. They might have changed it, or you know what I mean. It might be under a different name by now.
This is from the December. It says Jordan Peele's next movie pulled from 2024 release calendar. Maybe he's backing off for a second. I don't know. Regardless, whatever he does, it's gonna be fucking solid, dude.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, like, because I thoroughly enjoyed Nope, as you guys know, and I really fucking liked Candyman. Like,
So is it your favorite of his filmography?
What?
Nope.
Yes.
Nice. Some ladies I work with, they were actually just talking about Get Out this morning, and one of them said that they hadn't seen it, and I'm just like, dude, that movie's fucking killer classic.
Like what we were just talking about. Like I remember. Okay, so you guys know, doesn't the movie open with I can't remember what's my man's name? Lakeith Stanfield. I cannot remember what his name is in the movie though. You know, he took the picture of him, his nose started bleeding, and he was telling him to get out, and he started rushing it. But I cannot remember what his name was at the beginning. But all the little foreshadowing, him walking around, and then he's like, "You got me out here in this ghetto ass suburb," which was like the foreshadowing of how his vocal pattern is going to change later on. Though, you know, it was a foreshadowing of that. But then Jeremy comes out, puts him in the rear naked choke, and he had like the medieval like helmet on, and Run Rabbit Run was playing, all that stuff, right? I remember when it got to that scene where they're at the dinner table and he was talking about telling Chris like, "Oh, you could like be a beast in jujitsu," or whatever he was telling him.
Yep.
I turned to my mom, my grandma right then, and I was like, Jeremy is the dude who choked out the dude at the beginning. And they're like, "You think so?" And sure enough, when Chris leaves and he steals the car, the helmet's in the car, and that same fucking song is playing.
True.
You know what I mean? And it, but I that's what I meant though. Like you call it at the beginning, you know, does it, you know, make you once it reveals, you're like, yes, I knew that already. You know what I mean?
Right. I will say this about Get Out. The part that I honestly did not know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, I know exactly what part you're talking about, dude. Yeah.
He's with the cards, and he's just like,
that wasn't the part I was like, yeah, but I know
when he's selling him, when he's trying to sell him, basically, and they're doing the basically.
When he's doing the auction and shit.
Yeah. I saw that and I'm watching it. I'm just like, what? And I had to look real close at who was on the picture, and I saw him, and I'm like, oh shit,
and
this is where he go. Okay.
Dude, when he walks up the stairs and they all just like pause and look upstairs and shit.
And isn't it ironic that like the blind guy is the one who won the auction? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
You know, because I'm saying that to say that it's not like he was saying prices. He was just doing gestures.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So for him to have been the guy who won, and then like right before that happens, he's talking to Chris.
Talking to him. Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like it, and then he, you know, when he was like, it showed you how sinister it really was at the end when he was like, why black people? And he was like, I could give a shit what color you are, man. Like, you know, you know what I'm saying? It's like, because it seemed, you know, because remember earlier there's the one guy, he's like, black is just in fashion. It's like, well, nigga, we never went out of style. But I mean, it's like, but I mean, you know, I just remember seeing that. What?
This would be a good idea. Horror comedy with Key and Peele. That'd be goated. They'd do a fucking fantastic job with that shit.
Real quick, I looked up that movie, The Goat, that you was talking about. I knew I saw this a couple weeks ago. It's with Marlon Wayans, Julia Fox, Tariq Withers right now. I guess they're still filling out the cast. But yeah, there is a horror movie coming out called The Goat. And it says it follows a promising athlete who is invited to train with the star of a team who is about to retire. And then it's like, that's it. But I've seen more on the plot. I forget what site they were talking about this movie on, but it does sound interesting. Marlon Wayans is something.
It had something to do with like basically, you know, this guy is playing like well beyond his years of whatever this is in there, and this guy is kind of like, you know, shadowing him, if you will, like Aaron Rodgers did with Brett Favre, you know. But it's like, but we all know, you know, at some point LeBron James is gonna stop playing basketball. You know what I mean? But well, obviously, what he's doing and has done is fucking incredible. But at some point, it's gonna stop. So I think this was the whole counterpoint of that was like, well, what is it that's allowing this dude to literally like bend time and keep doing this? You know what I mean? Like, is it something more sinister at work? You know, because I think for this to be successful, Anthony, to tell you the truth, man, I think it's gonna need to be more of something that's gonna make you think or whatever. Because when it was just straightforward, just straight laced, like people were too stupid to get it with the whole nope thing. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like
I think people were trying to think way too hard or like way too into the film. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's like okay, so we make it simplified for you, and then you don't get it, and then something all complex, like yeah, I noticed this, and this, and it's like what you know, like. But Helvington, Marcus, what do you guys think? Can't believe I didn't say it. It's nice to meet you, by the way. Like we just been talking like we've been friends for 50 years. Hey, what did you guys think about the whole like the alternate endings and stuff? I remember when I had told Anthony about it, he was like, he didn't know about the alternate endings of Get Out and all that stuff. I was like, what did you guys like think about the one that we do have, and then the other one that Jordan Peele was gonna do, but he just decided not to film it like later on. Like what do you guys think about it?
I don't know about the one that Jordan was gonna do that he didn't do. The one that we did get, from what I can remember it, I don't know. I just kind of felt like the ending we got was a little bit better, but I have to go back and revisit it to really hone in and answer that question, because it's been a while since I've seen that scene.
But I know what you mean though. Like it felt like just
the
way
like if you would have ended the movie on that note, it would have been like okay.
I think that's what he said. That's why he changed it. Like because like it was like it took the air out of the whole theater. You know what I mean? It's like Chris went from choking. What's her? I can't remember. Rose. Like, what was her name?
Yeah,
I can't remember what her name was. He went from choking her to like when he saw the real cops get out the car to like the pressure went right on his neck. You know what I mean? Like Helmut, what do you think? Like you know that what we're talking about?
Is that what happened? Instead of it being his buddy, it was real cops?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And he got taken to jail and stuff. And Rod's like visiting him, and he's telling him like man, I'm gonna get you
dude.
Like I'm gonna get you a lawyer. Like I'm gonna get you out. We're gonna fight this and all this and that. And you know he's like, well, Rod, you know everybody in that house is dead. You know what I mean? And they know that I did it. You know, there's nothing you could do to like help me. And Jordan Peele felt like that was like uber depressing, considering Chris kind of won.
Like I told you never to go in that house.
Yeah. Like, what do you think, Elvin, about that particular?
I think with Jordan Peele being who he is and just a student of the game, he's a lot like John Carpenter with what he did with the movie They Live. It was John Carpenter taking a stab at the Republicans and society and
capitalism,
all of that. He was basically it was a big middle finger to the world, and with him having the reputation of Halloween, people noticed him, right? And they didn't like it. A lot of people did not like They Live. From what John Carpenter said, that he got threats and stuff delivered to his mail to his house because of the movie. So with Jordan Peele, doing what he did with Get Out, and that was his big stamp on the horror community. That was his go-to. The scene, the movie, and I'm not trying to get political. I'm not trying to do any of that. But to get a movie made as a black man in Hollywood and be the head producer and the head director, that is really fucking hard to do.
Talk about it.
And with what Jordan Peele delivered, the story he even had to pitch to Hollywood should have got shut down immediately. So it's almost like Jordan Peele centering himself just a little bit, because with the ending with the cops, I mean, that with the era that we were in with the George Floyd and all that good stuff, or bad stuff, if you will, Jordan Peele just he knows
it's like, social commentary.
Yeah, he knows how to push the button just enough to like, yo, this movie is about racism and this movie's about classism. But then if he would have thrown that scene in there, it would have went right over the white audience's head. The white people would have just dismissed the movie from the get go.
And the black people immediately would have been like, "Fuck!" Like because we know, like you know what I mean. History is not on our side
and that's the same. That's the same thing with all of his movies. That's why I love Jordan Peele as a director, because he is literally a black John Carpenter. He is a social activist. He is a push the button. He loves to really get people talking. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen his Twilight Zone series on ABC, but it was really good in my opinion, and some of the stories in it was really good. So I mean, Jordan Peele, I really do think him, Steven Spielberg, let's see who else, John Carpenter, Wes Craven, you know, they're all aliens. I really do believe these people are aliens.
Real quick, I want to get you guys' thoughts on Jordan Peele. This was actually talked about, I want to say a year or two ago. So I'm sure he's like just working on it because he's got other stuff to do. But People Under the Stairs remake.
Oh, yes. Yeah, true.
That's another one. You know,
is he just going to produce that, or is he trying to? I can't.
From what I heard, he's going to be directing.
Oh, he needs to direct it. And that's the thing. Jordan Peele is at that point in his career. Like he's almost at that James Wan point. I mean, when you come out with just banger after banger after banger on your first run,
enough to touch something classic.
Yeah, you get like that. That's what was crazy about his career was like, you know, we all know him from Key and Peele and Comedy Central, right? We love him from that, and he was a legend in that aspect. But when you first come in with a movie like Get Out, and then you come in with another, your sophomore film is Nope, and then your trilogy is Nope, and Us, and then Nope. I mean, dude, you just dropped 3 bangers in like 10 years. Like, so he got awarded that producer status to where now he doesn't have to be behind the camera so much.
Less than 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was he was what James Wan was for the horror franchise when James Wan revitalized it with Saw and you know, films like The Conjuring and Insidious and all that. Like Jordan Peele, when Get Out came, it was psychological horror on a realm that we had never seen it before. We've never seen a social activist horror movie, you know, playing on, you know, tropes that we've all learned for generations, you know, that and something that Jordan Peele created. I mean, it was ridiculous. And then with Us, and then Nope is my favorite because again, this is what I love about Jordan Peele. He plays with the audience. He learns from Wes Craven and John Carpenter. What you expect me to do, I'm not going to do it at all because you think I'm going to do that because I've done it these past 2 or 3 times.
You think I'm going to do Signs, but I ain't doing Signs. Even though that would he would have done it, but like,
like,
totally get what you're saying. Yeah,
it's sleight of hand, you know, like while you're watching the right hand, and then the left hand is doing something else.
And then because they wanted him to do they were typecasting Jordan Peele, like regardless if he liked it or not, he was becoming that social horror movie. Whether it be, you know, with Us or with you know, Get Out,
even Candyman,
right? And so with Nope, it was his take on, okay, you cannot box me in. I'm a student of the game. I'm gonna fuck you up with this one. And then I remember watching Nope. It was just a wild of a ride. It kept me guessing the whole fucking time. I remember looking at Jazzy. I was like, "What the hell is going on? I don't know what's going on, but I fucking love it,
dude." And the fact that people like, because it didn't go the way they thought in their head, they immediately started shit. Oh, this is the worst one he's done yet, and this is terrible. And
best one.
Like, and that I'm so tired of, like, I was so sick of hearing that corny ass, oh, Nope, it's a nope for me. Fuck you. Like, I mean, it's just like,
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Donnie. I'm still not gonna like Ends, dude. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're right here. No, no. What I wanted to say, because of course, like with the Candyman thing. Before I say that, I wanted to go back real quick and tell you guys the other thing that he had said. I want to say it's like in the commentary on the Blu-ray of Get Out is where he was saying this. The other ending he had was that Chris basically got. He was looking outside of a store for like a hat, you know, like a bowler's hat or a derby or whatever, obviously to cover up the scar, right? Mm-hmm. And he was looking for a hat and stuff. And Rod walks up to him on the street and it's like, Chris, where have you been? Like, man, I've been looking for you forever. Like, you're not answering the phone. And they were like, what's going on? I've been looking for you for months, like whatever. And then he just like slowly turns to him and it says like, I do not know who you're talking about.
Oh,
You know,
crazy.
and then
I thought you were gonna say
black
his
screen.
buddy was into it with him or something.
Like,
Nice.
and like just boom, black screen. And like he said that was another ending he had thought
Dude,
about
all of
doing.
those would have been killer, man.
Bro,
Dude,
I'm not gonna lie. If he would have pulled that shit,
yeah, that would have been.
I would have been okay with it because I wouldn't have expected it. I wouldn't saw that coming.
Whoa,
Not at all.
dude, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
Wow.
What ended up happening to the chick? Did she die? Like, I can't remember. I know
she died on the street. She had the gunshot wound. Remember,
so she's just gonna bleed out. Yeah.
The grandfather. Remember, like after Chris, he had crashed the car into the tree.
Yeah.
And he got out and he was like limping and stuff. And then the grandfather was chasing him. And remember when he was like, I think trying to choke Chris, and Chris hit him with the flash.
Yep, you're right.
And then
he's like, get out of here. Yeah, okay.
And he was like, give me the gun. Or no, he went to Rose and asked Rose to give him the gun, and then he turned back to her and shot her.
Nice.
And then remember Chris, he shot himself, and then Chris was like choking her, and then that's when he saw the berry lights, and then that's when he stopped, and then Rod got out of the
honestly
car,
I think we all thought it was like the real cops. Like I was like,
yeah,
oh wow, like he survived like this whole thing, and now they're never gonna believe him about his story, like and like what happened and shit. But
that would have been a nod to what Night of the Living Dead at the end of that, where
true,
the black guy saved the day, but then once he came out,
they killed him.
They shot him.
That would have been a great nod.
And I think he said he did have that as the ending, but then when they were just doing like test screenings and stuff, he said that the audience is just, it just when real cops got out, he said there was just a collective like in every theater, and particularly he said he was going to like showing it in like Chicago, Detroit, Brooklyn, Atlanta, like getting black people's reaction, like, no, don't go in there. Like, boy, I told you about them white women, like, like all that kind of stuff. And
dude,
then,
that was hilarious. He's like, I told you not to go into that house. No, but dude, like honestly, Donnie, you're kind of right though, because the first time I watched Night of the Living Dead, I'm like, oh, dude, they survived. Like all these guys are here now. Like and then they shot him, and I'm just like, dude, that's really how it's gonna end. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like you just weren't expecting it at all.
And to your other point, Elvington, I don't know if you guys seen like the little behind the scenes from the Candyman thing. I think it was Nia DaCosta who was talking about it. Because she obviously she directed it and Peele just like executive producer.
I think she got like female director of the year or something for that film or something.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There's a whole like segment on there with just some of the actors from the movie and other people in the black community that have been trying. They have like different places for mental health for there's one for teenagers, one for black men, like one for black women, like just different things. And they were all there having like this roundtable discussion about like mental trauma and that kind of stuff. And like it's considered weak to cry as a man, but then when like you're black, you ain't supposed to complain. It's just you just get stop being a bitch. Like it's that's really just what you like are met with. You're supposed to just eat that whatever it is and just keep it pushing. And they were just talking about how it obviously takes its toll mentally. Some people don't have the capacity to just pack that shit up and keep it going. And so they were having this roundtable discussion, and I think Nia DaCosta had said we're talking about the stuff of this, societal issues and the racism and all that. Because you remember the guy like had he had the hook for the hand and he was giving candy to the kids, and when he came out of the wall, the cops just shot him. There was no inquiry about why he was doing it, why was he living like that, like none of that. How did he get his hand, why was his hand missing? None of that. They just shot him. And I remember her saying like, we're holding up a mirror to these issues, and she was like, no pun intended because of the whole Candyman mirror thing, but she's like holding up a mirror to like these issues, but it has to be a funhouse mirror because people can't stand to see their own reflection when they're in the wrong. But a funhouse mirror, as you guys know, like it deviates what you see. You know what I'm saying? And like how
Kind of like
you know
in
what I mean?
well, no, that wasn't. He didn't. There wasn't a in Us. It was just regular. It was just like a bunch of mirrors everywhere, right? In the funhouse
Yeah.
that she
Yeah.
went into. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, but you know how that is. You'll be super short. One, you'll be really tall. Like
True.
all that kind of stuff. But she was talking about how they had to do it that way for people to notice the issues that they were talking about. Because had they just came out and said, "This is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. We got to fix this," it would have just like went unheeded as it had been. You know what I mean? For so long. But I just thought that was like just a cool way, like like helping him, like what you said about him, like with the social commentary. It was done tastefully where it wasn't like preachy about it, but it was like, hey, like this is like what's happening. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you guys choose to acknowledge it or not, that's one thing. But this is what's happening out there in the streets. You know what I mean? Like, and just it was just cool, for him to do that. But I think that, of course, ties back to the thing with Nope and like spectacle. Everybody wants to be part of something. You know what I mean? It's like I just told you guys. Like when we went to the Royal Rumble, it's like just for us to say we were there. You know what I mean?
Are you not entertained?
Basically, like you know what I mean. Like Anthony fighting a lion, like that.
Dude,
That's
okay.
exactly what I'm waiting on.
Okay, so good, like little spinoff here because me just quoting that film, and then you guys talking about people under the stairs, and then Jazzy had this right here where she's like, Bill Skarsgård, new Crow.
Oh yeah.
Dude, okay, so like, okay, I just gotta ask like real quick, like, what are your guys' thoughts? We'll just go around. Whoever wants to start.
I mean, I get it. A lot of people are upset because it doesn't look like Brandon Lee's Crow.
Yep.
But this is the whole point. It's supposed to be a new Crow.
Yeah.
And Bill Skarsgård is a fucking great actor. I don't see what the big fuss is about it. Like let this new creator create his version of the Crow he wants to see. If you want to watch the old Crow, go back and watch it. There's nothing wrong with that. But to totally crap on the fact that Bill's doing this role and his appearance and stuff, you can't. If you're doing a reboot, you can't copy everything from the original. You just can't. Or remake anything. That's, in my opinion, why Halloween 2007, even though I know some like it, in so many ways, from a storyline aspect, it failed because it was literally the same story as Halloween 78.
Scout's better Lori though. No, I'm just playing.
Oh wow!
I'm actually not playing. I do like her more than Jamie. Like I think there's just a little bit more to her in that film compared to Jamie in the original. Like Jamie's just too like, all right, cut it out, guys. What's going on over there?
No, I can agree with that. Scout's story had more personality.
True, very true. Yep.
Anthony is he likes him tall.
No, I do. I love the original movie. I appreciate it so much, but I appreciate the time that we grew up in and like our version of the story. Like, I thought Zombie killed him in the first one.
We can't just. This man wished Taylor. He wished her happy birthday. Like,
goddamn right. And guess what? She put me on her story and shit, and I was like, damn, man. Like, all right, much appreciation, much love. Nice.
Like he was smiling that whole day, bro. Like every like
I was like, wait, we're going to meet her today or what? No.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. That's how I'm gonna be when I go meet Danielle in Texas in a couple.
Oh, dude, she is such a nice lady, man, or woman, or just I guess I don't
like getting starstruck, man. It's like it's one of those. You sit up there, you talk all this shit, man, ain't gonna happen to me.
But the crazy thing is that like what I've realized, like getting into the reviews and like going and seeing like meeting these people and stuff is like, man, they're just like us, man. It's just cool.
Yes,
man. Yeah,
like
it's just like, and that's not to take anything away
millions of dollars than we got. That's it.
Like not to take anything away from them. But like, I mean, highly talented. It's not easy. Not not everybody can be an actor. Like it's a hard fucking profession to master. But like, dude, yeah, I mean, they're just regular people, man, which is dope.
That's how, like, they had tried to put it like I told you guys before. They had tried to put that in my mom and I's head that like, oh yeah, like these dudes are rock stars. They're gonna be super like stuck up and mean and all that stuff, man. Gene Simmons was nice as shit, bro. And then when we met Kiss, they was nice. Like they couldn't have been nicer. And then when we went back when the final tour had started, which of course got delayed because of COVID and all this stuff, but when it first had began in 2019, my mom and I were sitting there, front row, Kansas City, like it was a different venue, but Kansas City, which we had seen them there like a couple years before, and Gene Simmons recognized me and my mom from the stage, and he was throwing guitar picks to us and stuff because he remembered like that interaction, I guess, that we had previously and stuff. Like, but and I'm saying everybody's oh, he's gonna be so mean and just so so much. And he came right over, like signing autographs and like he hugged me and like like it took a picture with me and my mom and all. He was like dancing with her like in the aisle and all that. And it wasn't like it had like a bunch of security around him and all that. You know what I mean? Like he just and he signed my mom's stuff and was like like took the picture with me. I mean, just cool, right? And it's so strange how they try to that's the one thing. It's like we may not be able to like understand what it is to be a millionaire, billionaire, whatever the fuck, but the human experience does not change.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like that's still there. You know what I mean? The roots of the tree is still there. You know what I mean? What it has sprouted into may look different from me to you, but the roots, therein are the same. As far as
I was just Helvington. Have you met anybody that was kind of like not who you thought they were going to be, or any? I mean, you don't have to like downgrade them or anything, but like, was there anybody that was just like having a bad day?
No, I've heard stories, of course, but no, I haven't had a bad experience with a celebrity. Most of the bad experience was on my end. The most embarrassing experience I've had is I met Heather Langenkamp, or me and my wife met Heather, and I thought she was tatted up, right? But
they were fake.
They were fake. So I went up to her and was like, "Yo, I like your tattoos," and she was so sweet about it. She didn't embarrass me. She was like, "Oh, thank you." But then my wife walked me back to the line and was like, "Yeah, those were sleeves." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Oh,
but no, yeah, the celebs, man. I mean, no, they're just like you said, Anthony and Donnie. They're just they have their own quirks. Like I know, Anthony, you met David Arquette. The reason he loves Tennessee and he loves being a clown. He likes dressing up as
I've seen, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, Bozo the Clown. You would think like, yo, David Arquette, he's like a huge actor with a huge acting family. No, he's out in Nashville, Tennessee, Franklin, Tennessee, just dressed up as a clown, doing crazy.
Yeah, you guys are right, because that's how I felt when I met Jamie Kennedy a couple years ago at Horrorhound.
Oh, dude, he seems
I gotta
cool,
meet him.
Man.
I want to meet him so bad.
Yeah,
bro, cool as a motherfucker. I went back there as a photo op or whatnot and stuff. You had to be quick or whatever and stuff, but it actually took a little bit longer or whatever. But I came in and I was just like, OGB rad or whatever. He's like, yo, what's up? Hey, he's like, what's up, baby? What's good? Let's go take this picture or whatever and stuff. Like, yo, it was cool as fuck. I was like, yo, let's go.
That's the thing, like when they're personable, because obviously we all know that there are celebrities that feel like they are on a higher pedestal than you because of fame and all that stuff. And I know like Tommy Thayer, like I think maybe like for him, he felt like, well, he's been in Kiss for 20 years, but he ain't one of the original members. So I think he feels like he gets some disrespect from some of the fans. Like, yo, you ain't one of the original guys. But he like signed the autograph and he went to the lady next to me and I went to take a picture, and he stopped and he was like, when he could have just been like, hey, we're gonna take pictures later, because we took pictures with them like without the makeup on, and then we got to take the big picture with them like fully decked out and everything. And he could have just been, like, no, we're gonna take the picture later. Like, no, don't take no pictures of me now, or you know what I mean? And my mom, my grandmother living in St. Louis all that time, Vincent Price was like a gourmet like chef, right? And he used to like have these like food, I don't even know like what it's called. I don't like I don't want to say like exhibition, but he would just be like cooking like just the gourmet food and stuff, and it was open to the public to come and like just check out the food and stuff. And I remember my grandma saying that Vincent Price, who was huge at this point, just come back to St. Louis, his hometown, and just set up somewhere, and then he just start cooking like chili or whatever, and let the people come in, sign autographs, take pictures with him. That's like dope. like just whatever. When he could have been on some, oh, I'm never going back to St. Louis, and you know what I mean. He could have been like that, and he just came back and just was cool about it.
Yeah, bro, that's how it was in 2022's Horror Hound. Me and my friend Sierra, I was gonna go try to get Nev. She was gonna get Matthew. Nev had to catch a flight, so then I hopped in Matthew's line. We waited 3.5 hours, and mind you, the convention, it was Sunday and it closed at 5.
Shit.
Him and Skeet both stayed until their line was done until they left.
Let's go, dude.
Yep.
Nice.
That's the one thing I don't like about Horror Hound is that they close way too early. Like most horror conventions, they'll close at like 7, 8 on a Sunday. But like Horror Hound, they're like 5 p.m. every year.
That's how it is in Texas as well.
In Texas Frightmare, but the bigger, that's what I figured. The bigger, like Texas Frightmare is like literally, it's like the biggest, right? Next to like
I heard actually Scarefest is the biggest.
Really, Texas Frightmare has had some bangers, like
but I guess I'm talking about like in terms of like the venue and the size.
Oh
How many guests you can actually allow in there or whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I know Frightmare. I mean, them, and there's one in LA. I forget. I think it's like man, I forget. I think it's like I forget what it is in LA, but they have one in LA. But those two are huge. But Horror Hound is getting really big. They're getting huge. Like every year, I've gone for the past 2 years or 3 years, and every year I go, they just keep getting bigger and bigger, and the venue's not getting any bigger. They keep using the same venue, and the times is getting terrible. Like 5 p.m. on a Sunday is ridiculous. Like that's robbery. Why would I buy that? Why would I buy? Why would I buy a full weekend ticket if you're jipping me on 6 hours? I can bust out 2 autographs in 6 hours.
Dude, everybody's got to go get drunk on the last night, dude. Seriously, like that's straight up like what we did. Yeah, like but I think Scarefest was like 7 o'clock though.
That's the good thing about Texas is the hotel is right across from the convention.
True.
All the celebrities go there to drink, and you can hang out with them, and they're cool.
Hey, Anthony, you got to drink with somebody? Who did you get to drink with?
Bonnie Aarons, the nun.
That's cool. Oh shit. Anthony, did you drink with somebody?
Me and Destination Station, because I went last year for Texas Frightmare, and she literally, now mind you, I didn't know that there was things going on Thursday, which I was kind of mad once I found out because John Carpenter was holding a Halloween 78 watching at the theater across the street. So I missed that. But it was Saturday night. Destin the night before on Friday had drank and talked with her before. Well, here we were at the bar on Saturday night, and she strolls right over and she looks at Destin. She's like, "You remember me from last night, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, of course," or whatever. She's like, "You fellas mind if I hang out here with you at this table?" We were like, "What? Come on, let's go." Fucking had a beer and everything. Like we was all just busting it up, talking, chilling. Hell yeah, man.
Dude. Cool. I was with Killjoy Jake and Eric from Bearded Entertainment. Okay, so this is what happened. We hung out with Mike and Jay the night before, which was fucking killer. Like till
that was the thing you went to with Shape, right?
Yeah, Shape was there too. Yep,
because he was mad about that. Like, because
they were there, and then like we showed up and we're like, oh shit, they must be already gone or whatever, and they were just out back, and so we finally caught them out back. Dude, that was so much fucking fun. Like that bar, Marika's, is fucking just dope as shit. But then like the next night, we were just gonna go get a bite to eat, and then Jake hit me up and was like, "Yo, come back to the Hilton across from Rupp," and we did, and it was fucking Nick Castle and James Hugh Courtney and the kid that played Michael, the young Michael that walked out in the mask in the original. So Castle took pictures with us afterwards, talked with us for a little bit. I can't believe I didn't get James Hugh Courtney's autograph, but like we sat in on a Doug Bradley. It was like a killer cast or something. It was Doug Bradley, James Hugh Courtney, Nick Castle, David Howard Thornton. Dude, it was so fucking cool listening to like how they started their careers and shit and all that stuff.
Aren't you glad those guys are so personable? Like they're not those celebrities that are like, oh, 100%. I haven't signed anything since the 80s. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's I remember when y'all remember when y'all know the Roots are like the house band on the Tonight Show or whatever. Prince was playing on there one night and he asked Captain Kirk, could he use his guitar? his 1961 Crestwood. They don't even make that style of guitar anymore. And he was like, I want to say no, but it's Prince, so I let him use it. And like he's tearing the thing up, man, and feedback and all this shit. And Prince would always take his guitar and throw it, and there would be a dude there to catch it. He took this motherfucker's guitar off, threw it in the air, and it came straight down. Nobody caught it, and it broke the headstock like completely off. And like it's feeding back and screeching, and like the Roots are like trying to like play out like the end of the show, and Kirk is just over there like playing the guitar, like what the fuck. So then when he went like backstage, was trying to figure it out, Prince was like, oh yeah, like I'll pay for it, like, or like have it like sent to me, whatever it was, I'll pay for all of it and all that stuff. And then he asked Prince to sign it after it got fixed, and he's like, oh, I haven't signed anything since the 80s. Like, what the fuck, motherfucker, you broke it though. Like it's like that's the least you can do.
That's
like,
crazy.
That's raw, man. I ain't gonna lie. That's a little shocking to hear from the symbol.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, a little bit.
Hell yeah. Now, real quick, Anthony, I wanted to ask you this. Did you see who's on the lineup for Monster Mania in a couple weeks?
I where's that one at? I'm sorry.
In Jersey.
Is it out east? Okay, yeah. I feel like that's the one. Is it Nightwatch? Didn't he go?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he went to that one last year and stuff, if I remember right. No, what's the lineup looking like?
John Franklin, Courtney Gaines, Children of the Corn cast is going to be there.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I wish I could make it. I really wanted to, but it just wasn't in the budget. If I could, I would. I hope I do get to meet them at some point. I really want to meet Courtney Gaines and do the Outlander impersonation for him and shit, because that is my shit. Outlander, we have your woman.
Dude, I like the spoof that South Park did. He's like, Outlander, Cartman. Yeah, oh my god, it's fucking hilarious. Dude, you know who I would like to meet is Rebecca Gayheart. She's like from Kentucky, so if she went to Scare Fest, that'd be dope. But I'm not trying to talk down or anything, but I think she's lives out in LA and all that stuff. But I mean, like, that'd be pretty dope. Yeah, I mean,
I'm supposed to come back for the Urban Legend reboot.
Dude, man, I don't know
what Divine, but it got canceled. The director,
who's the kid I follow on Instagram? Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Dude, that kid's always posting good shit, man. Like that. Yeah,
man. Me and him back in the day when I first started, because we both came up together, man. It's crazy to see where his page is at now. He just took off, man.
Yeah, dude, he's always posting good shit. Like I'm always like commenting and shit, but like, yeah, I saw that reboot or something got delayed or it's done or like I don't know.
It's canned. Colin Millihan, who was supposed to be the director behind it, he stepped down. He said, there was issues with the studio and stuff like that, and it just
that leads me to, because I have a question. What were you about to say, Anthony?
So yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Going again, like bouncing off the question I had earlier about the Bill Skarsgård and the Crow. Like, do you guys think that they should just like leave these films alone though?
Well,
like,
that's what I was about to bring up.
I'm not trying to like wreck on Skarsgård. I think he's awesome. That new one that he's in, Boy Kill World. Dude, it looks fucking awesome. It looks like an action fucking dope ass movie. Like, okay, so then like again, like I was saying, People Under the Stairs, like, are these like goated movies that like maybe shouldn't be touched, or like, Christine and like, Lost Boys, like
that's one I agree.
Dude, just like don't touch these films.
I have a question too, that like it could like double end like what you're saying is like, I mean, first let me just say about the Crow thing, because this kind of ties in. I feel like that's part of the reason why you can't make it look like Brandon Lee, because like,
amen. Yeah,
if you do and then it ain't up to your standards, then what's everybody gonna do? They're just gonna shit on it and they should have never did this, and it's disrespectful to Brandon Lee's legacy and Sting, like you know what I mean? Like everybody just come in talking like all kind of you know what I mean? So then you just if I do my own thing, then motherfucker, you can't come criticizing or trying to juxtapose it to this. But like going like what you were saying, Anthony, that's exactly what I was gonna ask. Is do you guys think they're doing all these reboots and remakes of these things because when you do come up with your own thing, it's getting shot down and like you're getting laughed out of the room because nobody wants to go with original ideas? Or do you think it's the fact that nobody is original, like nobody's thinking that far to make original stuff? Like, you know what I mean? Like once upon a time, movies were coming out all the time with like premises that we hadn't seen before. You know, this is why Saw was so popular and shit like that. But I mean, now it doesn't seem like there's a whole bunch of, you know, like we got Jordan Peele, and then it's like, but you know, we can't expect him to give us a movie every year. We're gonna have to see a drop in quality if he starts making movie every year just to like satisfy the fact that people like, oh, we want original films. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think it's I think it's a combination of a lot of things. Like, okay, so like I was saying earlier on that review of I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, like I feel like Eli Roth and some of these directors realize that the core audience that are going to these movies is like our generation and like what we grew up watching. That's the kind of shit that we like to see or whatever. So maybe the original, so maybe that's why they're going back to kind of redo some of these films that we grew up watching. But I think it's like a generational thing too, where it's like, if we see something new and it's like not quite our flavor, then we're just going to fucking wreck on it, even though it might not. Ends is still a bad movie. I'm sorry, it still sucked. Anyways, but but you know what I mean? Like it's like a balance of like a lot of things, to be honest. But like the Candyman prequel or requel or whatever, like they did a really good job with that film, having, you know, elements from the original and all that stuff, but bringing a new vibe and flavor to it too. So it's like it's really just about how they do it and stuff. Like it really, like, okay, if The Crow is like a kick-ass film, then yeah, I mean, I think people will be able to recognize that. But if not, they'll just be like, now you did this remake and it wasn't a very good film. Like, I don't know much about the director. Do you know any other things that he's done, or Marcus? Or
no.
See, like I just
heard of him.
I don't know. It just depends. Like Fede Alvarez. Well, I guess he produced that. Like the new Texas Chainsaw. I know a lot of people didn't like it. To me, I thought it was okay. I thought it was like,
it was okay.
Yeah, it was for a TCM film, it was decent. Like, you know, like if like, okay, then Fede did the Evil Dead remake, which to me is like one of the best remakes. Like I thought he fucking kicked the shit out of it. Like just, so it really just depends on the director and all that kind of shit. If it's not like so much, okay, are they going to go for a money grab? They're like, oh, you know, we realize that The Crow is like a huge title, and if we just do a remake, like people will go see it and we'll, you know, make some money off of it. I don't really. It's a combo of a lot of shit.
Right.
but
I
think
it's
there's a lack of origin. So that's what I'm saying. So you think it's a lack of originality? Like that's what I was like.
And again, that's part of the balance too. Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. You have the originality part, and then of course you have the studios wanting to see what they want to see or wanting to dumb something down to where it's like, okay, well, this idea was a really great idea, and now you reduce it just to an okay idea and stuff. And I know Blumhouse gets a lot of shit. You know what I mean? Sometimes for maybe
they fucking suck, dude. No, I'm just joking.
But I know a lot of fans don't fuck with them or whatnot. But if there's one thing you can say about Blumhouse is they let their creators make the movies they want to create. They stay in the back, do you make the movie you want to make, but you just got to get it done fast. Even Christopher Landon had said that Blumhouse, they are super like cool with you doing your style of movie that you want. They will not interfere, but you got to do it in the time frame they want you to do it. That's just about it.
Dude, we all know Jamie Lee Curtis row ends, dude. We all know it was her.
Yes, bro, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, she did. Like, and I tell people this all the time. You know, I'm not really against the concept of where they were trying to go with that movie, with the whole changing shape and bringing in Corey and stuff like that. But there's a way you execute it. And you can't show me one instance Michael is walking perfectly fine. He drags Corey into the damn tunnel. But then the next time we see him, this motherfucker is limping and can barely walk and can barely move. Like, make up your mind. Do you want him to be strong? Do you want him to be a weak 60-plus-year-old man? I that's where the confusion really took its toll for me with that movie. It's like you don't know what the hell you want to do with your iconic horror character. Like, how did we get to this point?
Me and Hamilton was talking about that one time about like Me and Helverton was talking about how sometimes, like, you got everybody wanting to put their, their opinion in and all that stuff. I remember Helverton, we was talking about, like, you can have too many cooks in the kitchen and you can fuck up the gumbo because everybody wants to put their thing. Everybody thinks they got the perfect recipe. So now, like, everybody's throwing their own thing into the mix, and then we end up with a pot of, like, what the hell is this? Like, because everybody got to get their own. Everybody thinks they have the secret. Everybody thinks, like, it's like, oh, you know what you got to do to lose weight? You got to chew sugarless gum, like, because I got fat from chewing Bazooka Joe. Like, what?
Oh man,
so Joe, I have a different take on this, right? So I think we live, and I think it's special in the horror community. It doesn't really in the action, drama, superheroes. They have movies that commercially flop, right? I mean, you can look at the Marvel movies and see what they had been. Madam Web, that's a great example, right?
Look at them.
But we're in the time where you find yourself watching a movie, or let's take this Crow movie, right? We don't even know what the plot is. I mean, we know somewhat of what a plot. We don't know any of the other actors besides the 2 screenshots that we got. And we're already talking about it. It's the biggest thing in the horror community right now, right? So we live in a society where, regardless, that's what the studio wants. That's why they keep doing these remakes, because on one end, just like Child of Corn said, we're going to get that audience that grew up with it to come to the theater. Then on the other end, you're going to get the audience that's never seen it. But then there's these people in the middle who are going to go see it just to either one, shit on the movie, right? Because that's the time we live in. Everyone wants to shit on something, regardless of if they've seen it or not. And that only entails, it's like, okay, let's say King Donnie, he doesn't like the movie, right? Let's say he just shits on it. So he tells me, hey, dude, I can't believe they did this scene in this movie. I've seen it like 5 times. Check this scene out. So then he doesn't like the movie, but yet he's watched it 5 times just so he can be on the internet to shit on the movie. So it's never going to stop. The remakes are going to keep coming because controversy sells, regardless if it's a high Rotten Tomatoes score or a low Rotten Tomatoes score. Look at the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey, right? That's a great example. It's not I don't care what anyone says. It's not a good movie to be commercially pushed as a good horror movie to watch. I mean, we have so many content creators talking about this. In my opinion, it's an awful horror movie that is playing the horror community. Does it have horror elements to it? Yes, it does. But just because you have some people get killed and you're slashing doesn't make it a genuine horror movie. It shows that you're doing something. But I think, but on the other end, now back on this Bill Skarsgård, The Crow, I think it's almost reminds me of Jared Leto when he came out and did the Joker, right? Before he even got on screen, before you heard him talk, we got these still shots of Jared Leto as the Joker. And it was almost like, yeah, but this guy Heath Ledger, though, like that guy was that was the man, like that was the Joker. And then you have this guy come up to
I thought that was Jack Nicholson.
Whatever your taste is, but so I think it's the same thing, right?
Dude, perfect comparison, dude.
And it's like, me personally, did I like Jared Leto's Joker? I enjoyed it. I thought that it was a different take on the Joker. Now, if you were going, and again, it was that thing. Then you had people who didn't even watch the movie, who just seen the way he looked and seen the tattoos and the chain and like, oh, that's not my Joker. That's not my Joker. That's literally what's happening right now with The Crow. No one's talked about The Crow for the past 20 years since it came out. But now that he looks different from what they like, they're automatically going to hate on it, regardless if they watch it or not.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, I totally hear what you're saying. I think the Suicide Squad is absolutely terrible. Both of them. No, I'm just joking, Donnie. I'm just joking, Donnie. I like both of them like a lot. Yeah.
Why'd you say Donnie? I don't. Wait.
I thought you were super fan. I thought you were super fan of Suicide Squad.
Definitely not the second one, but
yeah. I actually definitely much prefer the first one. Is that
the
David
first
Ayer?
One's good.
David Ayer, or maybe David Ayer did both of them. I can't remember.
I think he might. I think he did both.
I think he did do both of them.
But
Never mind,
but helping to that point, let me ask this real quick. Like, do you think part of that has anything to do with? You remember that one time we were talking about how like these video game studios are just giving us like
Yes, I already know what you're about to say.
half-made video games.
Yeah,
That same thing is happening with these movies where they're leaving so much on the cutting room floor that we are not getting the full vision of the studio or director, whatever.
yeah.
Because y'all remember Jared Leto said in an interview, he was like, dude, we filmed enough stuff of me as the Joker to make a movie of just the Joker.
Yeah.
Like we filmed that much stuff, and you see him in the movie, even in the extended cut, he's in the movie like a total of 8 minutes. Like total. Like
it's because of the backlash. It's because of backlash. I mean, when and that's why, you know, I'm huge on content creators really speaking the truth and not just doing stuff for clicks, because that's part of the problem. If you don't really, you know, we live in a climate where it's so easy to agree with the person that just said something, right? But to have your own different opinion and stand on your own ground and be like, hey, Jared Leto is actually a really good actor when it comes to, you know, music crossover or, you know, whatever celebrity crossover to music. And you know what? His Joker actually, if you look at him, and like, it was a good Joker, right? So where are we hating here? Are we hating because the way he looks, and it's not, or are we hating because the last guy hated on him? You know what I'm saying?
Right. And sometimes people won't put their opinion out there until they hear somebody else share the same opinion.
Yes, they're scared. You don't be scared.
Because it makes them feel, but it makes them feel like they're right. It's like, oh, well, now there's a few people saying, oh, this was bullshit. So now if I say, oh yeah, we must be right, yeah, for sure. Dude, exactly. Like, I nothing against Heath Ledger, dude. I was crazy about that version of the Joker, only because at the time The Dark Knight came out, I hadn't seen the '89 Batman yet. And I hadn't watched the TV show that much. Just seen it a couple
times.
Jack was
a good one. Jack was a good one.
Yeah, I know. Like this town needs an enema. Like I love that version of the Joker. But I'm saying, when I saw the Jared Leto joint, you guys might remember when I was at my old house. You guys might remember I had the Suicide Squad poster on the door of that had been hanging on the door since 2016. You know, we moved out in 2023. Like it had been hanging up there that long, and I had like shirts. I had like, you know, there was so much stuff left. Like you guys know this when the helicopter gets shot down, that the Joker was on, like when he came to save Harley and stuff. So there's like a whole scene later on where they're getting ready to have the fight with the Enchantress and all that stuff, and Joker shows back up to get Harley because, you know, Harley thinks he's dead because the helicopter crashed. Right, so he shows back up and his face is all like charred and stuff, but he's okay. And he's like Harley.
What's up, Dom?
What's up, Dom?
What up, Dom?
He's like, Harley, like, come on, you know. And she's like, no, I want to stay with my friends. And you know, and Joker is like, you know, you heard what I said, like, come on. And then that's when Deadshot and like Captain Boomerang and like Rick Flag like step up and they're like, hey, you heard what she said. She said she wanted to stay with her friends. And then that's when, you guys might remember, it was a real quick clip of Joker. He had like a smoke grenade and he threw it down. And he was like, all you heard him say was bye-bye, and he just like disappeared. And it cut to the next one. It was like the very, very first trailer that came out, which would have explained why at the end of the movie, when Joker came to break her out of Belle Rev, she shouldn't have been surprised, because from that scene when he came to try to get her, she would have known he was still alive. You know what I mean? But the way the movie is cut in the final version, she thinks he died in a helicopter crash. So then there's this surprise when she sees him at the end. But just seeing him as more like a gangster, almost like a mobster. That scene where he's laying on the floor with all the knives around him, and there's like the guns, and there's like the baby clothes, and there's like bombs and computers and all kind of, and he just like lays down in the center of it. Like I just thought that shit was mad cool. Like
him in the club, bro, with the all gold chains and the big fur coat, like with the purple Lamborghini, like I don't understand, you know, the hate that Jared Leto gets. He's an amazing actor. Shout out to, what was it? Was it Urban Legends? Was he in Urban Legends?
Yeah, that was
dude,
the
that's
first movie I saw.
That's his best film, dude.
Switchback. Switchback with Danny. Switchback with Danny Glover.
Yeah.
And
So,
remember he had that.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. No, I was gonna say he had that dope ass tattoo on his hand.
And then how many people went and got that?
Like,
how many people went and got that tattoo
right?
because of
Like,
him? So it's like you can hate on that. So it goes to the question, and I have to ask, I love horror. I really do. I mean, that's my bread and butter. But when it's the same thing with video games, like when you are just trying to hit that release date. Like I said this when Scream came out. I'm saying it now with Saw 10 and Saw 11 being released within literally the same year. They're releasing a full-fledged Saw film within the same year. Yep. Make that make sense for me. Same thing goes with Thanksgiving. Like I get that you want to roll on the hype train, and and again, maybe I sound like an old man on my soapbox, but when you have everybody feeding for more, oh my God, I want Thanksgiving too. Well, can we just let Thanksgiving settle in? Like,
let it simmer, let it breathe for a minute.
Because looking back in the day,
I want another film. I
need go back and watch Scream 3, man. Let's go back and watch
the good thing about Thanksgiving too is that what's up, Kirsten? The good thing about Thanksgiving too is that Eli said that him and the writer are taking a year off and then they're going to do the script. Yeah, so there's going to be a year gap to where they're going to figure things out. They're not rushing anything. And in terms of Saw, I think the only reason why they are releasing another movie within this basically releasing 3 days before Saw X released last year.
Yeah. So 3 days. 365. Yeah.
So basically, it's like 362 days after Saw X. Yeah. The reason why I believe they're doing that
is because they already have it done.
It's because they already had They already had the story for 11 finished. Yeah. Especially if Saw X was successful, and it was. But I genuinely believe that this is going to be Tobin's last film.
Oh, it has to be, dude.
Yeah,
that's what they said with 3D.
Well, this is the difference. This is the difference, though. My man's 82 now.
Yeah. Oh, and
you know what I mean?
I feel that, but my man is still out here.
Shit, James Earl Jones just retired from being Vader. Like, I mean,
like Tobin's still going to horror cons.
I know you're part of the Rebel Alliance.
You are straight up. Take her away.
I just feel like Saul is trying to capitalize on having Tobin while they can. Yeah. Because I genuinely believe after Saw 11, we possibly, and I heard there's rumors going around, and they're just rumors, but that Saw 12 is already being discussed and is possibly already being worked on as a Gordon versus Hoffman type film.
And I respect
and finishing the entire story from part 7. That's what I'm hearing.
I respect all that, and I'm probably you guys as fans of horror, like I've met some crazy diehard.
Oh, I bet, dude. Yeah.
Some people who are dive into deep speculation and this and that and the third. But as a consumer, right, it's almost it's almost sickening to see this, because I get it. These franchises are near and dear, but me as a horror fan, I remember the dark times of the mid 2000s and how we didn't have.
Whoa, dude, mid 2000s.
I'm talking about as far. No. Originals were great. It was the remakes and the
exactly. House of Wax. This is a total banger.
That was like the only one. I'm talking not remakes. Sequels. Sorry. Not remakes. I'm sorry. Sequels. Sequels.
Oh,
as far as I'll always know what you did last summer. I'm looking at you, Anthony. Okay. I'm talking about Urban Legend 2, whatever. Like all those. Just
American Psycho 2.
You know what I'm saying? And so I just don't want to find ourselves getting to that. That's why I respected the Hellraiser remake, right? Because Hellraiser had been in it had some really bad and some really good sequels, right? But it took some time off to figure out who it wanted to be on its standalone. And then they dropped this film, right? Which was on Hulu, the Hellraiser remake. And to me, it was a great film, right? And there were rumors of them doing a possible sequel, but guess what? It's been 2 years, 3 years since the release of the first film. now they can really start working on a sequel or whatever they want to do that.
Right.
Same thing goes with The Strangers. I like the way, The Strangers have came back after a hiatus. You really need to
out tomorrow.
Yeah, and you need to take time off from a series to realize, okay,
I agree.
where do we want to go here? Because if you just try to feed these, these internet people just so they can make a video about it or just so they can talk about it,
then
you're going
to end up with a bad product.
You get Scream 6. You get Scream 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, you kind of get Scream 6. Marcus, I don't know you like. I mean, dude, I love all the Screams. It's my favorite franchise, but I do. Yeah. I will agree, man. I think Scream 6 maybe might have got a little
rushed. It was rushed
a little bit. Maybe
it wasn't just definitely rushed. You got to think they had, even though they said a lot of the original script with Sidney Prescott, and it was basically a lot of what we got in Scream 6. I'm not 100% buying that. I think we would have gotten a different direction. They had to switch off of that, you know what I mean, and create the story that they created. And I've talked about it plenty of times. And it's just, I feel like it may be more, and I could be wrong, and I'm not trying to throw shade at these guys, but I think in my opinion, it's more James Vanderbilt that might be the problem than it is Guy Busick. And I from watching interviews and stuff like that, I just don't know if James, he's a fan of the franchise, but just because you are a fan of the franchise doesn't mean you know how to write a story that can tie in well with the franchise. It's a difficult task. Guy, on the other hand, I think he has some good ideas. I feel like he's kind of not being able to fully show what he can do from a writing standpoint for Scream because he's co-writing it with James. But you can definitely see the errors in Scream 6. Scream 5, you saw them. But Scream 6, you really saw the errors in the writing. The whole Detective Bailey, he's Richie's dad. Well, how is he in the NYPD with a fucking fake name? How does that work out?
And it goes to the casting too,
that's why they rushed it, because they knew they had Jenna Ortega and Melissa Barrera for like only a short amount of time. So they're like, before they get into other,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you have to take that time off, because if you don't, you'll find yourself in that situation where we're scrambling to make it happen.
Dude,
that's what they're going through now. You heard the rumors that apparently the new script for 7 is already done. Well, it's like, well, fuck, we just got this Jenna and fucking Melissa news, in October, November? That's a really quick turnaround. And it's all because Spyglass is pushing for it to be released by next year.
That's exactly what it is. You can, the writers, and this is why I'm always on the team of the writers. They have a specific time period to come up with something that has been in the work for 25 plus years. That cannot be fucking easy whatsoever.
Hell no.
Especially if you've been working on different other stuff and you've had the study. So I don't blame the writers. I truly do. And this is why the fans have so much power. I'm telling you, I blame the fans and I blame the production company, Spyglass. The fans are not allowing the film to settle, if you will.
I agree with that.
The film has to simmer. But if the fans are screaming more, the production company is going to be like, okay, give me your money. Take this.
Yeah.
And then we live in the era where, even though, and here's the thing, and I know each one of you guys on the screen can attest to this, because of the magnitude Scream and Halloween is, right? Mm-hmm. And it was so popular to give it praise because so many people were giving it praise that you can't help but blame yourself for the end product. You guys said, oh, David Gordon Green is giving us the new story. This is amazing. And guess what? You gave him so much leeway with your precious franchise that he ended it with Halloween Ends. The fans did that. At any point, y'all could have got up and said, oh, wait, can we get me personally, Halloween Kills? I would have stood up and said, yo, what are we doing here? Like, where's the story going? Because you guys are, not focusing on what I want to focus on. And then Halloween Ends comes, and then the fans are still saying, yeah, it's a great movie. Okay, whatever. Same thing goes with Scream. Who the hell's
saying that?
That people saying that. So
I personally always felt like Halloween, David Gordon Green's trilogy, it shouldn't have been a trilogy. It should have been a two-parter.
Thank you.
Or
And
one
the
part.
final
One
showdown.
part.
The final showdown should have been at the fucking Myers house where it all began. That's where it should have happened.
Yeah. Well,
It really irked my soul more than seeing fucking Corey Cunningham slam Michael like a fucking wrestler. It really irked my soul seeing that newspaper clipping. Oh, the Myers house is bulldozed. Why? You could have done so much with that. But that house has so much lineage with the franchise because that is where this story with Michael and Lori began, with her dropping off the letter in the mailbox in the door and him watching her. They should have capitalized on that, and I don't understand.
But real quick, I have a question, right? If we have the opportunity, right?
Mm-hmm.
It happened with Halloween Ends. If we have the opportunity to say, hey, let's not do Scream 7 right now. Because look what happened with Halloween Ends. Because we're on the same track for that to happen with Scream 7, but yet nobody's saying that. Not one person. I mean,
not now. I need the movie. I need the movie.
You're the problem, man. You're the problem.
I have in live streams and everything on my channel.
Okay,
I've talked to my channel about it. I'm like, listen, guys, I get it. We love Scream. I personally feel like it should benefit to be released in 2026, if anything, at the earliest.
Thank you. Because it just makes sense. It's
a 3-year gap between part 6. So you have ample time to create a great fucking story that we can all be suckered into and consume and hopefully will love.
30th anniversary.
But the 30th anniversary, the promotion behind this movie would be fucking massive. You talk about dollars. You want to make dollars? That's how you do it.
Yeah,
I want to make doll hairs.
Yeah, see, I like that. Anthony. Yeah, let's go. Doll hairs.
That's just the biggest thing with me. I just don't understand. If we have this opportunity to make change in the world, why not make some change? If we've gotten bad movies over and over again, stop saying, "Hey, let's watch it again. Let's give them another chance." Let's wipe the slate clean, and because if you think about it. If it's not ready, it's not ready.
It's definitely not ready, bro.
You got Jen Ortega missing, Melissa Barrera missing. Let's go back to Halloween Ends, right? That whole movie, in my opinion, I will go down and say this, was the biggest scam in horror history.
Yeah, it honestly
it really was. The promotional had absolutely nothing to do with Corey Cunningham. It sold us on the story of Michael Myers and Laurie Strode. And when we got the movie, there was no Michael Myers and there was no Laurie Strode. And it was these other two characters. And yet, to this day, here we are 3 years later, we have people still talking about Halloween Ends.
Helvington, he was in the movie more than the original, man. Like he was.
Okay, hold on a second, because I've heard this about 1,000 times. That was 1978. Okay, I can drive a beater in 1978 and say I'm fixing it up to be something nice. But if I'm doing that now in 2024, I'm not getting no honey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
I totally agree, man. Like ends was sold. I mean, dude, I get it. Like maybe the storyline we shouldn't like. He wanted us to have they wanted to keep us guessing on the storyline, obviously. But it just to me, like even Marcus said earlier, everything that they were going for was like they went one direction, then they go the other direction. It's like make up your fucking mind. Like what is happening right now? Like it was a whole movie of just couldn't make up its mind.
That was the number one thing that stood out to me once I watched it a second time.
Yeah.
I said, well, wait a minute. Because I saw the interviews from David Gordon Green, and he said, oh, well, Michael was portrayed as a weak man. He's old. He's not the same. He's not superhuman or whatever, like everybody thought. He's basically just a man in a mask. Bullshit. I just saw this guy come out of the fucking tunnel, drag this damn near what? I'll say Rohan is easily, I want to say, anywhere between 175, maybe 200.
Yeah.
Drug him into that tunnel with ease. No limp, no nothing. Then the next time we fucking see him, this guy's got a limp and he needs to kill somebody to charge up. But yet, you had that old man, that homeless man, tell Corey he's seen Michael take people down there and kill him before. So why the fuck does he need to charge up? He should have already been charged up. It made no sense.
The movie felt like it felt like the scenes were incomplete. That was the only movie I ever watched where I'm like, I feel like there needs to be 5 more minutes of this scene, but yet it just stops in the middle of all these questions. Who is this old man? Why is he so crazy? Why is Michael in the sewer? No one really explained why he's in the sewer.
Right.
Like there was so many questions in these things. Why did Corey Cunningham put his hand on the window? Why did
I'll say this.
Fuck.
If this was the fucking plan direction already, and it actually was, according to Rowan Campbell, he was contacted around the time Kills was releasing for that role. So this was the plan. Now, in my opinion, if this was the direction you were going to go in, and yet subsequently did,
why should have done something else?
It should have been Cameron Elam. It should have been Cameron Elam for the simple fact of backstory, the history, his dad Lonnie. You know what I mean? You had that scene in Halloween Kills where Lonnie encountered Michael as a kid. Then you have fucking Cameron encounter him when he's going up against Michael with Allison. There's a scene in particular where I think since this is the direction you wanted to go, when Michael's choking him up against the wall, he's looking Michael directly in the eyes. If that's the case, that, you know, what Corey Cunningham went through, you could have had that for fucking Cameron, because then we have a character who's been in it since the first film. There's a little bit of a long story to that. Now, subsequently, I still wouldn't have liked the direction they would have went in, that they did go in, because I get the whole idea, the concept of evil changes shape. Anybody could be evil. But there's only one fucking Michael Myers. Like, and it's just like that that concept for me, it doesn't work. Especially when you do
Marcus, he's just a man in a mask, dude.
Right. But my thing is like,
what did John Carpenter say about Rob Zombie's Halloween films?
That's exactly what I was about to say. They shitted on Rob Zombie.
I remember a fan asked him at a convention. It's on YouTube, and it was a girl who asked him, and he was like, "Listen, well, first and foremost, I want to, confront something that he said I didn't support him. That's a lie. I totally supported him. I don't know why he lied on me." He was like, "Number two, to answer your question, I felt Michael was too big, and I didn't like the whole get into the character's backstory. I don't want to know about what the man is. He's a force of nature. That's what he is. That's what I created him to be.
That's what makes the Joker the Joker."
But then he backtracks and works with David Gordon Green. Oh yeah, David Gordon Green. He's doing really well with the franchise.
There was a check on the line.
We'll see. This is where I will.
That's true, Donnie.
This is where I will defend John. I will defend John by saying this. We got to remember the original Halloween film. He didn't, after part one, he didn't want to do any more Michael Myers centric Halloween movies. The whole point of the original Halloween 78 ending was to leave us on that cliffhanger. What happened to Michael Myers? How did he just get up after being shot 6 times?
True.
And then he wanted to turn the franchise into somewhat of an anthology, which is why he made Season of the Witch. He even said in an interview when asked about Halloween 2, he was like, I feel like it's an abomination, because I didn't want Halloween to basically be all about Michael Myers. I wanted it to be a seasonal thing, because the Halloween, the spirit, the concept of what Halloween is. He said, but the thing is that Michael became so huge, I really couldn't combat that.
Marcus, where do you rank H2 in your franchise ranking?
H2O? Wait.
H2, Halloween 2.
Halloween 2, I had it initially at number 2.
Dude, nice.
I did put Halloween 2018 above it, because I just remember going into that theater and I really felt like they did a really good job with that movie. But the part to me that really stands out, because I didn't expect it to fucking happen when I did it, when Michael tosses her off the roof and she falls to the ground, whatever, and then he hears Allison and he turns his head, and then he turns his head back to look at Laurie, and she's
converse of what happened.
As a direct homage to the end of 78. I just busted out and start clapping in the theater, and everybody fucking followed suit. Like, and that made me feel good, because I'm like, that made me feel good, because then that let me know there's some real diehard motherfuckers who know this franchise like I do. You know what I mean? So that's noticeable. And I was just like, yo, this shit, they did a good job with that one. And then,
Dude, I thought. Okay, my bad. You can go, Donnie. Yep.
No, what were we gonna say?
I was just gonna say, I feel like David Gordon Green throughout the whole series, maybe for the exception of Ends, did a really good job of putting all those homages and Easter eggs in there, and like all the throwback references. Even in Kills, like he did a really good job. But the story for Kills maybe wasn't quite the best. Dude, what if Kills would have ended in the hospital? What if all those people wouldn't have been in the hospital? And I know people would have been like, oh, this is just a repeat of 2. I would have kind of liked to see what he maybe could have done though with like a remake of 2, like his own version of a Halloween 2. I mean, it would have been interesting, but I don't know.
Well, so
I wouldn't have minded it. Consider it would have helped with one of the biggest complaints that fans had is that Laurie wasn't in the movie enough.
True.
By having Michael go to her, there you go.
And that's why I do respect Rob Zombie's Halloween. Like, you gotta respect it. Like, you see, here's the thing. I'm as a content creator, I have my favorites, I have my guilty pleasures, but you really have to kind of take your super fanness out of it, right? And because if you get sold on all the Easter eggs, and if you get sold on all the cameos and all the nods to other movies, you'll forget that, oh wait, this
movie is actually shitty.
Yeah, this movie isn't actually what it like. Scream 6. You can check out Scream 6 with the shrine, right? They were like, oh my god, look at all the references. Look at the Gen 1 mask and look at the, and then you watch the movie and it's like, did I just get ripped off here? And like you kind of have to take that super fanness out of it. And I do want to comment on one thing with John Carpenter, because again, John Carpenter everything you said about him with the original Halloween was 1,000% correct. But as we know, John Carpenter's his tone changes throughout his career. In the beginning of his career, he loved Halloween. He thought it was the greatest thing that had come out since Psycho. Then after he says that he wanted to become an anthology, whatever. But at the same time, John Carpenter was on the way out because he wanted to direct different kind of movies. He wanted to direct, action movies and Western movies and this, that, and the third. So then later down the line, Rob Zombie comes out. And I remember watching an interview with John Carpenter, and somebody asked him about Rob Zombie's Halloween. And he said, next question. So he's very backhanded. John Carpenter has always been backhanded towards anybody who directs a Halloween film that's not him. As long as he gets this check, it's 1,000% okay. And you got to also think, who did the soundtrack for David Gordon Green's trilogy? John Carpenter and his son Cody Carpenter. So they get all the residuals from that anytime that songs get played. So he had a very high
version of the theme,
right. So he had a very. Of course, he's going to like anything David Gordon Green does.
No, he actually said and suck, dude. He did. I'm pretty sure.
But not until after it came out.
Oh, really?
It came out, yeah. That's why I never. Him and Jamie Lee Curtis are very backhanded. That's why I've
very true. Very
very backhanded.
The way she promoted that movie and shit, I was like, and then you gave us that, like, what the fuck?
You see what I'm saying? She's backhanded, and John Carpenter has always been backhanded, and John Carpenter is one of my favorite directors of all time. Don't think that Helvington's out here just bashing John Carpenter, but when you really, this is why I put Wes Craven on a pedestal. When you really care about a franchise, you'll never leave the franchise, and Wes Craven never left the franchise until his dying breath. John Carpenter he looked at Halloween as a payday in the beginning, which, let's be honest, he was a broke college kid making movies. And he created one of the most legendary, and he didn't mean to. John Carpenter did not set out to do this. To where when Wes Craven created not Ghostface, but when he created Scream and when he created Freddy Krueger, he set out to do something that's never been done before. John Carpenter was really the Cods and Deborah Hill. Shout out to John Carpenter. He did a lot of directing, but Deborah Hill had a lot of making in Michael Myers, to where when she passed away, that's when it really kind of went out of hand. And so, but I respect everything you said. Everything is 1,000% true.
But to that point, though, what I was gonna say, because like you guys were going in so hard on the Halloween thing, that's why I was just sitting here listening. But there was so many different like points where I wanted to say something. But to that point, like with the John Carpenter thing, I'm not saying that like he says stuff and then he says something else and like the wheels are spinning in the mud and all that stuff. Like that's definitely a thing. But I do think too, sometimes it's hard to see your brainchild be taken on in a light
Amen.
that you
Yep.
don't like or
Yep.
didn't approve or didn't want to because you don't
Fair.
have the
That's
rights to
fair.
do this or you don't have whatever it is. And I'm saying, it's one thing. It's kind of like how, like I always thought this was strange. Like Prince always like clowned people for doing covers of his music because he felt like it was like, I did, it's my song. I don't feel like it needed a cover or whatever. But then he would go out and cover other artists. Like one of his biggest things was when he covered Creep live. Nobody knew he was gonna do Radiohead song, and he just live just went into it, played the whole song, whatever. But then Radiohead couldn't be like, oh, well, that sucked, but because it was Prince, and they were like, Prince, like we respect you, like whatever the case. And I'm saying sometimes when you don't have that leverage over it to be like, well, no, I don't want it used in this. I don't want that, whatever. And then you get all these iterations of it. You sitting there looking like what the fuck is happening? You know what I mean? Like, what is this? And I think that's where you have like going back to what we were talking about with the fans and like therein lies the issue with them. I think what some of the problem is, like there's this huge demand of like, oh yes, it has to be that, but you don't have to give in to that demand instantly just for the sake of you making more money. It's like if it's something that's like super popular and it's gonna draw people, especially real diehard fans, are gonna always come back to it. You know what I'm saying? There's not like it's not a thing where you gotta release another one within 6-8 months. You know what I mean? To keep those people.
Exactly.
I remember being in the theater with Scream. I had like one of those like yellow like legal pads, and I was making notes and like drawing lines and like writing down questions and all kind of shit. And when it got to the part where like Bailey was just like, yeah, of course it's me, I was like,
yeah, right.
Like like I remember just sitting back in my seat like,
what the fuck?
Like,
dude, you know what one of the craziest thing was about Scream 6 is that they had the New York setting, but you didn't see any like marquee New York fucking
Right.
But
set.
here's the thing.
It
goes back to the
them,
fans.
You got more of them in fucking Freddy Takes Man or Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yeah.
Like dude, they actually probably did a better job of it.
Twin
in that
Towers,
movie.
the Empire State Building.
Yeah, like dude. Man, I love that movie. That's like the guiltiest of guilty pleasures, man.
For sure.
I've said this about Scream 6, and I like Scream 6. I think they did some good things.
It's all
but
yep.
That movie's trash.
But
I'm so fucking sorry.
It's not better than 5. It's definitely not better than 5.
It's not better than fucking 2. Like it's not better than 3. It's not
the weaknesses are very glaring.
Yep.
Especially from a standpoint with the Ghostface Shrine. And I've done theory videos about this based on me thinking, we were still going to be going with the Carpenter storyline in 7 and stuff. And I said, okay, well, in Scream 6, how many masks did they present? They presented what? Richie's, fucking Charlie, and Jill's. That's the biggest thing to me. Why is Charlie and Jill sharing a mask, but there's 2 gowns? There's 9 total gowns.
True. Yeah.
There's 9 total gowns, but Charlie and Jill don't have their own mask. That doesn't make sense to me.
It kind of goes back to like, and Anthony, tell me if I'm wrong here. We were fucking spoiled, dude.
Oh, like, amen, dude. I literally just told my coworkers this morning when we were talking about movies, and I was telling my one coworker, "You guys ever seen the movie Prisoners?"
No,
dude. I'm telling you right now, it's on Netflix right now. It has Paul Dano, Hugh Jackman, Jake Gyllenhaal. It's a fucking movie you guys are not prepared for, and it is super fucking good. It's like a thriller, like probably one of the best thrillers I've seen in a very long time. It's way good.
Yeah.
Like I was just talking about movies and shit and like streaming and just all these platforms. Like we're so spoiled with like all these movies and stuff like that. But my bad, just to hit off like one thing. Okay, so Dom did say this, and Dom is right. Bill Clark, is that his name? Bob Clark. Bob Clark actually gave this idea to John Carpenter for Halloween. It honestly was. Bob Clark gave him the idea. He was like, oh yeah, I was actually gonna do a Halloween slasher also because I just did Black Christmas. He was like, I was thinking about doing a Halloween one. Carpenter runs with it. See, I think the thing with Carpenter and why he's like not like greedy, but like a little bit like, where's my money at? Because dude, he was ripped off of a bunch of fucking money from that original film. Like he barely,
that pods fucked him up.
He barely made any money. And so then when he was like, okay, well, I don't want to do the second one, he's like, unless you fucking pay me. And they paid him. And he was like, okay, fine, I'll fucking do it. I fucking love 2 a lot. It's
Two is a great movie.
Yeah.
Everyone else was working with like American people. I know it's funny that you mentioned Bob Clark, but like they were all in the same like setting. Like John was friends with Bob. Bob was friends with the people who made Friday the 13th. I'm sure Wes was involved. So like they were all like college buddies making these films, having, Robert Englund was around. Yeah. So, it makes sense. But it's that tale of if you really love something and I think hindsight's a lot with John Carpenter. He didn't know that his career was going to be like this. None of them knew that. If you ask Wes Craven, do you think Wes Craven was going to be the greatest director of all time? He would have said, hell fucking no. Same thing goes with Spielberg, all these great directors. They're just making a fucking movie to eat and to live. And it's us, fans. George Lucas, exactly. He's another one that he never thought Star Wars was going to be as big as it was. Scorsese, J.K. Rowling, like all these people, they were just doing what they love to do. And then it turned, and the culture, turned it into something that is now iconic. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that right there is kind of where the problem comes in, because you have like one of the things you guys are talking about, all the changes, and like they marketed it as this, but then this is what we got with this and all that kind of thing. That made me think immediately of how we know that when Lucasfilm got sold to Disney, for example, Disney, the only reason they wanted to make another trilogy was so they could say, we got our own stamp in this shit too. They couldn't let it just live or breathe, as we were talking about earlier.
Terrible.
This is just what George Lucas did. Like, now that we purchased it from him, it can't just be everything that he did. We got to put our stamp on it. We got to put our mark on it somewhere. And so, yes, I do know that like the original 3, A New Hope, Empire, and Return of the Jedi, like all of those were done by different directors. But George Lucas was right there on set to be like, no, Vader wouldn't swing the lightsaber like that. No, he wouldn't talk like this. He would do. Fast forward when Force Awakens, Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker,
he ain't nowhere to be found.
They didn't consult him with any of that, but then also they wanted 3 different directors to do the 3 different movies, and that's I understand it, but without like a governing body in that particular situation to be like, well, okay, we need to reel that back in. Like, I like your ideas, but like you're going too far left, with this, because like look at how J.J. Abrams, the whole thing, Kylo Ren, the whole concept. Some people didn't like it because like it's copying off Vader, whatever. But it is his grandson, so you can see the influence, whatever. But then Rian Johnson comes in and it's just like, oh, well, I don't like Kylo Ren having a mask, so they destroy it. And then only for them to have such bad marks on Last Jedi that they go back and get Rian Johnson. And then part of that movie, like the establishing 30, 45 minutes of episode 9 is them having to backtrack and fix everything that Rian Johnson had fucked up. Kylo Ren got to get the mask back. They got to reestablish like this whole thing between Kylo and Rey and all that stuff that Rian Johnson was basically, I don't like that from what JJ did, so we just gonna take that out. I don't like this. I don't like that. We just gonna like X all that out. As opposed to had there been like a governing body on set, like how George Lucas was, to be like, all right, like we don't need to destroy the mask just because you don't like it. That's part of his character, though. He needs to have it. Like, we're not getting rid of, you know what I mean? Where that's kind of what he did with Empire Strikes Back and New Hope. But I think part of the problem is you get fans like we're such like diehard fans of these things that they know that they could give us half a fucking video game. They know they could give us half a fucking movie, and we still gonna go clamor to go see it because everybody wants to be a part of something. You want to talk about it. You want to be like, oh yeah, I saw that. Like you want to be the first one to be like, because what you guys know as well as I do, what do dudes do? They stand outside of Foot Locker all fucking day to get Jordans just to be like, nigga, you ain't got these. Like that's all it's about, is having that experience to be like, oh yeah, we were part of something and we did this and we did that. And I think like therein lies the problem. Do you think like NBA Live could never make a proper comeback because 2K has cornered the market, because they know no matter how trash the game has become, there's going to be people not only pre-ordering it, but in spending hundreds of dollars in virtual currency every year. It's the same game every year. Like, but rather than just update the rosters with an update, no, you gotta go pay $60 for a whole nother game that ain't even finished. And then you gotta pay for the DLC and all that stuff, or you gotta spend more money to get the season pass. But you know what I mean? It's just all of this extra stuff. I think, but part of that is the diehard fandom, because they know the people who love it are gonna always return.
Here's the thing too, though. Marketing knows that. Marketing knows that. So if let's say me as a content creator, right? I'm trying to get Blumhouse. I want Blumhouse to reach out to me so I can be in a movie, or they can sponsor my podcast, whatever. Dude. Right. But let's say I'm not a fan of their movie Megan, right? I'm not a fan of Megan, but
Megan,
right.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan, right? But I'll say I'm a fan just so Blumhouse can notice me. And then that way, now you have a big content creator talking good about
dude, they're fucking watching this stream right now, dude.
No, but that's what's happening though. That's why I do like genuine content creators like Mike and Jay. Mike and Jay built their bread and butter on Michael Myers. Like that's where they started. And they're not afraid to say Halloween Ends was shitty in some aspects.
And have the fucking writer on their fucking shit, dude. Like straight up. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, man.
And still have the stand on that platform, like, yeah, we appreciate you doing, but that movie, what can you explain this? Like, what can you explain what you did here? Because we didn't see that. And then they'll have a conversation with them, and then they still think the movie's shit. That's why I love Mike and Jay. Like I don't think Halloween was shit. I do think Scream 6 was shitty though.
Like, but I'm saying it goes back to that same point. They know like there's a baseline fandom that is always gonna be there. Yeah. Like case in point, I give you a perfect example. Like I've always liked DC more than Marvel. the Justice League cartoon was the first cartoon I ever saw, and then my grandma, she would just like read me Superman and Batman comic books over having like Iron Man or Thor or whatever. So that's why I just gravitated toward those more. When the Marvel thing happened, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Then Black Panther came, and I was like, oh, I gotta see this. And then that made me have to kind of go back to, Civil War, Age of Ultron, all that shit, figure out what's going on. How did we, Civil War is amazing. But I mean, I'm saying to get to this, how did we get to this point? Because you can't just walk in and be completely unknowing of what's happening or what's about to happen. But to that very point, I came in around there, Black Panther, saw Spider-Man. I didn't care for Far From Home. I'm not gonna lie. No Way Home is dope. Homecoming is dope. Saw that. Got all the way to the Endgame thing, and then once Endgame happened, I fell right back out of the Marvel thing. I haven't watched anything Marvel since then, and I just watched those same things over again. You know what I mean? Like Endgame, I just watched the last 45 minutes with the boxing. I just want to see the boxing. Like, but my point being, there's a baseline of fandom. They know there are people who will go. My friend Matt, Star Wars is his shit. Everything that they produce about Star Wars, animated, live action, whatever, this man is watching every one of those things. Like, cannot miss it. You know what I'm saying? Whereas, like with. And I'm saying, and so there's your baseline fandom. Then you got the people that are gonna come in because of like a bigger thing is happening. Like, oh yeah, I got to see this, whatever. Then boom, they're right. They're right back out. And I think that's what these guys are catering to those people they know are gonna sit here and stick around. They've been here, they've been fans this long. We could put out some bullshit and they'll still eat it up. Like you remember when Kendrick Lamar put out was it Damn, I think, and it was like oh some special edition was gonna come out, and it was the same album with the songs in reverse order. Like that's all it was, but it was some
Whoa,
special
dude, you're wrecking
edition
on Kendrick, dude. Damn, dude. No,
Okay.
I only knew probably a couple songs off that damn album. They were pretty good though, but yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, like, come on, how much of a ripoff is it? Is some like, there's no new tracks, there's no new remixes, no new none of that. They just took the track listing and put it in the reverse order of how it was on the original and that was a version that came out that you had to buy, like the special edition or whatever the fuck. And it's like that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. But they know there's people who gonna rush out and get it.
So Anthony, I have a question. Which Screams did you see in the theater growing up? Which ones did you see?
Okay, so two things. Donnie, talk about marketing. Dude, when it comes to physical media, you want to talk about fucking marketing and extra fucking dude to get a fucking like a fucking a copy of a physical, DVD or Blu-ray. Then they charge you $10 or $20 more just for a slip cover, dude. Plastic slip cover. I mean, depending on the film, but like, yeah, dude, it's like, I mean, you want the slip cover. You want that slip cover. Like, it just looks sleeker and shit. But it's crazy. Like, literally $20 will buy you
just for a fucking slip cover.
What for me, I can't stand those. When I buy those, because it's the same thing on the slip cover as it is on the actual case.
Exactly.
I throw
not always. Yeah, but
like,
that was just the one thing I was gonna say about how they just know people will buy it and stuff. It does look a little bit better, but okay, so this is a good question. Helvington, honestly, dude. Okay, so I was literally just gonna ask all you guys before. I'll ask after. So the only ones I actually saw in theaters, dude, was 6, man. I know. It's the only one.
Really?
It's the only one. When I was a young kid, when Scream came out, it was the whole fucking vibe and everybody was talking in school. It's fucking hardcore. And I was too young at the time. I mean, I was 7. Like,
yeah,
I my dad took us to go see like Scary Movie and shit. Like, I remember when we went to like school the next day and told all of our fucking classmates and shit that we went and saw this raunchy ass Scary Movie film. Like, it's hilarious. But just like the Scream films, dude, like when I don't know, man, I never saw 3 in 2000. And then when 4 came out, I was just like, I just assumed that I wasn't going to like 4. Like it took me even a while to even see 4. And then when I saw it, I was like, this is all right. And as it's continued, dude, I like that movie a lot. I think it's pretty good. And then literally 5, I kind of forgot it came out, and then all of a sudden my buddy and I were like chilling just real late at night. We were like partying. I think it was like Super Bowl party. No, it was Batman weekend. We went and saw the Batman, and we watched Scream 5, and Scream 5, and I was like, dude, that's fucking wasn't terrible. Like, it was pretty good. It was very much like the original.
Solid. Yeah.
But see, that's what kind of sucks. Like, when I went and saw Scream 6 in theaters, I was like, dude, that was fucking solid. Like, I know they were trying to copy the second one, but like, it was pretty good. And then I watched it again. And I'm just like, God damn, dude, this is just.
Let me ask you, okay, but I gotta get into your mind, child, of course. So when you seen it the first time, did you convince yourself that it was good? Because at the time we were all on the internet. We've been talking about it for a year and a half at that point.
I feel like when I was
wanted to like it.
Like, okay, so when I was sitting there watching it, like at the beginning, I felt like they were talking to me and shit when they were like, okay, they have the reference to Jason Takes Manhattan as he's watching the film in his apartment. And then he's like, oh, that bitch gave me a C on my Giallo paper. And I'm like, dude, I fucking love Giallo films. Like, how are they talking about this in a Scream film right now? Because, like, that's kind of where slashers kind of all started and stuff. So to me, I was eating all that shit up. Like, I was liking all that stuff. I was liking, Hayden Panettiere coming back and like all that stuff. And then just like as I was sitting there watching it the other times, I'm like, God, they're like, I don't know, man. I wasn't so much a fan of like the core 4 shit. Like, yeah, let's all slap hands. And I'm like, it's just a little cheesy a little bit. And I'm just like, dude, come on. But now, like, And then they did the whole like ladder across like the building thing. To me, that's from a fucking great ass movie that you guys should watch called Judgment Night. I'm telling you, I tell everybody about this fucking film. Dennis Leary, Emilio Estevez, it's literally on Tubi like right now. It's called Judgment Night. I'm telling you, you guys will fucking love that movie. It's good, but that's in one of the scenes in the film. So I was like, I just felt like, and then again, like on that part, like right there, when he throws that girl off the fucking ladder and she hits the fucking trash can, and like it went from like, to me it was just bad CGI when she like hit it and stuff, and then like I don't know, it just looked kind of cheesy and stuff. But then at the end, like I knew from the start that the kid with the curly hair, what was his name?
Yeah,
Evan,
yeah, something
Ethan,
like that.
or yeah,
Ethan Landry.
Yeah, well, when he was
Ethan Kirsch, because he's Richie's brother.
Yeah, like when I knew he was the killer from the start. I'm like, he's the only dude that seems like he's like got a little bit of a build to him and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, obviously he's the killer. Like you're telling me, what's her name? What was his sister's name? Begins with an
Quinn.
O. Quinn, my bad.
Quinn.
Q. She goes and she attacked, Courtney Cox. Yeah. No way,
Bullshit.
dude. Yeah, and I know 4 like kind of did the same thing with like Charlie and Jill and like some of that shit, and like Amber killing Dewey. Like Amber, I get it. That's just part of the films and shit. But like, dude, it was kind of a little cornballish a little bit. The more times I was watching it, and that's why I'm saying I want a gritty fucking hardcore Scream film. And I know I've heard Destin say, and I get it. Like they're not kind of like that. I get it. So that's why I'm hoping that maybe 7's like the black sheep, dude, and it like wants to be its own thing or something. You know what I mean? And it wants to be fucking gritty and darker and shit like that. Like,
I feel like, especially with Samantha Carpenter, with the way she killed, it got fucking dark with that, man. Like she has some of the most brutal kills.
That is true.
Yeah, and I was fucking turned on as shit when she was stabbing Richie in the 5th one.
Oh God.
That chick right there, bro.
Oh, so it wasn't just me. Okay.
But I just feel like to go back to what you guys were saying with Scream 6, again, rush script. I feel like the killers, and I agree with this with Destin. We've gotten killers that really ever since, I want to say 3, not saying, I mean, you can have your reservations about Jill. I'm a fan of Charlie, but let's really be honest. Like, how can I say this? They're not the most intimidating. You know what I mean? Like when you really look at them, when you really look at Jill and Charlie,
that's true.
Roman, Mrs. Loomis, Mickey, Billy, and Stu, they're not that really intimidating. Then we get to Scream 5. Okay, Richie, he's believable. Amber, he didn't kill no man. I'm sorry. It's not happening. It's just not. Yeah. And then we get to Scream 6, and we have the same issue with the Quinn Bailey character. And it's like, okay.
See, this is why 1 through 3 is, like, to me, are the best. I'm sorry. It's just because Billy and Stu are the most believable, and that's why that movie hits home, and that's why it's a 10 out of 10, and it'll always be a 10 out of 10. 2 is believable because Mickey is he's the muscle in the movie.
Right.
And then in 3, Roman's way believable. You know what I mean? He's probably one of the best reveals, like, honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, who would you like? No, I was just gonna say, who would you be more intimidated by, Rey Mysterio or the Undertaker? I know who I'm
right.
And like,
even though fucking Ray's probably gonna fucking somersault kick you or some fucking shit.
Well, Rey Mysterio did play Freddy Krueger, so don't hold him back.
I will say this:
you didn't know that
he was in the remake.
No, he was in Freddy versus Jason. He did some of the stunts for Freddy.
Oh,
yes, he did.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I do remember that.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna say
with Scream 6. I had it though. But they like that film. What they did wrong, in my opinion, with both films, Scream 5 and Scream 6, you have these girls and Quinn and Amber doing things that, let's really be honest, it's not possible. Quinn's not picking up that fucking muscle-bound 200-pound man and throwing him through that fucking thing. It's just through that wall. It's just not happening.
Unless she stabbed him in the jugular and then just threw him, maybe, possibly.
Like,
but how is she grabbing him at first and like pulling him back, and doing like it's just no way.
Right. Yeah. And stuff it's just not believable. And I'll say this, and this is where I wanted to go with it. I don't know if you guys ever read the rough draft script for Scream 6, the cut that basically didn't make it to the final part of the film. It's very, very, it's almost word for word what we got, but there are some minor changes. And I don't know if any of you guys are a believer. I'm pretty sure you are, Anthony, if I can remember. But I don't know if any of the rest of you guys are a believer that Stu Macher could potentially be alive in the Scream franchise or whatever. In the original part, in the original scene with Gail, with that attack scene, literally how they read it was literally a picture. It was literally frame for frame. It was frame for frame, Sydney and Stu's fight in the original. They basically go at it. They roll over each other, just like Sydney and Stu. Gail bites him. He screams. He slaps her. Like, literally, the way they fucking wrote it was that this Ghostface was literally, in so many ways, fighting Gail the way that Stu did in Scream 1996.
So the question to that, real quick, the question to that is, then, has Matthew Lillard been lying about being approached? Because
we gotta hope, dude. We gotta hope.
Because that's what I'm saying. Because if he's lying about it, then that makes sense. But if not, then it seems like that the studio is just, again, pandering to the fans, because I think Matthew Lillard hasn't been approached. I really don't think he's been approached.
No, dude.
Well, I do think it is worth to note, obviously, that isn't, that part basically got re-edited and we got what we got in Scream 6. But I just find it interesting because we got plenty of other Easter eggs. I
have a question.
The whole phone number calling Gail from a Woodsboro number that Richie and them are from Woodsboro doesn't make any sense. That's another killer. That's somebody else. Unless that's
you can use a burner number from anything these days. Like, that's easy to do, but I mean.
Yeah, but like I just I'm not
Marcus. I totally agree, dude. I say they should have set it up for that attack to be Stu. You know what I mean, or some shit like that. Yeah,
like I'm saying, like all these Easter eggs that a lot of us has talked about. Like, if this is the direction you're going to go, just fucking pull the trigger. You know what I mean? Because I feel like you've laid the table out. You've put the breadcrumbs down, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I personally, I know there was a lot of rumors and apparently speculation that Scream 7, I don't know if you guys heard about this, that the original plan was that the reveal was going to be Christina Carpenter.
Knew it.
And Leslie.
Knew it.
Bullshit.
Because that was my idea.
But to me, that's especially if you're going to tie them in. Let's say if you tie them into the murders of or to the attack of Gail and to the murder of Dewey. They come out and say that Amber really wasn't the one who killed Dewey. Again, now we have this problem where these fucking, I'm not trying to be, sound feminist or anything, but it's, in my opinion, unless you're a fucking MMA fighter, unless you work out at the fucking gym and you put that time in.
Equal rights, dude.
Listen, man. Listen.
Canceled.
Yeah, listen. All I'm saying is this. The believability factor, you got to give me that. You got to give me the believability factor. You got to stop giving me these killers who aren't believable at what they do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I totally agree.
I agree with you, but why is it hard to believe that you can fake your phone number? I can download the app right now.
I'm not talking about faking the phone number.
I'm saying I can call him from a number that he don't have saved as my
I'm not
number.
talking about the phone number. I'm talking about in terms of, them saying it was Quinn who attacked Gail. So you want me to
okay. All right, we're right here then.
Yeah, and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Anybody could have faked that phone number. I just look at it from a standpoint like, okay, so the only other phone that we've seen call, Ghostface use was Richie's phone number. So now this one phone call that comes to Gail. Now again, you could fake a phone number. I just feel like that's just doing too much. And Gail Weathers seeing a Woodsboro number calls her, that to me is a foreshadowing of something. That means something. You know what I mean?
True.
So
Christina Carpenter was dope, dude.
But didn't she, when she was on the phone, like I had to find my notepad that has all the notes written on it. Like, didn't somebody else call or she clicked over? Like something like that happened, right? In that scene?
Well, what she did was she pulled a Jada. She paid homage to Jada and Star 69 Ghostface.
Yeah.
She told him to please hold, and Ghostface was like, "What?" She hung up, Star 69 him
Heard the
and
ring
heard
and
that
then
he was in the room or whatever behind her, and that's when she starts shooting at the door.
Start shooting.
So then the number, okay, so the number did show because I didn't think she hung up. I thought she just clicked over, and I was like, well, if that was a cell phone and it was already on one line and somebody clicked over when the number called back, that phone wouldn't have rang out loud though because they were already on the line. So that's what had confused me about that scene. As far as what you guys are saying, the believability about Billy and Stu, my mom had never seen Scream. She was walking through the living room one day. I'm watching it, and I can't remember what scene it was. Maybe like when Billy's talking to Sydney, is like telling her to like get over her mom's death and stuff, like after he had spent the night in jail, whatever. And I remember my mom walked by and she like they were trying to, there's a killer on the loose and all that stuff. It might have been the blockbuster scene, and she seen she's seeing Billy and she was like, there's a killer on me. She said, "Oh, it's that crazy looking motherfucker right there." like no bullshit, and just kept walking, and like I thought that was absolutely hilarious because I was
it's honestly it's a mom thing, man. Because to go back to what we were talking about earlier, the origin, of horror. My mom, she's who got me on horror. Every week when she would get off of work, what I mean? Hey, what do you want to do? And fortunately, right down the street from the crib, there was a penny candy store. That was a movie rental place as well, and a pizza shop. So game on. Let's get some Michael Myers. Let's get some Freddy. You already know. Let's even get some Michael Jackson Thriller documentary up in this bad boy. Nice. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like it was just like that's just where it began. And it's just especially over the last few years because now I am comfortable in this platform knowing that I have great people like you gentlemen here that share the same love and passion for this genre. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, now I want to branch out and just, do what I do. This is what I love to talk about. I feel like we could just
openly talk about it. It ain't like a, hey, bro, hey, we need to have
exactly.
So I have a question real quick, and because I've been itching to ask this since the stream started.
Helving, you guys good on time right now and everything? Just going to check.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, right on.
I recently did a review on Halloween 6, and I know all of you guys are Halloween fans. And I actually found out that there's the love out there for H6.
There is.
There is
Mike and Jay, dude.
Yeah, of course, Mike and Jay. What do you think I got my love for? No, I'm joking. But my question is to you guys, in hindsight, after watching a Rob Zombie's Halloween and after watching, David Gordon Green's Halloween Kills and his interpretation of what evil was, looking back at H6, do you guys think that it really deserves all the hate that it gets?
Yes.
Wow. Absolutely. That is complete bullshit.
No, it's
I want to hear it. No, I'm ready. I'm ready. Go.
For me, it's for me the number one rule, what they did to Danielle. That's number one.
But Halloween 5 gets a pass though. Halloween 5 gets a pass for what they did to Danielle. That's all.
True.
I understand that. But she wanted to do 6. But the direction you went in,
he wanted to talk in 5. They wouldn't let her.
The direction they went in with having this child be Michael's, I can't forgive that.
Okay, now
incest, mother.
Okay, now
come on.
Now hold on. Hear me out, because that's what a lot of people say, and I do agree. In my review, I said there are some things that I would have did differently, right?
Right.
But just like Halloween Ends, how you say there are some things that you would have done differently, you can't really focus in on one thing that they did. And there might be a couple more things that Halloween 6 did wrong, let's be honest. But for what that film was, especially before, how we were talking about, we like how other films intertwine into past films. Halloween 6 was doing that back in the 90s before it was cool. They went back to one of the most hated Halloweens in Halloween 3 and said, okay, we're going to expand on that, right, with what they were doing with the Spirit of Halloween, the Celtic Cult.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What up, man?
And we're going to expand on what they touched upon that, and then we're going to make this film. And if you take the incest part away, and which I agree was very terrible, it was a bad decision. And if you take away the part that they did to Daniel Harris, although I feel like it kind of had to be done for the story's sake, it was a really solid Halloween film. I think it was
I'll say this because I always, even if I 100% do not, I want to say 100%, even if I'm not really all the way sold on the film, I always say this, even if it's a bad movie, there's always a little bit of positive. There always is. You can always find something you like about it.
Am I delusional with 6? Like I really don't understand.
No, because
you are delusional. That thing
I'm gonna say this.
No, dude, honestly, okay, my bad. You go.
Go ahead, Anthony. Say what you gotta say.
No, honestly, Helvington, I'm not even gonna lie. Curse is just like Scream 4 to me, man. At first, I'm watching it back and I'm just like, man, this is not hit home. Dude, I used to watch Curse a lot when I was a little kid.
That's that's a film that a lot of people do watch back then.
When it comes to like overall Halloween feel and atmosphere, I think Curse is probably up there with like four, man. Like like best atmosphere.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because if you really have to go back and watch without biases. You go ahead, Anthony. I'm sorry.
Oh no, dude! Like the part where he kills Jamie at the beginning and stuff. Like the dude, the fucking the lens on the film is awesome. The dark,
blue, just almost. Like, I know what you did last summer.
So fucking good, dude. Yeah.
No, I'll say this. They did great with the cinematography.
Oh yeah,
it felt like a Halloween movie.
Michael looked amazing in that film. I thought
he's got some cheeseburgers, but he's all right.
George T. Wilbur, God rest his soul. George T. Wilbur, the man never gets his credit as Michael Myers in the Halloween franchise.
Thank you.
He doesn't. Halloween 4, Halloween 6. He is one of the better Michael Myers.
Okay, all right, H2O. Okay, H2O. Okay, H2O with the CGI.
Okay,
mask.
First off, I think the only thing wrong with H2O is the mask. I really just think that's what it is.
No, there's the pacing of it is wrong.
It's very much like a Scream film. That's why I like it. I
think
that's my
favorite. No. Here's the thing. This is where I disagree with you. It is like a Scream film, but with not as interesting characters. Okay. I know what you did last summer. What are you talking about?
Jamie Lee Curtis is hot as hell in that movie, dude. She's got
that's the main character. She has a backstory.
You don't fuck with Josh Hartnett?
Okay, that's another one. Name the girlfriend. Did you like the girlfriend?
Michelle Williams?
Yeah, Michelle Williams. I mean, I can't think of what her name was.
I mean, I thought she was fine.
Yeah.
It's like H6. I don't defend the final girl in H6. I thought the final girl in H6 was freaking terrible. I thought she was a terrible actress.
Dude, the only people I know in 6 are Michael,
everyone knows the dad.
Everyone knows the dad. And
everyone
Dr.
knows. No, dude, everyone knows the dad because everyone knows the dad was a dad.
But I don't know what his name is.
Mitchell Ryan, Dr. Wynn. He's
Doctor. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Look, I'm not going to. This is the H2O versus H6. I'm not hating. I like H2O for a certain extent.
They're both solid films. They're both solid. Yeah,
they're solid. But I think H6 gets a lot of hate to where just because it was the first film besides H3 that did something like it was basically H3 with Michael. If people think about it, it was H3 what Halloween 3 was supposed to be with Michael in it. They just kind of messed the story up just a little bit with the incest. But other than that, Loomis was, oh my God, he was God tier in that movie. He
was. I think he was a little too over the top in 5, even though, I mean, I didn't mind him in 5. Like, I thought he was. Yeah, he was all.
I liked him in 5.
I am protecting him, Jamie. Where is he? Cookie woman.
and then remember the scene with Paul Rudd walking in the Halloween festival and the little girl saying, "It's raining red." It's raining red.
Awesome part. Yeah, dude. No doubt.
The kill scenes, the way the cinematography was during the operating room kill. The hallway chase scene was fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I will say this. The lighting in that is awesome. Like when they're going down like the pipeway and shit, and that guy's like, he's like chasing after one of the guys that was in that room. Dude, honestly, I think one of the best things about 6 is Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd's performance is probably like the best in that film.
As a fresh actor, as the fresh-faced actor. I did watch an interview. He watched 78 preparing for this film, and that was the take that he thought Tommy Doyle would be. Cool. That version was what he thought. That's why when people talk about David Gordon Green and his Tommy Doyle, I'm like, dude, Paul Rudd was the epitome. Like there should never be another Tommy Doyle after that. So to me, Go ahead.
You know what else was like really cool about that fucking movie were the houses. I like the houses, like that house he's in with the big ass window and everything. The houses just look very like Victorian-esque, like kind of they look. I just like him. I like the look of them.
And I will say this about 6. They at least did right by making the Myers house look like the fucking Myers
True.
house.
That's very true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that was a nice return.
And the pacing, and that's why, I always talk about pacing in a Halloween film and a Scream film, because if you don't follow the pace, it doesn't fit. And just to me, the only one in the whole franchise that didn't follow the pace was H2O. And that was because they tried to insert other storylines that were never inserted in any of the Halloween films. You never really had, they were really focusing in on the son in H2O more so than they have ever focused in on any other character besides Laurie and Jamie. And also Laurie Strode is in the same movie. And then you bring in these other aspects with Laurie having a lover and, dealing with that. So yeah. And so I respect it. I respect H2O for what it was, but to me, it's weaker in the franchise just on the sole fact of the pacing. The pacing of it was trying to be Scream, but Scream had a Nev Campbell. It had a, Matthew Lillard.
Dude, we had LL Cool J, dude. What the hell?
Don't do that.
Dude, LL Cool J was awesome. Dude, he was awesome in that film. Dude.
Look at I Know What You Did Last Summer. You had Sarah Michelle Gellar. You had, Jennifer Love Hewitt, Freddie Prinze Jr.
That was an all-star cast, dude, in that film.
So when you have one of those films, you have to have a strong cast. With Halloween, it is literally Laurie and Michael, Jamie and Michael, and that's it. You don't really have anything else. And that's why H6, it's not, to me, it's a guilty pleasure that almost takes number 1, because it's just, I fucking love Paul Rudd and fucking Dr. Loomis in that movie. That, and the way, and again, it pulls, this is why I don't understand Halloween fans, it pulls aspects from, Halloween 1 with remember the chase scene from one house to the other, and then it goes to the hospital, and at the end with Paul Rudd, the fight scene in the hospital, and it pulls from all these different films, but yet it gets shitted on because of one scene that makes it incest. And I understand. Actually,
there is
it's not even really just that with me though. Like I get the whole spirit of Halloween and the thorn stuff or whatnot. I'm just a guy who likes his Michael Myers not explained at all. I don't want this motherfucker controlled. I don't want nothing. I don't want to know.
So did you like David Gordon Green's trilogy then? That's all I gotta ask. Because if you did, then
I like the first two. I thought the first
respect.
The first one was good. As Kills goes along, I like it, but I understand what it is. There's no real story there. There's no real story there.
It's just an 80s slasher. Yeah, it's all about
especially when I look at what Ends became, and it hurts my soul. I really wish Kills would have just been the end of it, because when there was so much potential there, like with the finale part of it, like I said, at the Myers home, them showing down with each other at the Myers home, finishing it where it started, like there was so much left. And then you had this Hawkins situation. Like we get a little bit more backstory on Hawkins. Now going into Halloween Ends, I'm thinking, okay, are we going to get some more elevation on this thing with Hawkins? And then we get nothing. And it's just like,
and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. If you have that person who actually cares about the franchise, look at the first 4 Scream films. Can we all say the first 4 Scream films, regardless of how we feel in which order, they were pretty solid, right? Because of the continuity, and we had Wes Craven there alongside of a Kevin Williamson. What's up, man? but you had Kevin Williamson there alongside of Wes Craven. Again, I don't think one can be one without the other. And
hell yeah.
That's why people talk about this, should we remake these franchises? If you have the original creator there to help, or at least somebody on set that is willing to voice their opinion, like, hey, I was there back in 1985 and I worked with the director. I don't think he would have did this. And you know what I'm saying? That's why Beetlejuice, for instance, people are like, should Beetlejuice be remade? Of course, Tim Burton is doing it. You think Tim Burton is gonna fucking fuck this up? Absolutely not. It's fucking Tim Burton, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
When has Tim Burton ever made a bad film? Never, ever, like not once. So say something. I dare you. I dare you.
I will say valid. I will say valid.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Anything he does is fucking bangers. Fucking he did Alice in Wonderland, Returns. Batman, Willy Wonka, Nightmare Before Christmas, Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow. Like this dude has never did the new Wednesday series. Never done anything but bangers. He's one of those. You know, back to what Donnie was saying about George Lucas. George Lucas was on set until he sold the rights to Disney. That's when he started becoming not on set as much, and he was really just looking at it for the money value. Same thing with Avatar 2, to where it was more of give me my check. I've already made my statement on what I've did with this right here. My name is stamped, and I'm done. That's how some directors and creators look at it.
Now, see, and this is where I wish with Halloween 4, well, obviously we got Halloween 4, but with 5 and 6, if this was going to be a new planned trilogy, this is where I wish Dwight Little would have been behind the director's chair because he did 4. And Alan McElroy. You know, I wish they would have, been able to stay on. Because then I feel like that trilogy, the Thorn trilogy, even if they would have went in that direction, I feel like they would have written it a lot better to where fans like myself would have accepted it a lot better.
Yeah. You can't
go back to Halloween H2O because I like Halloween H2O. Yeah, I really do. I think it's a good legacy sequel.
Really? Let's talk about it.
but the issue for me is now that I go back and rewatch it, they say this is a direct sequel to Halloween 1978.
Put it down. Burn it. Burn it.
I still haven't even broke the seal on that thing.
They said it was a direct sequel to Halloween 1978. We're picking up 20 years after the events of the original. So that means 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they're not canon. They don't count, right? But this is where they fucked that all up at. It's in the beginning when the detectives come to investigate Nurse Marion's death. You hear the Caucasian cop say to the black cop, "You don't think Michael Myers?" And he says, "They never found his body." Well, that's a direct reference to the original film where Michael got up and walked away. But then when Laurie catches John having a little off-campus lunch, he even mentions the fact to her when he's going into dispute that she needs to get over Michael. "You told me yourself you watched him burn." That is a direct reference to Halloween 2. So now you just fucking made Halloween 4, 5, and 6 canon in that regard. So that tells me by referencing Halloween 2, how do you not mention Jamie Lloyd?
Damn, you're right.
Like, come on. Like,
she had to bury it, dude.
To go back with the backhandedness.
That's the Halloween franchise. They just backhand their fans all the time.
Go back with the backhandedness of how we were talking about certain, like with John Carpenter, how one minute he'll say something, then the next might change his views. What did Jamie Lee Curtis say about Halloween Ends? "Oh, yes, this is it for me. This is it. I won't do any more." But then literally weeks after that, she was basically asked again. And she said, "Well, I'm not planning on it, but hey, never say never."
We don't want another one.
Oh, really? We don't want another one.
Okay, but listen, in my opinion, if you can fucking do it right and convince her, I don't need her. No, listen. I don't need her for a new trilogy.
Thank you.
I just need her for one finale. Tie this shit in with Jamie, man. Tie this shit in with Jamie.
You had your chance. She had her chance, and she's the only final girl besides Nancy. But at least Nancy did it right her second time coming, right? Nancy from Nightmare on Elm Street.
New Nightmare? You talking
New
about
Nightmare? New Nightmare was great. That one of the best Nightmare films. Everyone knows that,
that's my favorite one after the original.
You see what I'm saying? But okay, you as a fan, right? You know how bad her death was in Nightmare on 3. It was just not that great. Like it was bad. So West and her got together with New Nightmare, and she had an honorable, send off, right? Yes. Now here's Laurie, right? Jamie Lee Curtis. She has had 2 times to come back and have her send off. One with H2O, and in my opinion, if that's the one you want to ride on, congratulations. For me personally, I don't like either one of them. My Laurie Strode is done in Halloween 1978. That's Halloween 2 was good, but this again, the story with her and Michael in that one, I didn't really enjoy it as much. Right. I felt like it was forced. As we know, John Carpenter said it was kind of forced. So, but she's had twice to come back as a final girl, and she has failed once again, all because she didn't really. Now, let Sidney Prescott, or Neve Campbell, who has denied a script, she said, if I don't like, because regardless of what people want to believe, yes, it was pay issues, but at the same time, I don't think she was digging the script that she was getting. Neve Campbell has said on multiple occasions, if the script is not right and the money is not right, I'm not returning. Okay. Right. She did 5 as a passion project to honor Wes Craven, and they paid her worth, and we got 5. 6, this is where I don't believe a lot of what's said about 6. 6 is a lot of them covering their tracks. Neve Campbell cares too much about the character of Sidney Prescott.
Right.
You got look. You see me going off right now, Anthony. I got to spit these.
Oh, my bad. I saw Donnie about falling asleep.
Boring me.
No, I was laughing. My bad.
Oh man, but no, yeah, but yeah. I'll stand tall on Sidney Prescott for sure.
Well, I'll say this real quick.
What we need is a Resurrection remake so we can just kill Jamie Lee off.
no matter what you feel about Jamie Lee with Halloween H2O's ending, with the head chopping off or whatever, I personally thought that was a proper send-off. I didn't like what they did in Resurrection by fucking that up. I personally feel if they don't do that, because even Jamie Lee Curtis said it in an interview or whatnot, this was supposed to be the ending to send the Laurie Strode character off. She said, I don't want to do any more Halloween movies. She said, I don't. She was like, I want this character to be done with. I want it done and over with and stuff, because they deprived her of that in so many ways. Even though she did that bit cameo in Resurrection and she got killed off, whatever, and shit like that. I believe the reason why she decided to come back for this new trilogy, and the reason why we got Halloween Ends, the story that we got, is to fucking rectify for that mistake with H2O, with her not having to be ended.
You believe this, Anthony? You believe this?
Well, no, I mean, I believe that she had a huge fucking footprint on just how that movie all turned out and shit.
Yes, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, I do.
She was in people
both movies.
Oh yeah, true.
Because let's really be honest. It's just like you said with Neve. It's not just about the money, it's about the script too. If the script doesn't line up with what Jamie Lee wants the story for her character to be told, she probably ain't going to do the movie. So she told these motherfuckers when they came in the door, when Danny McBride and David Gordon Green approached her, okay, well, listen,
I'm executive producer.
I like your vision. I like where you want to go with this, but this is how I want this for Laurie, and this is how it's going to stand if you want me back. Simple.
Yeah,
I can see that. I can see that.
You as a fan, though, did you like the way she got sent off in H2O and in Halloween Ends? Did you like?
I thought H2O, if this was going to be the last one with her in it, with her chopping off Michael's head, because I was younger then, didn't think we were going to get any more Halloween movies after that. You know what I mean? I really did.
True.
I was young.
Yeah, we were probably.
You know what I mean? That, so when she chopped off his head, I liked it because I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, well, how do you explain this motherfucker coming back then? He got his fucking head chopped off.
Resurrection made sense to me.
I liked Resurrection. I thought Resurrection was a dope movie.
It was fun.
Then they did what they did with Resurrection, with the whole, crushing the ambulance guys, larynx and all that stuff. And I'm just like,
Donnie,
that was weak.
Donnie, what was your thoughts on Resurrection?
But one thing I will never be naive to again, if I ever get approached with an ending like that, okay, well, even if we see, look what Halloween Ends. We see this motherfucker get grounded up in a fucking grinder. It's over for this version of Michael. It is over.
Over.
What are they going to do? Because the shape, the branding is such a hot commodity. It's such a moneymaker. We're just going to create new timelines or go back into certain timelines within the franchise. Hopefully, Jamie Lloyd, please bring Danielle back, please. And this is what they want to do. Like, this is just the direction they're going to go with. You know, I'm very fascinated with the whole TV show aspect. I wonder how the fuck that's going to work out. I'm not saying it can't work. I just guess I would have to get used to seeing Michael Myers in a TV show format.
Yeah, it'd be tough. Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting. But for me as a fan, I am hoping that Dwight Little, he did say he pitched an idea for a new Halloween film, bringing Jamie Lloyd back, bringing Danielle and Ellie Cornell back.
Wow, nice.
Yes, he wants to do that. And he wants Alan B. McElroy with him. And I really hope it gets done because I feel like Dwight didn't get to finish the story he wanted to tell because after Halloween 4 was such a big success, they wanted him to rush the movie, the studio, and he didn't want to do that. He wanted to take time off of Halloween 5 script so he can do another movie, but then slowly work his way into Halloween 5 and what he wanted that story to be. And the studio wasn't having it because Halloween 4 was a good moneymaker and a resurrection for the Halloween franchise. The studio was like, nope, we want the 5th film to come out next year. And that's why we got the shit show that was Halloween 5, killing fucking Rachel off in the first half an hour of the fucking movie. How dare you?
Whoa, dude. That movie came out 2 weeks before I was born. I think it was pretty good. That was one of the biggest unjust of the whole movie was killing off Rachel. It was like, What the fuck are we doing here, dude? Like, she was so good in the 4th film. Yeah.
Right, man. Like,
I'm not hating on. I'm not one of these Tina haters, though. I can't be a Tina hater. There's so many Tina haters out here.
She's a whore, man.
That is somebody's daughter.
No, but the barn scene's awesome in that film, man. I love that scene. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I didn't want to hate on H5 earlier. I just hated on it to make a point. I enjoyed H5 for what it was, right? The only flaw that I see in H5 is, yes, 1, killing off Rachel too early, and 2, Danielle Harris. But other than that, I thought it was a great film.
The Danielle Harris mute shit, and then him taking off his mask and crying. Yeah, probably not that one either.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I
will say this, though, and this is why I love Over the Top Loomis in Halloween 5, because I feel like that was an encapsulation of him and Michael's story.
The build-up.
All these years of this fucking doctor, this man trying to stop this entity that was once his patient, to the point, because remember, he's always called Michael a madman. He became a madman himself. And I loved it. To me, that was really good storytelling. I really enjoyed how they played on that. I love Snapped Out Loomis. He goes off, man. Like, it just, to me, it really encapsulates the rivalry between him and Michael. He wanted to kill Michael so bad that in so many ways, he got to the level of madness that Michael had gotten to and stuff. And Halloween 6, the reason why to this day, even if I have my reservations about that fucking movie, I would still watch it to this day because that is the last movie in the Halloween franchise. We got Donald Pleasance, man. And as y'all can tell by the title of my YouTube name, that is my guy. That is my GOAT character outside of Michael Myers in the Halloween franchise, Dr. Loomis. Because when what's her name, Jamie Lee didn't want to do anymore, he held the franchise up. You know what I mean? He held it down. He was that one consistent. If you are watching a Halloween movie through films 1, exclude 3, but 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, okay, we don't got Jamie Lee Curtis, but we know we got Donald Pleasance as Dr. Loomis. So we still got that Loomis-Michael rivalry that we love and we can further expand on top of with these other characters. Man, that's why it was such a thrilling experience going to Monster Mania outside here in Maryland. There was like a 45-minute drive. I got to meet Tom Jones Jr., who portrayed Dr. Loomis in Halloween Kills. You know, that was such an exhilarating moment because it's like, damn, we don't got Donald here, you know, to see him at these conventions. And this dude really does look like him. and stuff like that. So it was just like, man, like it just kind of made me feel like Donald was there, and he was mad cool too. Gave me the YouTube channel shout out, was just really endearing. Like it was just cool, man. Like, and that's another thing. And I'll ask y'all this real quick: do you think that with the new TV series, and they're talking about a TV series and a movie eventually, do you think they bring the Dr. Loomis character back?
I'll let Donnie go first. Donnie, you hop in, dude.
Are you sure? No, I don't have any opinions on it. I mean, y'all go ahead. I'm just listening.
You don't have any opinions on the show?
No. I don't know anything about it.
I feel that because it's not. It's just it's in development.
I did hear about Dwight Little and like his talking about bringing Danielle Harris back and stuff like that. I think like Nanette's kind of right a little bit. Like I never really saw the Freddy TV show. I don't know if it was like how bad it was, but like just like you said, dude, like I don't know how great technically it would. I just don't like to see a lot of like. I'm just not a TV show person, I guess. I mean, unless it's like, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. I don't like it, man. To be
works
honest.
for Chucky because of who Chucky is and what that, what that concept is. You know, he's a doll who indulges in voodoo so he can transport to different vessels, all types of shit. You know, I can tolerate watching episodes of Chucky. You know what I mean? I don't know if I could really tolerate watching episodes of Michael Myers because okay, the first episode, okay, maybe we don't really get Michael, we get something structured, we just tell a little story to kind of get the wheels going. And then when we do get Michael, okay, when he starts killing people, like you mean to tell me like I just feel like it's going to be too cluttered. I don't want a lot of clutter. I'm used to watching Michael Myers on the big screen. That's how I want it to stay. So, but we're getting a TV series, damn it. So we'll see what the hell they do with it.
No, I agree. What do you think, Covington?
I really think things can change from now to where we're going to be whenever the TV show decides to come out. And we've seen multiple things get canceled and turned into something else. Yeah. Once test screenings come out of the first episode, if they do film it, that will really show if they will continue to go, because it's just a risk. With everything you decide to turn into a TV show as a risk, because you have to capture that person's the person's used to a movie. So to tell this person, okay, you had to wait over 7 weeks to get a finale to your movie, that's really hard to do, and you really had to have a lot of really good supporting characters to build upon that, right? You can't just rely solely, like I'm sure on this, Friday the 13th TV series that we're going to get, they're going to have some really good actors or some really strong characters to hold us over until Jason gets on screen, right? Because you're going to have Jason can't be on screen the whole time. So it's dangerous to do it, but it's been done with Chucky. It's been done with Ghostface. It really wasn't done with Freddy because Freddy didn't have anything to do with the TV show. So it's dangerous. Is it possible? Yeah, but I'm more so with the movie. I would like to see a movie.
So
go ahead.
No, I just had a question. And so it's gonna be on TV, or is it going like straight to a streaming service, or like what? Like that's
more
one.
Number
two. If it goes straight to the streaming service thing, do you guys think that they'll just release all the episodes then? Because I'm noticing a lot of shows, like when they put it on a streaming service, there's 10 episodes, they'll be like, stream all 10 episodes today or whatever. Right. They don't give you that weekly format where you have to wait like you would if it was coming on TV.
Like True Detective, you have to wait every Sunday. Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's a great question. Yeah,
because
I like that.
Honestly, that's that would probably determine a lot, to be honest. Like factor wise, like it would be like, yeah.
Which one would you rather want, Donnie? Would you rather want the released all at one time?
Yeah, I would personally, because I think that because didn't they do that with Wednesday where it was like you had to wait? weekly.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the problem with that is, it's a week, but me and Hamilton, me and you talk about this all the time. When people having the attention span of a squirrel these days, people, especially if there's filler or they're not getting the characters they want to see or what they're expecting, whatever, they're just gonna drop out, tune out, and then next thing you know, they didn't fell out of rotation with it, and it's 3-4 weeks later. Oh shit, episode 10 is out. I stopped watching on episode 4. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Because you're gonna end up like this yo-yoing is gonna happen with like the fandom if you do that. Whereas 10, I'm not saying if they do 10 episodes, you watch episode 1, then you immediately watch episode 10, because of course you're gonna be lost. You know what I'm saying? But it does give you the option where you say, if I want to get to the end, I can get to the end. Like, I know this is like more reality based, but they just did that with Montez Ford and Bianca Belair's TV show, which is cool to see like wrestlers like outside the ring or whatever. But I thought it was going to be like a weekly thing, and I was like, oh, I don't like, for something that was filmed over a year ago, why do we have to get like a weekly thing, you know? And then come to find out, they just released all 10 episodes like same day, so you can sit there and watch all 10 if you wanted to. You know what I mean? It's not like limiting you.
It's also, you know, like with it being, and that is a great point, because what also comes with that, Donnie, is you have people on the internet that will do, you know, we're content creators, right? There'll people be like, episode 1 review, episode 1 breakdown, and then for a whole week, that's all you're hearing in the community is like Halloween 1, episode 1 review, Halloween 1, episode 1 breakdown, Halloween 2, episode 2 theory. And that's why I'm right there with you. I'd rather have it released all at once. That way I can sit there and watch it.
You can review the whole thing at one time too. Yeah.
But I feel like as a consumer, I don't want it to be spoiled. I don't want to have to open up the internet.
Oh, yeah.
I want to be able to sit there on episode 1 and, like you, Donnie, go to episode 10, and then I can open the internet and be like, oh, this is what everyone's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Not have to. Oh, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back 5 episodes now. I got to hurry up before I see something on the internet about it. You know, I don't like that.
No, that's true. I just don't,
because people will spoil it. Like, people will just like. I remember like when like you remember like when Endgame came out. Like when Endgame came out, you had like Josh Brolin and all of them people were like the celebrities from the movies were like, dude, please stop spoiling the movie. Like, you know what I'm saying? You couldn't get on there. Like, I remember like at the time when it was still Twitter, like people were, you know, like muting certain words or whatever just so they wouldn't see, because people were just going like, oh, they go back in time, they do this, this, and this. And it's like, well, hold on, man, I want to see it, you know.
Iron Man dies.
Yeah, right.
He does?
Yeah.
Anthony's so late. No, that's why I had to go see the Bob Marley joint, because you know, even though it's, you know, it's a biopic and all that stuff, but I still wanted to see it before, you know, everybody gets their hands on it and start to say, oh, well, no, this was trash because Bob Marley never said this, or he never did that, or whatever. I wanted to see it. So then when those kind of things start coming out, I could be like, oh, okay, yeah, I can agree with this because I did see it. I didn't like this part, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Did you go see it, Donnie?
Yeah, I did. I saw it this past Sunday.
Nice.
Was it good?
Yeah, I thought it should have been longer than it was. Actually, it was only about 90 minutes, maybe. And that's like counting the credits. And
I'm pissed.
Damn.
I'm pissed.
And yeah, I thought it. See, it wasn't. Again, we were talking about the marketing thing. I think part of the problem is they marketed it as a biopic when it's not. It's more.
See,
of like
I was just gonna ask you that, if that's what it was.
Yeah, how is it? What was the biopic elements to it?
The biopic, I think, was because they were focusing so much on you know, the assassination attempt, his cancer diagnosis, him having issues with his tour manager. Like, his tour manager had got him booked. Rhodesia had gotten its independence, right, and became Zimbabwe. So they wanted Bob Marley to play there because that's where Haile Selassie was from. Haile Selassie was believed to be like God on earth, or like the messenger of God, and so he was like the human embodied incarnate of Rastafari, like that was his name. And so that's the religion, obviously, Jamaican and Rastafarian religion and stuff. And he goes to play in Zimbabwe, and like the Prince of Ethiopia gives him like this really cool ring that he starts to wear like all the time, and that kind of thing. But then you find out his manager kept saying like, well, Bob isn't gonna play unless you pay him this amount of money. Then he would give him this amount of money. Then he would call back and be like, no, Bob said no, 200,000 isn't enough. It needs to be 400,000. You know what I mean? And then Bob found out about it when he said he would play the concert for free, and like that's the only time that you really see him like violent, like you know what I mean? Because he got into like a physical altercation with this guy backstage and everything, like, but it picked up when the movie started. It was already 1976. The Wailers' first album came out like I want to say they got together as a band about 67, 68, which is like when the first Wailers albums came out. But Catch a Fire in 73 was like when they really started to become popular or whatever. But that's like right when Peter Tosh was leaving the group. But this picks up in 76. So this is right before he records Exodus, jamming, that kind of stuff. And like, I mean, like the first 10 minutes is the assassination scene. Like it was no, he's a kid and like, this is how he, got into music and learned to play the guitar and all this. It was like none of that. There's like little brief like glimpses of his dad and how his dad was white and stuff. And come to find out, the type of melanoma that Bob Marley had is more prevalent in Black people than in white people. So at first they thought, at least at that time, for whatever reason, that Black people just didn't get melanoma at a high rate. But skin cancer with their body, with Black people's bodies being able to absorb the rays of the sun, like why would they be getting skin cancer? So they thought it was something maybe genetic from his dad's side of the family, being that his dad was white. That's what they genuinely like thought. And then they were like, no, this is a thing that is like it's rare, and it's like it usually, from what I've found out, it usually forms under like some kind of nail, be it fingernail or toenail. And his was on it under his toenail. And when they like, this isn't in the movie or anything, but like what happened in real life was one doctor said they had to cut his toe off. Another doctor told them they had to cut his whole leg off. Then the third doctor was like, no, we could just debride your toe and literally just remove the part of the nail bed and that part of your toe that is basically infected with this. Get rid of that and you'll be fine. You keep your toe, you just have a little piece of it missing, but you'll be cool. So he did that. But I think what they didn't know or further check was the fact that cancer had already started to spread by the time they did that, because they were removing that to keep the cancer from spreading. But I think it had already started, because when you have melanoma, your bodily, your fluids go carried up to your lymph nodes, and then that's how it spreads back through the body and then gets to other organs. So him playing soccer, he kicked a nail because he didn't have shoes on, and he kicked a nail, or he got his toe stepped on by somebody who had spiked cleats, I think is what it was, and his toe wouldn't heal. He had a wound on his toe and it wouldn't heal, and that's what prompted him to go to the doctor. Other than that, he might not have ever gone or ever even known that he had cancer, because he just wouldn't have gone. He had no reason to go. So the not healing wound is how he found out that he had cancer.
Dude, okay. Wait. You said assassination attempt. What do you mean?
People broke into his house and tried to kill him. Yeah.
Dude, that is not what I thought you were talking about. I literally, when you were like, yeah, the assassination attempt, dude, I'm pretty sure the story that I heard like was that like somebody came to meet with him and gave him a fresh pair of shoes, and he had put those shoes on, and they said that they had
stabbed him in the toe. Like,
yeah, they like poisoned him. I thought that's what I heard they couldn't like prove it or something like that, but like I heard
Yeah.
that like that was like their assassination attempt on him or something like that.
So I've heard that too. Actually, real quick, like in the movie that you guys kind of see that ring that he has on right
Oh,
there.
nice.
He got the Prince of Ethiopia sent that ring to him, and like in the movie they had like a perfect replica because he might have been buried with the real one on. So but his wife, like has him wear it, and because he was kind of like secluded after he found out about the cancer diagnosis, obviously. But what happened was Jamaica was at this like like tense, tumultuous point. You had Edward Seaga and Michael Manley were running for prime minister, and there's just like it is here, Democrat, Republican, but there, of course, they got different names for their parties and stuff, with it being like running for prime minister and everything. But these obviously were oppositions, and they both had like, if you want to call them enforcers, basically like these gangsters that like one supported Siaga and his like gang, and then the other one supported Michael Manley and he had his gang. And so basically when Bob Marley was doing this concert, for whatever reason, one of those gangs took it as he was endorsing the opposite candidate. So those guys then they went to his house and they jumped the gate and they broke into his house and they shot him in his house.
Damn.
They shot him, his wife,
Yeah.
and his manager, and luckily nobody died. But they said her hair was so thick that when they tried to shoot her in the back of the head, they said her locks were so thick that it slowed down the bullet, and that's what kept her from getting killed.
Whoa, dude.
Because they jumped the gate and they came right up to she had the window down and she was like trying to see, and they came right behind her and shot her, and that's what it slowed down. They said there was like an inch like between where it was caught in her hair to going into her skull.
That's nuts.
That is nuts, dude. Like I'm telling
Yeah.
dude, that's politics fucking it's insane the lengths that people will go for like just politics and political stance and shit like that. Dude, just going
He
off
didn't
that
even. Oh, go ahead.
he didn't even have a side is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that was the thing. He didn't. He
Yeah.
never came out. Oh, I endorse this side over this side. You know what I mean? So I think they just thought he had too much power as it was, and that's
That's
why
what
they
it's
tried to
always
kill
about,
him.
dude. Yeah. That's what it's always about. Dude, I saw this Instagram video. My bad. It might be kind of sidetracking. Instagram video where this guy was singing with a mariachi band, and out of nowhere of the crowd, some guy comes up, gives him a note, and he stalls for a second. He's reading the note. Apparently, it was like this really famous singer, Mexican singer, and pretty much they found out like afterwards that the note had pretty much said, "Yo, dude, either you stop singing or we're gonna kill you like after this concert's over." And it was like the cartel, like literally telling this guy, like, step down from the stage, stop singing, or we're gonna kill you. He didn't. He continued the show. He ended up dead like the next day. And it was like, dude, fucking nuts, man.
Wow.
Dude was a crazy singer too. Like when he continued, I was like, whoa, like this dude's got major talent. It was nuts, dude.
Major
What's
balls,
crazy,
man.
Yeah.
like what's crazy about that is I think it's depicted differently in the movie, but those guys afterwards, like, cause see, Bob Marley got exiled because of that. Like, they were like, well, if they tried to kill your wife, as long as you're here, she's in danger. As long as she's here, you're in danger because they're going to use one of you as leverage to get to the other one, And they knew that his team knew, and the Wailers knew that if they killed Rita, that's going to draw Bob Marley out, of course, because that's his wife. So, he sent her and the kids to Delaware, where his mom was, and then he and the Wailers left Jamaica and went to London, where they just like stayed in London for like 2 or 3 years before they went back. Maybe it wasn't quite that long, but the guys later basically had sent some guys to London to try to coerce Bob Marley into coming back and performing at the Smile Jamaica concert after. I'm talking about the guys who tried to kill him.
Basically
sent like somebody as like a middleman in between, like to negotiate with him to come back and perform the concert. And actually, when he finally went back to his house in Jamaica, the guy who shot him came back to the house, and like he was standing in the same spot he had got shot the first time, and he thought the guy was coming to to kill him. Like, he thought it was all like a setup. They were coming to kill him for good this time, and the guy like just like broke down and like was apologizing to him and was telling him that that he was sorry and all this. And Bob told him that he didn't have any hatred in his heart, or he didn't hold any hostility in his heart. And he shook his hand and he hugged him, and he played the Smile Jamaica concert. And that's when he like showed his wounds like to the crowd and everything. And then he brought Edward Seaga and Michael Manley. They were on opposite sides of the stage of the crowd. He brought them on stage and he made them shake hands with each other. And he put his hand on top of their hands while they were shaking hands, and held everybody's hands up in the air, and like you see like this flash of lightning in the sky. It's almost like it was just like perfectly timed, where he like brought them together. It was like peace, like in in Jamaica, like no matter which one of them wins the prime minister thing, and that's what allowed him like it's what allowed him back into Jamaica, because he was like exiled for like almost 2 years.
Damn.
Like, and it's like a musician, like you guys really like it. Like, they didn't try to kill the politicians; they tried to kill a musician,
right?
I mean, when somebody like that holds a powerful voice, man, like you said, politics, man. Like,
dude, it was like
do anything to try to bring it down.
Yeah, John Lennon, dude, he was like literally had an interview where he was like, the world is being ran by psychopaths and people need to wake up and start realizing this. Like, I think it was like a live interview or something. It's like 2 weeks later he was dead, got shot.
Yeah, I mean, and too, with Mark David Chapman, he was shooting to kill, because he shot John Lennon with hollow point bullets, so he was shooting to kill. You know what I mean? Like, there was no
shit.
There was no mistake, about.
I don't know if that dude died or not, but like, did he get the death penalty? Or probably, I don't even know. Probably not. You know what's weird about our culture?
I do think he's dead.
Nice. Which is justified. Like, I just feel like what's weird about our culture is like, we don't have to go on a big rant. My bad. I feel like shit, we've been streaming for like 3.5 hours. But it is kind of weird how like, especially like even when like the Dahmer series came out and stuff like that, how like, I get it. Like, intrigue is cool and shit, but like how like intrigued we are with like killers and shit, and how we like want to talk with them and like study their brain and all this shit. It's like, dude, they're just like fucking, I don't know, man. I don't have any remorse for that kind of shit. Like,
it says he's eligible for parole next year.
What the fuck is happening? This is what I'm talking about. We're a bunch of fucking soft-ass motherfuckers, dude. Like, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, those guys, serial killers and all this stuff, they sit on death row for years, and then they die from like a heart attack, man, or from pneumonia or something. And that's, to me, that's way too polite of a death for them, considering the shit they did to other people.
Did you guys hear about the lady that killed Selena, the singer?
Yep.
Oh yeah,
and how she was up for parole and shit. And I'm just like seeing this Instagram, and I'm like, what the fuck? That lady should be like in jail for. I swear to God, dude, I saw it. And it's like, this lady was like, we need to find out when she gets released, and like, because she was super sad. It was super true. She's like, you took this like, beautiful, genuine talent of a woman away from us, and just, I was like, dude, she is 100% right, man.
Hey, it happens. Hey, this game called life is, crazy.
It seems like it's always ass backwards, man. It always seems like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's just like, it's just strange how like that happens. But you see, it's like they said in the song "Cult of Personality." It was like, like when a leader speaks, that leader dies. It's just, that's just what it is. And the
JFK,
he said, when a mirror speaks, the reflection lies. It's like, and I just think about, what were you gonna say?
I just read a Bible verse last night. Moses was talking to God, and God had told Moses, like, there'll be a lot of people that preach about me and preach good things, but they'll be killed off by my enemies. And that's true. You know, look throughout history, all the people that preach good things about, you know, look at MLK, JFK, John Lennon, Jimi Hendrix, you know, Bob Marley, all these people that preach good things, and it just seems like they die, you know, while the others that killed them get to live, you know. But it's rude to think.
And then some with a lot of them too. It's like all of these like strange like circumstances and all kind of stuff. That it's like it's not to make this like a conspiracy stream and nothing like that. It's just some of that stuff when you start looking at it, you know, like
shit's too coincidental.
Like when it happens, like when you're a kid and celebrity, you look at it, you don't really necessarily understand everything that happens. You know what I'm saying, or that happened. But I know like they said, Brian Jones from the Rolling Stones, he drowned in a swimming pool because he was high and he was unconscious and he drowned in the swimming pool. But he had been clean off of drugs at that point for almost a year, so that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? And that kind of kicked off the 27 Club thing. Not that there weren't people that had died before that, of course, but I'm saying him, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison all died within like a calendar year and some change. All four of those people died, and Janis and Jimmy died like 2 weeks apart. You know, and
it was the Reagan. It was Reagan's campaign, man. It was Reagan. It was, you know, whoever was before Reagan. Like they had a plot against musicians because at the time,
you mean Nixon? That's who would have been president.
Yeah, my bad. Nixon was Nixon, but Reagan was he was the same thing as Nixon. If you look at Reagan,
Reagan was the worst president, I think. But I'm
saying Nixon was the worst fucking president.
Nixon is definitely not worse than Reagan. Look up the policies and all that shit, the Reaganomics and all that goofy shit.
Please
tell me. Reagan had it signed into law so he wouldn't have to increase the school funding to have like more of a budget to get better food for the schools. He signed a bill that made it legal that ketchup was considered a vegetable in schools. So if the kids had that on their tray, that would count as them having vegetables. So he wouldn't have to put more money in the school.
All right, May. See you later.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Eating handfuls of ketchup.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Please tell me you guys have seen Point Break, right?
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah.
The original, with fucking Johnny Utah, and they're all wearing the fucking president mask and shit.
Yep.
Is there a remake?
He puts the Nixon. Yeah, there is a remake. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
He puts the Nixon one on and he's like, I am not a crook. No, seriously, that movie's fucking badass though. That movie's fucking really good. Patrick Swayze.
You know what other movie is a badass movie? Fucking Reservoir Dogs.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, what's surprising is like that Steelbook is at Walmart for $20. I'm such a fucking cheapskate. Like I won't buy it, but it has like that slip cover where like you take it off and then like his ear comes off because he cuts off that guy's ear in Reservoir Dogs.
Right.
Yeah, and like the slip cover has the ear, and then once you pull it off, the Steelbook has like the bloody ear. It's fucking dope.
Can I ask a question to the panel real quick? So Johnny Depp, right? He's one of the greatest actors of all time, right?
He is.
Oh, come on, come on, guys.
No.
So when we're talking about this cancel culture that we live in, do we feel like Johnny seriously got canceled out of Hollywood? Because And I'm asking specifically Donnie because I know you're a huge fan of Harry Potter, and me and my wife recently just watched the Fantastic Beasts series, and we were in love with it from 1 and 2, and then 3 was just a huge disappointment. And I felt a lot of it was in the fact that Johnny Depp helped build this character up to a certain extent, and then out of nowhere, no rhyme or reason, because of the cancel culture, it was gone. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree because I personally, I'm not sure what the actor's name is that like took over, but first I feel like they didn't even take enough time to get a new actor. Like when Richard Harris died, they took like a whole year and some change off to find Michael Gambon to play Dumbledore, like to continue the series. With this, I feel like they already like maybe had some other considerations kind of in the pocket in case some shit happened with Johnny Depp. That way they could just be like, hey, just like let's like just keep it moving. Because by the time when they were like, oh, Johnny Depp is out, I mean, it wasn't even I
It
don't
wasn't
even
even
think it was
like
6
6
months.
months. Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
even
I
6
don't think it
months.
was even 6 months before he was replaced. And personally, I feel like they really did him dirty with that because I mean Anthony just said he watched Aquaman earlier. You know, Amber Heard is still in there, no matter how much they complained about taking her out and all that. But he loses his whole fucking role. Like, you know, and I'm not saying that, oh, well, you know, she's the queen of Atlantis, but I mean, if Mara is that important to Aquaman, which she is, then you could have just recasted her or something. Cause like y'all love to do that shit in Hollywood anyway. But to take away his whole role, when you see him as Grindelwald, he plays the fuck out of Grindelwald. And we were like, and we were all waiting on that interaction with him and Dumbledore to have their fight. Like, because he was going to kill that, right? Because that fight between Dumbledore and Grindelwald was a 45-minute duel. It took Dumbledore 45 minutes to beat him.
Jude Law and Johnny Depp, like, come on, dude. Are you fucking that would have been legendary.
That was going to be so epic. Like, and I feel like we got rock because I feel like the guy who replaced him as Grindelwald, he doesn't have that same like charisma about the character. Like, I feel like when Johnny Depp was playing Grindelwald, like he was scary, not necessarily intimidating in like the Voldemort way, but he was so charismatic that you wanted to follow and be a part of what he was doing anyway.
He was a psychopath.
Like, he just had a way. But I'm saying, but it was like a controlled frenzy though, because like he had a way about making you want to join him as opposed, you know what I'm saying? Whereas like Voldemort, I'm saying Voldemort was more like based off of intimidation and shit like that. But that fight that I think the next movie would be Grindelwald, Dumbledore. They fight over the Elder Wand, and it took Dumbledore 45 minutes to beat him. But that's how Dumbledore gets the Elder Wand in that battle. And that was going to be such a great battle because, you know, at some point the Phoenix was going to be involved in it. Because, you know,
Voldemort's snake was in
Nagini.
Nagini was there. So
she's going to be involved.
And that's the same thing with, you know, the Pirates of the Caribbean series. You know, that had great potential to get restarted with Johnny Depp, you know, because it's never died out, my opinion. It's one of the greatest series that's ongoing, but this cancel culture that we're seeing, it's really kind of annoying, man, especially when someone like Johnny Depp gets canceled out of like his own franchise. Like, how does that happen? Like, he built the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. How does he get canceled?
Yeah, it just goes to show you too. It's like it's crazy. Like you gotta like watch what you say because everybody's listening. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they'll pull out them tapes.
You can't have a fucking opinion because they will go find some shit. Like Helvington said this in 1973. He wasn't even born then, but they like,
Helvington's never getting famous. They're pulling tapes out on me, yo.
Like it doesn't make sense because we're at a point where smart people have to be stifled so stupid people aren't offended.
Amen, dude. That's a good way of putting it, man.
Yeah.
Amen. Dude, I saw this clip of Randy Quaid, the guy that played Cousin Eddie in National Lampoon's Christmas, you know, and all those. So, dude, it was like this live interview where people were around him and he was reading a piece of paper and he was all like, I have friends. Who the hell was the other guy? That guy was in The Best of the Best. I literally just watched it. He was also in, you guys remember Beethoven 2? I know it's Beethoven 2. Remember the lady that was in Beethoven 2 that stole the dogs?
Yeah.
It was her boyfriend. Chris something is his name. Anyways, Randy Quaid was talking about how like Heath Ledger, this guy, the guy that played Bill in Kill Bill. I can't think of that guy's name. Yeah. So he was talking about how like back in the day,
I think. Is that right?
They were talking how he was saying that pretty much like Heath Ledger didn't overdose. It was a planned thing, and like what it was pretty much was like they were like smearing these people's like careers and shit like that and killing them off because they wanted their fucking rights to their movies and their money and like all this shit. And I'm just like, dude, this is some deep shit.
Yeah,
like if it's getting to a level like that and shit, it's like, which it probably is, dude. That's like the dark fear about the world we're living in, is about how fucking probably evil and corrupt it is, man. Like, you know what I mean?
You guys want to hear some creepy shit before we get out of here? Watch this. Like
Just
we
nothing
all,
paranormal.
we all, we all were alive. I don't know. I don't know if I could say we all remember what we were doing when the news came out when Aaliyah had died, but when that happened, I was like, she died in 2001. She died August 25th. She died August 25th. Lisa Left Eye died April 25th. Static Major, he died February 25th. Michael Jackson died June 25th. Like, there's this recurrence of this number, right? But Aaliyah, she died August of 01. So
was it a plane crash or something? Or
yeah. I would have been 6. So get this. So they, so they were on this plane, right? Anthony, and the plane was like, it was basically like damn near a crop duster. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how small of a plane it was. And they were gonna put all of like the makeup and luggage and all of that of the bags and carry-on shit of 10 people plus 10 people and the pilot. There's no way that plane, even with a competent pilot, would have been able to fly. It was too overloaded. So here's the weird thing. So her uncle, Barry Hankerson, is the one that controlled like all of her music estate and all of this and that. 5 days before she died, he had some kind of thing put in writing, like legally through the courts or whatever, that if something happened to Aaliyah Houghton, Blackground Records, his record company that she was signed to, was not liable for what happened to her. 5 days before she died. Never had this before that though. So they're filming the Rock the Boat video, right? And I remember because there used to be a show on BT called Access Granted where they would just like go hang out with the artists on the set of the video and they would just show you them filming the video. And at the end, it'd be the final, like production. They were filming it down in Miami. Like some of it was on green screen, some of it was in front of the beach down there, whatever. For some reason, all of a sudden, Hype Williams, the director, decides we need to go to the Bahamas to film the second half of this video. But my thing is, if you're already at the beach in Miami and you're using green screen, who the fuck would have known that you weren't at the Bahamas already? Like,
true.
So he packs up the whole thing, makes everybody go to the Bahamas. She already had a fear of flying as it was. So they get there. Well, who lives in the Bahamas? Lenny Kravitz. Well, they finished shooting and she was scared to get on the plane and, come back. And, her boyfriend at the time was Damon Dash, who like from Rockefeller fame with Jay-Z and shit. And she was like expressing these fears to him and like she didn't want to go. And so the story goes that Lenny Kravitz offered his G4 private jet to take her and her family and stuff back to the United States. Her uncle told Lenny Kravitz, or his people that, had brought the jet, like, no, we don't need you. Like, we don't need this. Hype Williams then takes the jet back to the United States, leaving Aaliyah and the rest of the crew in the Bahamas. Now, cue this problem with this plane I'm talking about. Aaliyah didn't want to get on. So she's like kicking and screaming. And then somebody that was in the crew had written a book since then that said, next thing you know, they slipped Aaliyah a pill and she was unconsciously being carried onto that plane. The plane takes off.
Dude.
The plane takes off and like within a minute and a half, not even that, maybe a minute of taking off, it crashes and killed all 10 people, including the pilot. The pilot, he had some strikes on his record. He had cocaine and alcohol in the system at the time. And the plane was too weighed down that even if you had a perfect pilot, the plane was still too heavy to fly and control. And they basically said that Aaliyah was like ejected from the plane and she was unconscious, but she like was so damaged and burned and all that stuff that she probably would have been a vegetable had she survived, like unable to talk or move or do anything. You know what I mean? Like, not that you ever want to wish like death on anybody, but you know, that was best case scenario for probably what would have happened to her, you know what I mean, had she survived it. But I'm saying
Crazy. I ain't know
you
all
don't
that.
I
you don't
did
think
know.
that's fucking weird? Her own uncle told Lenny Kravitz, who sent a private jet, his own private jet. And her uncle's like, no, we don't need that. And then the director takes it and fucks off and leaves everybody else. And he's on the private jet by himself. And that leaves everybody else to get on this little tiny plane.
No,
And
you
then they
want to know
crash.
why I don't find that hard to believe? Because it seems like her family has a history of putting that girl in fucked up positions. 14 years old, and she's married to R. Kelly at 22.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember
Yep.
hearing that shit.
So
Yeah.
And two,
that tells me right there. That tells me right there. There was definitely, and then obviously, remember too, this is well documented. Her and her mom didn't have the greatest relationship.
yep.
You know what I mean? Because of that
I
issue,
think,
there was rumors about her mom sneaking around with R. Kelly and stuff like
yep,
that.
I
There's
heard that
rumors
too.
about that and stuff. So, and now you say this thing about the uncle. It just seems to me, unfortunately, she got snake bitten with, you know, having some really fucked up family members, man.
And two, and the fact that her family was like okay with the marriage, like I
Oh
mean,
yeah, of
you know
course,
what
because
I'm
it was
saying? Like
money. It was
it
money
was
and fame,
right.
bro. They knew what
And
they
it's like,
was.
and we knew, like y'all knew what was up when he wrote the music for her and then had her name the album Age Ain't Nothing But a Number. You knew something was off then.
Yep.
But what's even like stranger, like the fact that you brought that up, like I think it's like public knowledge now, but I think that she had a baby and like they aborted it, I think is what happened.
No, I heard some.
Because do you guys know you guys remember that song that she made for the Dr. Dolittle soundtrack? Uh
Yes, yes.
Dirty South. Boom, boom, boom,
Yep,
boom,
yep,
boom,
yep,
boom,
yep.
doom, doom, doom,
Is it my
doom.
love
Right.
or is it your love or so whatever?
Yeah,
Yeah,
tell me that somebody.
yeah. Tell me
So
that. That's the song. I think that's the name of the song.
if you guys
Dr.
listen
Dolittle
to
forever.
it, yeah, I think the song was made for the soundtrack because I don't think
Mhm.
it's on any of
It
her
was.
albums. But if you guys go back and listen to the lyrics of the song, in the song, she's like, you know, like you hear her saying, uh, you know, like if I, you know, basically if I tell the secret, you can't tell nobody. I'm talking
Yep,
about nobody. And then you hear like the baby crying in the
yep.
background, you know, and it's
Oh,
like, you know, if the,
I
you know,
never
like
really paid
tell me you're
attention.
that somebody, tell me you're that somebody, you know, like, you know, I gotta watch my back because I'm not just anybody, you know, with her being famous and all that stuff. And I really think that she told that to Timbaland because you know she was like really close to Timbaland and Missy Elliott and Genuine. I think she told that to Timbaland, and he kind of put that stuff in the music, like subliminally. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, this secret. If I tell you, like you can't tell nobody. And
Yeah.
then you hear the baby crying, and it's all throughout the whole song. Every time she says that line, you hear the baby whining, like you know what I'm saying. And it was always kind of like suspected, but never substantiated. And then after the fact, you know, all this stuff has kind of come out recently. I think you know they found out like, oh yeah, she did
Yo, bro,
have an
Don,
abortion.
you do content, man?
Body what?
Do you like do content? Like what kind of content you do? Is it like just horror
I
movie? What?
uh no,
Music.
on my YouTube channel is me. I do videos of me playing
Word? Well, bro,
guitar, bass guitar.
just come from me. I think you should also do a YouTube channel where you talk about stories like this, man, because you got that knowledge. I ain't know this shit.
Yeah, Donnie, but then they're gonna come after you, man.
That's why I haven't done it. Like,
That's true.
you know, because like they'll straight up flag you for something like that. Like, I mean,
Yo, but
Crazy.
straight up, that is the
That's
world.
crazy. I don't think so because I see plenty of videos like that. All them Diddy videos that are coming out. Like,
yeah, but I'm saying though is like what I think though what I noticed is because I'm into the conspiracy thing and like I noticed that sometimes the stuff gets harder to find like stuff that has to do with conspiracies or just anything like that, it starts to get buried on YouTube. Like there's been times where I've typed in what I'm looking for on YouTube, hit enter, and I get like literally no results about that. It's all like people watch this video, people watch this, and it's like Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania. That ain't got nothing to do with what I search, right?
Great
So I
match,
have to go
bro.
to like
Great
a,
match.
I have to go to great match, but I have to go to like an outside platform. I got to go to Google or something like that and search the same thing, and then it'll pull up the videos on YouTube of what I was looking for. But the actual YouTube service, they have it like blocked or like, you know what I mean, like where it's like hidden. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like deep in
archive probably to where it's there,
like
but it's invisible. It's archived.
Yeah, and see, and I think they do that to people's videos. You know what I'm saying? Without them knowing, you'd be looking like, damn, why ain't nobody watch the video? You know, I think it's because that kind of stuff happens. You know, it's like we said, you know, you come out and you start talking about stuff like that, and then the next thing you know, it's like, you know, the next thing you know, my Instagram page is just deleted all of a sudden. It's like, but I didn't even do that, you know.
Right.
Amen.
You know,
that's
you just gotta be careful.
I never knew all about that. That's deep.
I just thought that was strange, man. I mean, I'm just saying, if we were all somewhere, man, and like what I look like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take a private jet, but y'all three got to find y'all own way. Like,
yeah,
I'm the reason we are here in the first place. But nah, I'm gonna peace out on y'all, and y'all are on your own.
Yeah,
and it seems strange to me.
Like, snakes in the grass, man. No doubt.
Yeah, like you know, I think, you know, you just got to be careful with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
All right, we got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we went 4 hours, fellas. I'm sorry, but I think I gotta eat some food, man.
No, I feel you, bro.
Food, yeah. I've been wanting to watch this JCVD movie on Max called Cyborg. It's from '89. It's kind of got like this Mad Max vibe to it and shit. I've been trying to watch it like all week, but I just haven't got around.
What are you watching it on?
Max.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch some surprise stuff. Real quick.
Yeah, you guys can if you guys got any cameos, or not cameos, but you know, whatever you guys want to do.
No, Marcus, I was just gonna ask, what is your Instagram?
I shot him 6 times. It's probably abbreviated though, like ISH 6.
Is it like this?
Yep.
Okay.
Damn, I ain't gonna lie, I forgot that it was there. Shit. But yeah, bro. Yeah, follow me and I'll follow you right back. We gotta link up soon, Anthony, and do like a Children of the Corn stream, like talking about like the first 3 movies, or just like doing omnibus.
First 3 are definitely probably the best. I do like the one with Ryan Gosling's. It's different. What's his wife's name?
I forget her name.
Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, what's her name?
Is that the one where they were
Eva Mendes?
Eva Mendes. Yeah, she's in the other guys.
Okay, the 5th one.
I forgot they were married, bro.
The 5th one.
That one's pretty good. Helvington, what do you got? What do you got going on, dude? Are you doing it? What?
Right now I am pushing out these reviews like a madman.
What are you reviewing next?
So I put a poll out for the fans to vote on what they wanted: Jeepers Creepers 3 or Final Destination 3.
Final Destination
1. So as I get done with this, I'm gonna record the review, edit it out, and it'll be out probably in the morning around or lunchtime tomorrow. Cool. I need Anthony to come back on the page to do a review for Scream 2. I think I
don't really like the movie, dude. No, I'm just joking.
Come on, I wouldn't trust anybody else to do a Scream 2 review, man.
No, it's so hard. Like even just thinking about that, like I Still Know What You Did Last Summer compared to Scream 2, because I think back in the day I would have said Scream 2 was like my favorite horror sequel of all time, but it's getting close, man.
Really?
Like, yeah, like
I feel like a lot of.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say I feel like a lot of part 2s are my favorite. Child's Play 2. I still know Scream 2 is
Halloween
my favorite.
2. Even Nightmare 2 is pretty underrated, man. Honestly,
Terminator 2.
Hell yeah, T2, man, no doubt, dude.
So I think I'll go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying we need Anthony on that. Like his first review. I honestly, because my wife jokes all the time about I know what you did last summer. She loves Jennifer Love Hewitt, but she's like, I always forget about that movie. And after watching your review, like she's watched your review like 2 or 3 times, and I just have been sharing the review like everywhere, and like it's been just generating so much like people having respect for the film, and it just really
Dude, she's a total babe in that film, man. Like,
dude. Now people did say I did have a few comments where people were like, "Yeah, but her acting though, it wasn't that great," and
they think acting's easy, or what are we talking about here? And you know what else is like really cool of that, like for that movie is she's actually on the soundtrack. She did a song for that soundtrack. And she did a pretty good job with it. Like, she actually just posted that on her story the other day because I think it was like the anniversary of her coming out.
She's gonna come back. She's gonna come back.
So, I hope so, dude.
It's no hope. Final Destination 2. Final Destination 2 is my favorite. Candyman 2 is my favorite. Like a lot of them. Like for
I need you to come on, Donnie.
Donnie, you should definitely do a review.
You need to do a review, bro. Like especially on like Candyman. I haven't had anybody do a Candyman review yet.
That might be the one.
I haven't had anybody do it.
Are you doing sequels too? Because Candyman 2
is
probably my favorite out of the four.
Doing every horror movie. I need help. I can't review these alone.
Another great sequel is Hellbound, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm telling you, these are films that people. I'm telling you, like after doing these reviews on my page, there is a fan of everything out there,
100%.
And like that's why I want more people to come on the page and like if it's your guilty pleasure, if it's something that you find legendary, if you underrated, whatever. Because I'm telling you, these people want to talk about it. These people have been going crazy. The Hellions have been going fucking nuts. Like I honestly didn't think Halloween 6 had any love, and I put that video out there, and then out of all, like it's got over like 2,000-3,000 views. Just people just talking great about Halloween 6.
Nice.
So I really want each. I shot them 6 times. Come on over, do a review for the Hellions and the Hellcats. It's so much fun. Anthony, he sent me a 15-minute video. Sent it to my video editor. He got it down.
I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't the greatest. I feel like I babbled a little bit, but yeah.
You did good though. That's what they're like. The people fucked with it, and like I need you guys to come back.
That's how it gets sometimes, especially when you're going down a rabbit hole. You're going to ramble.
Yeah.
And then you start talking about something, and then you start thinking about something else that you you wanted to mention, and you start like fumbling over shit because you're like, wait, did I say that already? Did I bring this up? Like then you start juxtaposing shit like, oh, I gotta compare this to this, like, and you wait, did I say that already? Like, damn it, jump cut. Like
and that's why I followed you. Go ahead.
No, I was just telling him that I found you, I followed you. But I was like, have you guys seen Candyman 2? Like any you guys seen it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
No.
You seen it, Anthony? Okay. Yep. Okay. Guess the one that takes place in New Orleans during Mardi Gras. Yeah. And it kind of explains like how his soul got trapped in the mirror and all that stuff. Like, so you guys are definitely like,
Donnie, you would kill a review. I've been telling Donnie to come on the page, bro. I've told him for like fucking the past 3 live streams he needs to come on the page and do a review. Because I got Brittany, she's working on the Jordan Peele review for his 3 films, but I need you. If like, I think you would do great on that one. Tales from the Hood. I need someone to review that one. That's another cult classic that I haven't reviewed.
Tales from the Hood would be dope.
I have like Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Child of the Corn. I need you on that one. I need you on Children of the Corn. Like these are films that people want to talk. Like people get tired of me talking because me. I talk the big ones, the Screams and the Halloween, and I do that so much that some people are like, I literally get DMs and like, hey, can you talk about Silent Hill? And me personally, I'm not a big Silent, but there's people out there that are Silent Hill fans. So I get that with, Children of the Corn, a lot of 80s movies. People want me to review 80s movies all the time. And they'll be like, have you seen the sequel to Black Christmas? I'm like, honestly, I have not. I'm gonna be real with you. But wait,
so when you do like the review thing, does it need like if there's a original and a remake, do you do them both in the same, or you make 2 separate videos for that? Like, because I was thinking, I keep telling you guys about House on Haunted Hill, and like that would be a great my favorite Vincent Price movie. But of course, the 1999 remake, I mean, like some people probably like that one better because they just some people can't sit through like old horror movies because it's not scary enough for them. Let me tell you, the biggest jump scare that ever got me was in That House on Haunted Hill from 1959. No bullshit. And the 1999 version is amazing, but
it's amazing. I like that film a lot.
I have a lot of people who want me to review the classic films from the our parents' generation, and I just haven't seen it. And people get on me all the time. They're like, "Yo, you show love to the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. What about the 40s and the 50s and the 30s?" I'm like, I just haven't watched them, man. But Donnie, come on over and just if you want to do a versus or if you want to do which one is better, we can do that. Just turn that camera on, press record, send me the footage. We'll make it happen.
I think for I was telling Donnie we were maybe going to try to do a stream like next Tuesday or Wednesday. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get some pictures to do some verses. I think a verses would be good for just
that stream. That'll be great. That'll be great.
Yeah, verses would be fun. So
that versus
I wish we would get Chucky versus Leprechaun.
Yeah,
that would be a Leprechaun, because again, Leprechaun has some again. You got to go in this and think like there's so many horror movies that we can review. Yep. And yes, we have our favorites. Like I Shot Him 6 Times. Obviously, Halloween. I'm a huge Scream fan, Halloween fan, but guys, there's a lot of horror movies out there that we don't talk about.
Content to cover. That's why I'm doing the entire month of March. I'm doing a watch party on all the Leprechaun films, even even Leprechaun Origins.
Oh, even Origins.
Did you guys know they offered Tony Todd to do a versus with that, the Candyman versus the Leprechaun.
He definitely denied it.
Yeah, he was like, are y'all tripping? Like,
yeah, are you?
What kind of verses are we gonna do? It's gonna be like a.
It's going to be like films against films. What do you prefer? I like those pictures where it's like the red and blue pill. Like, which line of fucking films would you take other than I like those. I think that'd just be good.
We could do like you could have like all like ones, and then the sequel. Like do you prefer one or two?
Yeah, that'd be true.
But then have Final Destination. I Know What You Did. Halloween. Child's Play. Yeah. Child's Play 1.
Because March is like
that kind of thing.
March is like March Madness. Yeah, March Madness. So we could do a bracket of like and we all send in our votes of like we put it in the pot. We send it to Anthony, and then Anthony gets all of our pictures and stuff.
Send in the votes. I'll just do a poll, dude.
I got one.
Poll.
Children of the Corn versus Village of the Damned.
Why am I flaking
I've heard
on Village of the Damned?
Bro, that's an old school jam right there.
Not Queen of the Damned.
Anthony's like, I gotta watch another movie, man.
I definitely know what you're talking about, but I'm trying to picture Village.
We gotta talk about
95?
Maximum Overdrive.
Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah, these little girls with the white hair and stuff. Okay, yeah. Dude, Marcus, have you seen the movie The Children?
No.
It's a British setting, and it's during Christmas, and it's like, dude, I highly recommend. When I was doing like my winter setting horror films, it popped up and I watched it. It's pretty much like a modern Children of the Corn kind of thing. It's pretty good, actually. It's not too bad.
Or it's like
it sounds like it's Children. I want to check it out now.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
We would get a legitimate like director who would really want to write a Children of the Corn story and bring it back to theaters. Like,
dude, I literally this morning.
I'm so tired of sci-fi.
You've had your chances.
I had a copy of that new one that just came out in the $5 bin this morning in Walmart, and I put it back. It wasn't terrible. I guess like what they did with like the monster in the corn was kind of like it kind of was like. Have you guys seen the movie The Ritual?
Yeah,
where the four guys go out into the forest and it's overseas. And
yes,
what's his name? What's his name? Did the movie? It was Gary Bruckner. Is that right? Yeah.
That ending was fucking
Bruckheimer.
I think it's Gary Bruckner. Killjoy Jake could probably correct me. The Ritual. I feel like I've mispronounced this before. And
Marcus, have you seen?
David Bruckner. My bad.
Oh,
David Bruckner. Nice.
No, I was asking, have you seen Maximum Overdrive? I know Hamilton has seen it. I think Anthony's seen it too.
Definitely.
Classic.
Emilio. Yeah.
No. I know Craven actually just did a watch party on that last week, but I wasn't able to catch it. So that might be something I have to catch up with.
The Green Goblin truck and everything. Yeah, that shit used to scare me like as a kid. Like, but I remember my dad telling me like if he was like, if this ever happens, like we are in trouble. Because like all the machines are like come to life and start moving the shit on their own,
You know what my shit was? Demolition Man.
Oh hell yeah, dude. Sly and fucking
Wesley Snipes.
Hell yeah, dude.
Fucking Simon Phoenix, the blonde hair.
Fucking
I gotta ask you guys, have you guys seen, this is underrated as fuck. No one is ever like, I've asked like 10 people, have they seen this? They're like, no, I haven't seen it. Killjoy. Has anybody seen Killjoy?
Yeah, you remember you brought it on. It was like one of our very first streams you ever did on my channel.
Did you actually watch it?
It was like a clown thing, right, or something?
Yeah, you actually watched it?
Well,
no, but I saw it was on Tubi.
Oh, you fucking asshole! You're fucking
no, I did see it was on Tubi. To me, it looked like a full moon production.
Yeah, it is a full. It is literally is full moon.
Nice. Full moon's good shit, dude. Okay, one more thing. Okay, my bad. Or were you gonna say, Donnie?
No, I was just gonna say because we were talking about earlier, like about the fans and and like just people hating on shit before they even get the product sometimes just off of like a screenshot of something or whatever. I wanted to bring this up earlier and that's why when you guys were just going back and forth with I've had that Halloween argument so many times, like that's why I was like, okay bro, I'm just gonna go to sleep while they talking because like
is on the show, so it is all like, no, I'm just joking. I love the conversation of like how people rank their franchise and stuff, like when it comes to like especially because Halloween is so like deep in film, like it has like a lot of films, so it's like
but that's what I want. Like I don't want you guys to like take offense of it, like
dude,
I've heard that argument so many times that I'm just sitting there like but no okay, like step outside please, like no what I was gonna say, so I was talking to one of my friends about this and I remember him going on like talking about how like kind of what we were talking about, like, oh, we just keep rebooting the same thing, and like we've seen Halloween and we've seen Friday, and like like I don't want to keep seeing the same thing over and over. Like I want to see something new, like fresh ideas. And I was like, okay, so I was like, all right, well, what about like Terrifier? He was like, oh, I don't like Terrifier. I didn't like that. And I was like, so you get something new and then you complain about it when you got something new, but then you don't want something old. So then what do you want then? Those people like, what more do you want from me? I almost Tyrese. Like it's like the you guys
what am I waiting for?
Well, Anthony's waiting for the day to marry her, but like I think it was like a Make-A-Wish kid like won a contest and like wrote that scene, and that's why that's in the movie.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I have a feeling that somebody on it was like something like that. Yeah, had wrote that in, and then they were like, okay, we'll just use it or some shit.
And that's why they had.
He was waiting for the movie to come out before he dies.
Because remember, well, damn, I was doing. I did that one post where like that was on, and Anthony, remember I tagged you. I was like, somewhere Anthony is yelling why Julie James is number one, is like it's top two and not number two. And personally, I always would like Jennifer Love Hewitt in Can't Hardly Wait.
Can't Hardly Wait, classic. Yeah,
that's my shit. I love that movie. But I was just saying, man, it's like those fans are those are the problem. Like Halloween, we've seen so many Halloweens. I don't want to see Halloween anymore. Okay, here's something completely new, Terrifier. I don't want Terrifier. I don't like that. Like, what? Like, nigga, then what do you want? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and what the problem is, most of them they deny it. Like they'll give it a negative review without actually watching the movie, or if they watch it, they don't really take the time to hone in and understand. I'm sorry now, especially I'm a content creator. When I watch a movie, I'm like zoned in. I'm like,
no, 100%, dude. And
that's why I be taking
zoned.
Yeah, you're looking at like the transitions, you're looking at the shot selection, you're looking at the lighting, like all that shit. I'm looking at more of like a director's view than like anything. Like I feel like that's what I've kind of like.
When y'all go to the theater, do y'all be like watching the corners and stuff a lot? Like
background for sure.
Background shit, like that might be happening or whatever. Or sometimes you'll see like in the Bob Marley movie, like just stuff that's not in the foreground, and you see like the guy is playing, but he's just like his hand isn't moving. You know what I mean? But you just hear like there's a bass solo happening. It's like, bro, you're supposed to be playing it, like it's like that kind of shit. Like it's just it's some of that stuff. It's so obvious, but I try to not. When I see a movie for the first time, I try to not be like, oh yes, this is complete ass, or I love this the first time. Like I try to see it again, you know what I mean? But because you go see the movie, dude, about 40 minutes after you done left, you done forgot a majority of what happened. You just remember the shit that you like the most. You know what I'm saying? So like I watch Nope again just to be like, did I really like it as much as I thought I did? Okay, yes, I did. You know what I'm saying? Rather than just like knee jerk. You know what I'm saying?
Takes me one time. It takes me one time. I watch it one time and I should know because it only takes me. I like you guys. I look at it as a director's standpoint. I hate it sometimes because it's like I miss the days where I could just go watch a movie, True. But now that I know so much about the movie and I'm looking at, I takes it one time.
And that happens to me with music. Like when I hear like other like shows, my mom always try to make me watch America's Got Talent, like when another guitar player comes on or whatever, and in my head I'm rewriting the solo, like I wouldn't have played that or like whatever the hell, you know what I mean? It's not that I'm like trying to like shit on them, it's just I'm hearing something different in my head, having been doing it all this time. So I totally understand. Yo, Anthony, check this out. I ducked the case here and I wanted to show you this real quick. Like, so this is the first movie, but you were talking about like the special cases they give you and all that shit now.
Let's go, dude.
You see that?
That's hard.
Oh, Aquaman.
What's the transition to though? Oh, the manta in the back. Let's go, dude. That's sick, dude.
Yeah, I thought that was super cool. Like,
that is super cool. Is that a steelbook?
No, it's just a regular case, but like
nice.
But it's got this, like it opens out. There's actually like a book of like there's like
dude, that's when you know you got a good dude. I love physical media. I bought so much physical media over the last couple weeks, man. Nice.
That's the picture I was telling you in Helmington about. Like that was in the comic book. That was like directly like in the movie. Like
Okay,
it's got
Donnie. Don't get mad at me, dude. Like, please do not get mad at me, dude. The only thing I never understood is that, like, Aquaman, he looks like me. He's a blonde dude. He's big blonde. Like, where did they get Jason Momoa at? Like, I don't get it.
That was specifically Zack Snyder's idea.
Jesus, Zach, what the? I'm just joking. I love Zach, dude. I love all of his movies. No, I mean, I don't know if I've seen all of his movies, but everyone I've seen,
I think his thing was he was thinking like just like the whole Polynesian culture, them being around the water a lot and stuff. I think that's what he was saying, and that's why he chose. Because you guys know as well as I do that once Jason like took over as Aquaman, all of a sudden he wasn't such a lame character anymore. Like how everybody was always talking so much shit about all he can do is talk to fish. He's lame and all this and that. And once Jason took over, then everybody's like, wait, no, Aquaman's kind of dope. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it just
because like even Barry Allen, dude, they almost like look exactly the same, but they have like two different costumes. But obviously, the Flash was fucking.
So my question was it Zack Snyder who directed it, or was it James Wan?
James Wan did.
James Wan directed
the Aquaman movies.
Yeah, the Aquamans. Yeah.
All of the but to that point though, Hamilton, all of the DC stuff that happened like from Man of Steel onwards, the Wonder Woman, all of that casting, the Justice League casting was all Zack Snyder's ideas. He chose Henry Cavill, Ben Affleck, Gal Gadot. Like
that's another thing. Henry Cavill. What's up with Henry Cavill getting canceled? Like, what is this? What are we doing here?
His time's over, dude. It's over. It's done. No, I totally agree, dude. Henry Cavill or Cavill, dude. Like, what a fucking just monster casting for like such a good role. But dude, the guy that's him now in the Superman Legacy, it's the guy from Pearl, the production guy. He looks just like him, dude. I swear to God, like a younger version.
He's not a Henry Cavill though, man. Like,
no, dude, I think he's gonna kill it, dude. The only reason I don't like Superman as much is because he's like this unstoppable being. Like, that's the reason why I like Batman so much, is because Batman is like human. He can get hurt, he can get fucked up. Like you know what I mean? Like Superman's he's almost unstoppable. So like, how
you know what's crazy? Like today, because I feel the same way, but I feel like too, like it's no disrespect about like to Henry Cavill, but I think part of it too was just how it was written. Because I felt I feel like the way he was depicted, like in Batman vs Superman, he was a little bit more arrogant than Superman normally would. Would be like, you compare that to Christopher Reeve, he's not really arrogant like that in those original like Superman movies. In that whole Batman vs Superman thing, he was a little bit more arrogant with the, next time they shine your light in the sky, don't go to it. The bat is dead.
Savage, like, dude. That was such a dope ass part.
And but then Batman was like, "Do you bleed?" And Superman flew away, and he's like, "Because you will." But he knew that Superman heard him because of the supersonic hearing, like, Bruce, stop, like, if I wanted you dead, you would have been already. Like, I just don't feel like that's shit he would have said. Like,
dude, you should watch. You should watch the Superman animated movie, called. It's him and Batman, and I swear to God, the fucking writing is about exactly the same as that. I swear. I'm trying to think what it's called. It's the movie you just bought it, Mock. Hold on. Batman, Superman. I feel like I should know this, and I'm like, what the? It's called like, dude, what am I in right now? New tab. Sorry.
When is it from?
90s, late 90s. It's called right here. World's Finest. There we go. Got the Joker in it. Super good, dude. It's like when all the guys from the Batman animated series, they moved on and started the Superman animated series, and they kind of combined it and did crossover. Super good, dude.
Interesting.
Super good. Yep.
Is it on Max?
Dude, I think it is something you have to purchase. Apple TV, Vudu, or Prime.
Okay.
For some odd reason, dude, it's not on there with all the other DC shit. It's weird, man. Yeah.
Yeah, because like, they had made that deal with. Remember, DC had like their own app or whatever, and then when HBO Max launched, they made the deal with them, and everything just went over there. But yeah, okay. I don't know. Like, Helvington, real quick, why do you not think that it's just the writing? Like, you like arrogant Superman? Is that the thing?
No,
he's in love with Cavill, dude. I mean,
no, it's not even that. I just think, when you get these once in a generation actors, if you follow Henry Cavill and see who he studied under, Dr. Xavier, whoever, I forget the actor's name, whoever he is, but he studied under him. He studied under a lot of legendary actors. I feel like it's almost like it's that old tale. Can somebody just put the mask on and it be as successful? I don't think so. You can write the character as good as you want to write it.
Like, we agree there. Like,
okay. I was just saying Henry Cavill is what made that Superman great. It wasn't.
Oh yeah. Okay, we're right here then. Like,
somebody else. It's almost like Batman, right? Who played Batman in this one? Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. My favorite, man.
Like,
what the fuck?
I'm joking. I like all the Batman, man. I don't hate any.
I thought he was a good Batman, but he was the exact same thing, Christian Bale was for his Batman, but I feel like Christian Bale is just a stronger actor, period. For just
the trigger.
You know what I'm saying?
The trigger.
It's more believable coming through him. I'm not saying Ben Affleck was he was a really good Batman, but just like, in my opinion, Henry Cavill is the greatest Superman that's ever put on the cape.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying? And the fact that he got outed is some bullshit.
It's just how people that buy DC and Warner Brothers and shit, just how.
But no, it's also the other people around him. Like I heard that The Rock actually, doesn't really
to have him come back though, to have him in the Black Adam thing.
But no. I heard it went like it wasn't what we were told. Like it was.
Oh, really?
They had beef. Like Henry Cavill and The Rock had beef. Like it was. It had to do with the Black Adam situation. But there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that happens to Henry Cavill, especially with the TV show The Witcher, where he's like Henry Cavill is when he plays a role, he loves that role. Like he is in love with that role.
I've heard the same.
And if he doesn't like what a certain company is doing, a la DC and the direction they were going with his character, he's just not going to do it. Same thing with The Witcher and Netflix. He didn't like where it was going. He was like, why am I being used as a sex symbol? Like I played this video game and there's no sex scenes in the video game, but yet every other scene you had me more and more naked. Like what's happening? And to where
Dude,
Netflix,
if I was jacked, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll fucking take off my clothes. I don't give a fuck.
But yeah, so like it's a bunch of behind the scenes bullshit.
See, that's the bullshit. See, Anthony would go stand in a circle of short guys and be like, I think we're all in agreement who's in charge here.
But no, yeah, media has gone down, man. That's why I'm glad we do have great content creators like us who are able to shed light on older media. That's where you won't catch me really watching a newer movie. I watch nothing but movies that I grew up off of. Will I watch an occasional Thanksgiving? Sure. Will I watch, the newest? But I'm not out here looking forward to Smile 2. Like, it's just not me. I'm not looking forward to Smile 2. Was Smile great?
Hater.
I'm not a hater.
I'm joking, dude.
No. Wait a damn minute. I started this shit.
It's all good.
This is the motherfucking things I get. Like, no, this
you know what sacrifice?
But no, like for instance,
what do you believe in?
Smile, right? It's almost this is again goes back to community. Have you guys seen Drag Me to Hell? You guys have seen that, right?
Yeah, it's been a while, but I have watched it.
Was it Raimi? No, who was it?
Yeah, it was Raimi. It was Raimi.
Okay, it was all right. It was pretty good.
It was good, right? But for that time, it was damn near one of the greatest independent films that wasn't pushed by a mainstream blockbuster, right?
Yeah.
And that's basically what Smile is in a nutshell. It's Drag Me to Hell, just retold in a different way.
I love it, dude.
But my thing is, this goes back to the originality part. Like, are we really going to keep doing this? Are we just going to keep having the same movie come out every 4 to 5 years and sell it to the public as a brand new
name on it?
It's just a different name,
dude. Everybody takes a little inspiration and reference from everything, like, you know what I mean.
But the movie's not even 5 years old. Like,
boss, everything's ran by money anymore these days. Like, that's just how it is, man. Like, when sequels are going to get pushed. I mean, it even happened. I guess you could blame it on, dude. Actually, who you could blame it on is Friday the 13th. Really, technically, because there was like one of those that came out like every year, like for like 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I saw Dom talk about it earlier. He was talking about Sean S. Cunningham and how he hated the character of Jason. All that. I hate that. Like, I hate to hear that, but like. Yeah. They're just fucking money hungry. But hey, you know what? That push for all those Friday movies also pushed a lot of other slashers. And oh, dude, that movie in the background that's playing behind you called Possession. That movie is fucking intense. It just skipped, but
yeah,
you guys should watch that fucking movie. Sam Neill called Possession. It's way
Sam
intense.
Neill, that's dude from Jurassic Park. Right?
Jurassic Park. He looks young as fuck. It is an emotional roller coaster. That whole fucking movie.
And he played in The Omen. Which one was it? 3 or 4?
No, it was not 2, but I think it was 3. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it was 3. No, maybe it was 4.
Yeah, he played an older Damien.
Yeah, maybe it was 4.
Oh, word.
Or maybe it was 3. I can't remember. I just know that the second one they said was terrible.
So last thing, because we always have one last thing. But what Heavenson was saying about like, I don't really watch like the newer media. Like, I feel the same way. Like, I'm always listening to old like Gary Clark Jr. is the newest like artist that I have on my like in my stand of like records right here, and that album came out in 2019. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I don't have anything, that like that's new. I can't tell you what's hot in the streets right now, right? But 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 what I would no my last question to you guys is, what do you think we attribute that to? Because we're all
You're
like
just
close to the
old,
same
dude.
age. I'm like
Yeah,
okay,
we're
me too.
old. We're getting old,
Um,
man.
uh,
We're getting old.
no, because like I think you might be misunderstanding. Because like, yeah, okay, so yeah, I am getting old. Yeah, about to be 30. Like, all that. I get that, but I'm saying even like at a younger age, I was still more into older things. You know what I'm saying? Like kids. Like I remember kids. Like I had a Woodstock shirt on, like in eighth grade, and I remember other kids being like, "What's Woodstock? Like, what's a like they thought it was the bird, like from Charlie Brown, not
It is
knowing
the
about the
bird, though, right?
concept. Yeah, that's his name. Yeah, but I'm saying like unrelated, right?
Yeah.
And like I remember one time these dudes was like,
I
"Hey,
can't stand
hey,"
Anthony. You're fucking stupid, bro.
like that it's because he's so much taller, right? So there's less oxygen up there, so he's kind of you know. But I remember these dudes one time I was walking by, two white guys. They were like, "Yo, that black kid has a Kiss shirt on." Like I remember, and like I overheard this. I was like,
Racism?
I was like, what's the what, question mark? Like I remember being like what's wrong with that? I was like, I can't like Kiss. I remember
You're
and
black.
Dude, I'm
yeah,
not gonna
basically.
dude, I'm not gonna lie. When I played a shit ton of ball in college, dude, and when I went to UNL, the university in our capital city, dude, we go up to the rec and I would have my JBL fucking speaker. Dude, I would just be bumping old 90s rap, J.
Hip hop.
Cole,
Yeah.
fucking Kendrick and shit. And they're all like, "You're listening to this?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
You're
They're all-
white.
Yeah, I remember we're standing in line at the Sprint Center, getting ready to go into the Kiss concert, last time ever. And there was a dude standing next to me in the line, and he had already been sipping, like he was leaning. And but I remember him asking me, he was like he was talking to his friend, and he like looked over and he saw me, and he like did like a double take, and my mom was on the left side of me, and he was like, you're going to the Kiss concert? And I was like, the fuck? I was like, yes, and
You're black.
and I was like, it's been known to happen, and like all of his friends, were like, ooh, I didn't even understand that.
There are black Kiss fans out here. Thank you very
Hey, so
much.
Donnie, I got a question though, real quick. Now I don't want to get like too like crazy with it, but like, okay, like, did you ever think to yourself did you ever think that like maybe people would find it like crazy that you were a Kiss fan? Like, just personally, did you ever think that?
I still find it
Uh,
crazy.
I think I think so, as I got older.
Because like the only reason I
Fuck
ask
you,
is
Elvis.
because like, dude,
But
I'm not okay. We don't need to go Truman Show on this fucking stream like right at the end. But didn't it okay, like when that interaction happened, did it almost seem like set up? Like the guy, like you just had a feeling that somebody might ask you that, and then all of a sudden it happened or some shit.
no, I didn't. I didn't feel like that at
That's
all.
just I feel like
At that point,
situations like that just happen. Like when I go out and people would just ask some like random ass question, you're just like, that just seems so set up. Like this person seems like a what do they call it, an NPC or something. Like it just
Yeah, because
doesn't
some
seem like
people,
real
it's
life.
a
Like
fucking bot. Like yeah,
it just seems
but
weird sometimes. I don't know.
it's just, and I guess I mean I don't know why they act like black people can't be into rock and roll or whatever. It's just like they just happen to be my
Chuck
favorite
Berry?
band. You
Like
know
what are
what
we
I'm saying?
talking about
It's
here,
like,
dude?
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, would I get the same response if I was going to see? Maybe you would probably be like that. Maybe more like going to like Metallica because that is harder. You know what I'm saying? Like black people like aren't necessarily into metal like they could be into rock and roll. Not that there aren't people that are, but I'm just saying I never thought of it. Like that. My mom, when she was in the 70s and stuff, she went to all kinds of she saw everybody from Michael Jackson and Stevie Wonder to Blue Oyster Cult and Kiss like
Cool.
in the same year. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I never thought of it like that. It's just like that was a thing that they just like. I
but
guess
you get on
they.
both sides. Though. Like on the black side, I'll get told like, "Yo, you listen to Ozzy and them," and I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, bro, we would have never thought that you listen to Ozzy. So it's like you get it on both sides. Like, it's like black people, you know, say sometimes like you're only supposed to listen to rap music, and then the white people will be like, well, you're only supposed to, you know.
I don't want to sound like, yeah, it's almost like they want you to live the stereotype. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
both sides. At a Jay-Z concert, I don't feel like I would be like to a white guy, oh, you listen to Jay-Z? Like, what the, you know, he just makes good music. Like,
I've definitely done it. But I'm half white as well. So,
but see, but that's the thing. Like, you know, like only like half of you shows up to the concert. Like, that's the
thing. But I come from an era, though. Where, you know, we all come from an era where, you know, everything was more lighthearted. You know, even though that guy said to you,
dude,
hey, we're here at a Kiss concert, you didn't take it to heart. You just, hey, that's the era where, you know, I grew up in. And
that's the thing. I didn't get, I wasn't tight. Like, oh, like we got to fight because you said some racist shit. No, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you just realized that, yeah, exactly. That is just some old fucking timer that doesn't fucking know shit, and you're just like, all right, whatever. But now, I don't know. This younger generation, man, I don't know. I'm just not saying that because I'm getting middle aged, but I'm being real, man.
Old,
like,
boy.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Dude, I think Kiss felt the same way when they saw us, because like the people who got the private
You're
concert, basically, like 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 when we got the acoustic like concert and autographs and all that stuff, it was only for like a set group of people. We definitely were the tokens up in there, like, you know, me and my mom at that point. But you know, I don't know how many other black people were at the concert, you know, but at that particular like backstage like thing, you know what I mean? I know we definitely were the only black people there, but I know we're not the first black people they ever seen.
Try going to a Motley Crue concert. It's way worse. Like, you are literally the only black person at a Motley Crue concert. Like, nobody around you.
Dude, they're fucking.
But half of you was there though. Like, half of you was like, don't step on my J's, and the other half was like, let's fucking mosh pit. Like,
oh God, though. Oh God. But it's just the stereotypes, man. Just like Anthony said, you know, there's some
it's almost
NPCs that have it programmed into them that's like, oh, I gotta say this, you know, and it's like, oh, I seen it coming from a mile away. I knew he was gonna say that kind of thing, you know.
Yep. It's like weird. I swear to God, dude. Every like, okay, we don't need to get into it. We'll talk about it backstage. I don't want them coming after me and shit. But yeah. But yeah, again, so again, if you guys want to hop on Tuesday or Wednesday, I should be back. We're gonna pick one of the days. I mean, shit, if we try to do both, maybe. But yeah, at least one of the days. So depending on what your guys' work schedule and shit is, we'll get it worked out. But again, thank you everybody in the comments and everybody that joined us tonight. We had close to 10, you know, follow or people watching. So hey, you know, let's start for 5 months. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I get nervous. I get nervous doing these like every time, even like I don't even know. It's just like every time I do these, I'm just like, oh shit. Like
as long as there's good conversation, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters, man.
I will say stop taking 5 months hiatus though.
That's totally true. I'll try to bring some good material. I just feel like, dude, like, okay, nothing against horror right now. I know some good movies are coming out here, you know, but I just feel like it's the year of action, man. Like we got fucking Deadpool, Furiosa, there's gonna be some bangers coming up for these action films, like that one I was just talking about, Bill Skarsgård. But I think there'll be some, like, you know, you got Smile 2, Terrifier, you know, 3, end of this. I don't know. I think it'll be.
I like what Killjoy Jake did. I've been following Killjoy for a minute, but he just made an announcement not too long ago on his page that he was kind of rebranding it a little bit to where,
hell yeah, doing what he wants to do, dude.
Right, because as a content creator, you can't do news all the time.
You don't want to get pigeonholed. Yep.
Terrifier 2 and Scream 7, like you gotta, you know, what movies do you like, Anthony? I know you like a lot of movies. Let's hear about it. You know what I'm saying? Right. You're fucking. What I would do, Anthony, I would go through your DVD collection and just start reviewing each one of those. Sit down, watch a movie. And
dude, it's a lot of just the same movies, dude. When I sit in that review, dude, I got like a dozen copies of like I Know What You Did Last Summer, Scream, and like fucking Urban Legend and shit. But no, I know what you mean, man. I'm just like on this action kicker right now. So I was thinking about doing like an action like top 10.
That would be dope,
like that, yeah.
Because I remember growing up, fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme, Sylvester Stallone, fucking. Jet Li.
Oh, dude, I literally just watched a Jet Li movie the other night, dude.
Jet Li was fucking badass, bro. Fucking love Jet Li.
Jackie Chan, like Chuck Norris.
Must Die. We were talking about Aaliyah.
Like, dude, like all these. That's what I'm saying. There's so many. There's so much content out there for us to make. Like that's why I do look up to Killjoy, because he said, you know what, I need a refreshment, and like I'm enjoying the rebranding that he did. The whole him doing what he wants to do and like the movies he finds interesting. I like that.
Dude, I think he might be filming some shit right now. Did you guys see his story?
Yeah, I seen his story. Yeah.
Like, damn, that's pretty dope, dude.
Oh, I enjoy that.
When I was talking with him and Eric, dude, like even Eric from Bearded from Entertainment, dude, like these mofos are
movie
like
makers.
Yeah, like Eric like went out on like a project where like you show up, they give you a certain amount of time, you write a script, turn it in, and then you like film it all within like a day or two or something like that, and then you turn it in and they kind of just rank them or something. I was like, dude, this is insane. Wow. Like that's fucking nuts.
Yeah, so I love seeing all these different creators finding their own lane, and you know that's why I want I need a promise from all you guys on the stream. I need a review on the page.
I'm retiring.
Again. No, fuck you, Anthony. Fuck you.
No, it was funny. I was telling Helvington for like the longest time. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna do it. And then I sent him one. And I was just like, dude, I think I'm done with the channel. It's over, dude. I think I'm done.
And I was like, I call bullshit because I seen you on Killjoy's stream, fucking killing it as always. So I was like, I need that review ASAP. As soon as I seen that review, I was like, I'm fucking texting him right now. I'm getting my fucking review. It's been months in the making.
Yeah, it was literally like a month and a half, dude.
It was so
I think I was nervous, dude. I think I was just like nervous to sit down and do it. And I was just like, okay, yeah.
It's something you've never done before, really, when you think about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's really hard to sit there in front of a camera and not have anyone to talk back to but yourself. It's really hard.
Yep. And like that's why I said you start fumbling over like different things, and you know, and that's kind of the same thing with me, like filming, you know, but to not be pigeonholed, like you said, because everybody's like, oh, what are you just gonna do? Kiss songs? You're just gonna do like Jimi Hendrix songs? Like, well, goddamn, I do listen to other guitar players. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why. That's why I did White Stripes, and then like the next week was Bob Marley. You know what I'm saying?
But you could also do so much more, Donnie. Like you could do like freaking. I watch rock and roll documentaries all the time on YouTube. Like there's this one page I follow, and they just do 15-minute videos of like different things that happened back in the 80s or the 70s or the 90s between backstage behind the bands. I could see you doing something like that, like behind the stage kind of thing.
VH1 behind the music.
Yeah, that kind of thing with Donnie. Like you bring out like, because me and Donnie was talking, he put me on to some stuff I didn't know about, Lars and Metallica, and he's put me on to stuff about Jimi Hendrix. And so I think that's something that you should try to
you didn't
get
know
into.
about Lars and Metallica. What are you talking about?
Not Lars. What was the other guy?
No,
what was
yeah,
the guy's
Lars
name?
is Metallica.
No, the other one.
James.
No, we're talking about Cliff Burton. I was telling him about
Cliff Burton.
Cliff
Burton.
When he got thrown out of the bus, I was telling him about that.
And he was talking about that. So there's a lot of stuff that I feel like you could just go on there, put some videos together, and take us through rock and roll history, man. You know what I'm saying?
Man, Marcus, what do you listen to, dude?
Everything.
Outside
of like, I can't really get into country like that. There's a couple country songs I fuck with.
Oh man,
I love country music. I fucking love country music, dude.
There's a couple. I can't really get into all of it, but there are a few that I can roll with.
I grew up on a farm, man.
I did. I'm telling you, man.
Hip hop. I find as I get older, I appreciate R&B a lot more than what I did when I was younger.
Yeah, you've had heartbreaks now, so like it makes sense.
I used to do the same shit. Like I was listening to all these hair metal bands, and they're talking about like, oh, I broke up with this girl, and my heart's broken. I'm like, what a bunch of pussies. And then I'm like, oh, okay, now I understand.
In the vein.
No, you really had that. Damn, every rose does have a thorn.
Every rose does. Dude.
But no, that's
you having that moment.
Great song, actually, excellent song,
dude. I'm telling you. But Donnie, you could definitely do some stuff like that. Oh, by the way, I'm going to my first festival this year. I'm going to the Louder Than Life Festival in Kentucky.
Dope.
It's I'm very excited about the mosh pit, and I'm mosh pit on Motley Crue. I don't even give a fuck. I'm gonna be out there with like 60-year-olds.
Dude, Helvington, please don't hate me for this, dude. God damn it. I feel like I shouldn't ask. I feel like I know. You're from Illinois, right?
Oh God, no.
Damn it, Ohio?
Oh fuck no.
You're from Tennessee.
I'm in one of the best states ever to be created.
Yeah, you're from Tennessee. I'm such an idiot. See,
We're
Illinois.
Here's what I call Tennessee, right? People don't understand about Tennessee. Tennessee is the retirement home to all the celebrities. They have left California.
Kid Rock talking?
No, I'm talking freaking Logan Paul has a fucking place down here. The Rock has some companies down here. Like a lot of people. Drew Barrymore, I think she lives down here. David Arquette lives down here. Yeah, a lot of fucking celebrities live in fucking Tennessee. They're all the time in Nashville.
My bad. I thought you lived either in the same state as Killjoy or Shape. That's why I was thinking.
I'm a state over. They're in Kentucky. I'm in Tennessee. So,
dude, in Ohio, they're throwing a huge fucking 3 or 4 day rock concert that's got like Slipknot.
That's Kentucky. That's Kentucky.
Wait, what? Are you sure?
Yeah, I think it's in Lexington, Kentucky. The Louder Than Life Festival.
It's in Lexington, dude.
I think so. Yeah.
I thought it was in Ohio. I thought it was in Columbus or something.
You're talking about Slipknot, Disturbed, Motley.
Dude, maybe they're doing it a different weekend. Nice. When is this?
It's in August, I believe. Let me see.
Oh, dude, that's perfect because dude, if they bring Biscuit, I want to see Limp Bizkit.
I think Limp will be there. I think they were there last year.
Dude, that'd be crazy. Yeah.
We had to talk about this, Hamilton, because I thought that they had gotten done. But
okay, so it's in September, not August. So we got Slipknot. Let's see. This one's gonna be it's a 3-day.
Please say Biscuit's on there, dude.
We got Slipknot, Slayer, Motley Crue, Korn, The Offspring, Seether, Anthrax, Judas Priest, Disturbed, Death Punch, Evanescence.
Girl,
fuck, there's so many. Sum 41.
Dude, I ain't hearing Biscuit, man.
I think they slept on Biscuit this year, bro.
Dude, Lexington is such a fucking cool ass town, dude. I am telling you. I'm just not saying that, dude. I'm not even lying. When Brooke and I went, I was like, damn, we should just fucking move here. Like, this fucking town's fucking dope.
Yeah, it's in Kentucky, the Highland Festival grounds. So
nice.
I better see you motherfuckers in the pit. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying, dude. I can't believe Biscuit's not gonna be there. Damn, that sucks. I think they're doing their own.
There last year. I think they were, but I don't. Do they and Slipknot still get along? I know they had beef back in the day. Do they still get along?
Dude, he had beef with like Creed back in the day. Said Scott Stapp was like a fucking like egomaniac and shit.
Ooh,
like,
yes, like that's why I was never really.
They got back together.
Yeah, which is dope. They're gonna play in Lexington. Yeah.
That's why I was never really a fan of Limp Bizkit, because I knew like they hated like a lot of bands hated the fuck out of Limp Bizkit.
Oh, they did, because dude, they were the biggest band in '99 and like 2001 and shit. Like from '99 to 2001, they were like the biggest things to slice. I remember my cousin got their Nookie album, Significant Other album for fucking Christmas. And I just was like, what is he all fucking like when my uncle gave it to him and he fucking unwrapped it and went fucking nuts. I was like, Jesus Christ, like what the hell is he talking about? Like, what is this shit? And I just remember hearing them for the first time and I was like, holy fuck, like this is something way different, man.
I remember hearing Air Raid Vehicle because Undertaker was coming down to the ring and shit. Like that's when I first heard it. And then you sent me the thing the other day. Fred Durst was ass in the game, but like I'm pretty sure he was only in there because of the Undertaker was using the song at the time.
Yeah,
no, yeah, they were hot as fuck.
If you guys look at WrestleMania 19, watch Undertaker's entrance, he was still the American Badass, and he came in on the bike and he had that big ass American flag. They were there performing, rolling live in Safeco.
I was just never a Fred Durst fan. That dude was a terrible front man.
Dude, I hate to say it, dude, but I think he's highly underrated. I think he's actually a very like intellectual motherfucker, dude. Like, dude, if you think about it, like so like at that time you had Linkin Park, which was awesome. Fact. This was like the generation of rap metal. And I know a lot of people would be like Rage Against the Machine and Zach De La Rocha. I get it, dude. They're fucking killer good. Tom Morello, I love that band, even though I feel like they kind of sold out because they were like, you can't come to our fucking concert unless you're fully vaccinated, and like they're selling tickets for like fucking $400 or some fucking shit. I don't even know. Whatever.
Who's not anymore though? Like, let's be honest. Who's not doing $400 ticket?
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah, what are we talking about? Yeah,
I don't know if that was a them thing with as much as they be like fuck the government. I don't know if that was a them thing or if that was a management.
Well, see, that's what everybody was saying, that they were all sellouts. They were saying like fuck the government. Now they were like at the government's like saying, you know, they were the government's little bitch. I don't know, man.
Green Day went down the same way. How they were like what's their most famous
in the
song?
Establishment, kind of like
American Idiot, probably.
American Idiot. Yeah, that was the whole thing. And now look at them.
Yeah.
What?
That's what I'm saying, dude. I don't know if Biscuit ever sold out, dude. I don't know, man.
I give it. Look, I respect Biscuit.
But this is what I'm saying. As a rap metal lyricist, dude, fucking Fred came up with all those songs, dude. Like he literally wrote most of those songs. I'm pretty sure.
He stayed in the pocket too, like with him, like being, you know, with
dude.
I love that fusion.
Killer.
The Woodstock thing.
99, dude. I am telling you right now, that 99. Lineup, Korn, fucking
dude,
Bush.
What I would have killed to been there. I would have nut to be at the I would have both. I would have gave my scrotum to be there, dude. What are you talking about? Like
the fact too that like that same crowd that was going crazy for them, like that same crowd turned it out for DMX when he came out.
Exactly,
you know like,
dude. When DMX hit the stage,
having like the crowd in his hand, like, dude.
It was DMX was a rock star and stuff. I always thought DMX was kind of a rock star because, like, the way his voice is, like that, beat him up, like that.
You see the rest. It looks like they need a rest.
Dude, no, he had his vocal control. Yeah.
Like, he was like a rock star. Like when he got on stage, that motherfucker was a fucking rock star.
Yep.
I love that.
Yeah, I miss DMX, man.
Dude, that's why I was on a stream, or I wasn't on a stream, but I was in the comments and I asked Nightwatch and Craven. I was like, dude, like, what were you guys doing Woodstock 99? And they were like, well, they said they didn't go, but I was just like, anybody that was like that age at that time, I should ask some of my older cousins. Like, I'd be like, dude, I would have went to that shit. Like, what are you guys doing?
Been there, dude. Yeah. Like, what? I would have been there in a fucking heartbeat. Like, dude, I don't even care if I was like of age to where I could have, you know, got a job and put some money together. Dude, what? Like, what was it? Like fucking $20 or something?
Right. That's what I'm saying, bro, dude. It probably would have been like nothing.
That's why it broke my heart when they didn't do the 50th anniversary concert, because it's like once in a lifetime, you never gonna have this opportunity again. And the fact that they didn't do it, like that shit broke my heart. Because like, you know, you said it was like $20 or something for the Woodstock 99. It was
probably something like that. Yeah.
It was $6 a ticket for the original Woodstock.
Wow.
And but they also did it where you could just buy, like they were like, here's who's playing on what days. So you wanted to see Sly and the Family Stone and the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Well, they were on the same day. Okay, boom, you just buy a ticket to that day if you wanted to, you know, or you just pay, you know, $18 get all three. But
am I remembering this wrong? Didn't Sly and the guys start it? Did they start it, or did they start one day?
What?
Did they start the concert? Did they headline it?
No, Richie Havens started Woodstock. Like he was the first to perform. Jimi Hendrix was the headliner of the original festival.
Yeah, I know he was last. I thought Sly and those guys like started. I thought they were like one of the opening acts. I thought.
No, they played. They didn't go until like 11:30 at night or something. On Sunday transitioning, because they went into Monday morning because of like the lateness of it, and just, you know, so many people showed up and all that kind of stuff happened. That's why Jimi Hendrix and them didn't go until Monday morning. That 300,000 had dwindled down like 80,000 who stayed to, you know, like see him, because he was supposed to have gone on Sunday and that was the end of the show, you know. But he went on Monday morning.
Okay, I got one question. And then we got to wrap it up, fellas. We got to wrap it up. One more question, though, dude. Okay, and you can't say Kiss. You cannot say Kiss. What group would you have had been there that wasn't?
Well, first of all, Kiss wasn't even around at the time.
Oh, were they not? I don't even know. Oh, yeah, they probably weren't. It was probably
Woodstock was 1969, bro. First Kiss album was 1974.
Well, they could have been punk ass kids or something. You're right. You're right.
Oh,
okay, and you can't say the Beatles or the Stones either.
You saying so? But you're saying somebody who like at that time frame, like who would have been like popular at that time to be on the show?
Yeah, that
Because
was.
my thing is like, there's so many that are like already there. I really don't know that.
I'm kind
You
of
said
narrowing it down to like one band I want you to say, but I wish the Doors
if
would have
they
played at Woodstock. The
if
Doors
they
probably.
hadn't broke up, I would say Cream.
Oh, that makes sense. Clapton and them, yeah.
Can I say that the Doors are like the most overrated, one of the most
I
overrated
feel like I've
bands?
heard this before.
They're
Dude,
like
your songs are just too slow for you, dude.
like you had a great front man, but other than that, you were just a guy on a fucking no. No.
Dude,
I'm
they were
gonna
ahead
do
of their time. I mean, how many bands have an organ player and shit, dude? Dude,
but well,
I think you listen to too much to their commercial stuff, dude. It's their other stuff, like the end. Listen to the end, dude.
the end, okay. I
I'm
mean,
telling you.
that's just not my kind of stuff. Like I dig a
No,
lot of
the
music.
best
But,
song that they got, I'll send it to you, dude. I'll text it to you. It's
all right,
fucking When the Music's Over. That's an excellent song,
when the
dude.
music's over.
It
Oh
would
yeah.
have been or I can't think of the name of that song. It's called. I think it's called. Is it called 5 to 1? The song
Oh
that
hell
Jay
yeah.
Z sampled for the Takeover.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Great song.
Fucking great. Another band that could have been there was ZZ Top because that's
True.
the year that they became a band was 1969. So you could have had them there. I mean, fuck Chuck Berry, BB King, Elvis Presley. Like, there's a few people. If if you're not
Presley,
saying
that would have been insane, dude.
because he had just did the comeback thing in 1968. So then this would have been like, and at that point, Hendrix was making more money than him. So to have Hendrix going on headlining, you know what I'm saying, over Elvis Presley would have been crazy.
Honestly,
For
dude, I
that
feel like that
festival.
crowd would have booed Presley. They wouldn't have appreciated him. They would
Oh,
have been
for
like,
sure.
they would have been like this fucking like commercial mofo. I just know it, dude.
Republican, yeah. That was the crowd. That
They
was the
would not have
crowd.
liked him. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I agree with
But
I'd
that.
have
aside
to
from that,
say,
I
What
think
do
I
you mean
yeah.
you wouldn't agree with that? That is so true. That whole audience was like hippie-esque. And Elvis was pro-war. Like he was pro-war. That was his whole spiel. Like,
Well, he was a military. I mean, he was in the military. Yeah.
yeah.
I
So
mean,
that
yeah,
they would have booed the
like,
shit out of him.
yeah, I'm saying, yeah, Jimi Hendrix was in the military too. Fucking
But Jimi
saying.
Hendrix
True.
stood for peace,
He
though.
was.
But Jimi Hendrix stood for peace. Elvis was
Yeah.
against communism.
That's
He was against communism 1,000% in any shape, form, whether it be any of that. Elvis was a Southern guy to where Jimmy, he had a side that like he was for peace, like that was his thing.
But he did
like,
play the Star Spangled Banner at the end, so we got.
I mean, he's
that.
from America. I
Yeah.
mean, I'll play the
Hell
fucking
yeah,
Star.
brother. Hell yeah.
Fucking America. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Just like
Hell
Muhammad
yeah.
Ali likes America. Like
It was a protest, though. Like the Star Spangled Banner was a protest when he played it. That's why there was so much backlash.
Protesting the war. Yeah, definitely. I know what you mean. Which there should have been a protest against that war, anyways. I mean, we are against communism, but like, I don't even know. We don't need to get into it, but yeah.
I'd have to say on my end, if they were around that time, and I feel like they're an underrated band. We don't hear much of them anymore. The Bush.
The Bush. I haven't heard the Bush.
In the 90s.
That music definitely wouldn't have fit at that point in time.
Oh,
that's why
you're talking Woodstock 99?
He's talking about 99 though.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about the original. That's why I was asking, like, did he mean people who were around at that time? That's why I said Cream.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I don't know
the
anybody around
original.
from that time. That's a little bit too old for me.
Dude, Marcus,
that's a little bit too before my time.
99,
right? Because I was alive.
They did play it. They did play at 99, dude. You should check it out.
Yeah,
their set list is fucking dope. Yeah, Bush is way underrated, dude. They're fucking so good, dude. Gavin Rosdale, I actually fucking follow him on Instagram. He's a cool ass fucking dude. I fucking felt so bad this last year. They played at our fucking state fair and I didn't go because they were actually playing the next night at Rocklahoma with Limp Bizkit, and I didn't end up going because I'll tell you about it some other time. But I didn't get to go see him. But yeah, dude, Bush is fucking excellent, dude. I actually went
That's
out.
right. They had that song. I'm sorry.
Glycerine. Yeah, they had a bunch of them. Machine Head. Actually, their first and second album were fucking killer good, dude. Like he's a pretty creative writer, actually, or lyricist.
90s rock was fucking underrated, bro. Because everyone talks about the 70s, of course, and they talk about the 80s, but 90s had some fucking bangers, dude.
Yeah. The most underrated 90s band, I feel like in my eyes, well, okay, a lot of people probably say that they're probably pretty good. They were probably pretty commercial. STP, Stone Temple Pilots, dude, way good, man.
Oh yeah.
STP,
I like
way
them.
good.
Them, what's the band? Fucking, I like Lit a lot. Actually.
Oh yeah, Lit's
like
good
that,
shit.
Like that era, like the people that we love was that song Bush had that was on the Need for Speed joint. That I remember. And we were talking the whole rock rap thing. I don't know if you guys have heard. I think it's called Collision Course, the Jay-Z Linkin Park thing. If y'all have never listened to like the actual album, like
I'm a hater.
I'm a hate on it.
I'm a hate on it.
Like it's like
I'm a hater. Like, I'm a hate on it.
Tell me something we didn't already know. But the whole thing, like the whole behind the scenes of them putting it together, and because that was like one of the like first times that it was really that commercial, where it's different when like there was a rapper already in the rock band, like like Rage or whatever. This was two separate artists coming together, to do this, which that was just cool, like super cool. And like Linkin Park was talking about like giving albums out in the crowd or whatever, and Jay-Z was like, yeah, that's right. For all those people that's like, hey, we don't want to hear none of that rap shit, like don't come to this concert. Like, but the way they like blended their lyrics over like the Jay-Z
awesome. I remember that
like,
shit, dude.
You know what I mean? Like,
leave it for the kids, man. Leave it for the kids.
We were kids, but
leave it for the kids, man. We don't want that.
I can remember. Yeah, I can remember the first time hearing Linkin Park and being like, "What the fuck is this shit? This shit is nuts!" Like, good times, man. All right, we're gonna wrap it up, everybody. All right, I need to get some food. So thank you, everybody, and we will see you next Tuesday or Wednesday for sure.
Have a great night.
Peace.
Thanks for having me.